Okay, that was weird. I have no idea what was going on there. I couldn't even stop playing that. It was weird. That was really weird. All right, I just had to X out of it. Whatever. And it just stopped playing all on its own. All right, boy, we got a lot to cover this morning here. A few different tickets that are up. Let's go back to the gainers board here. Pull this over. What in the world is going on?
AQB.
DRCT.
I have no idea what happened there. All right, whatever. We got okay, we got VGO, class. Yes, okay, cool. All right, we're all over it. Here we go. All right, for move, M-O-V-E, yeah, it's literally M-O-V-E, moving up 160+% right now. Nice good move from after hours yesterday from 680 all the way up today to 2090. This was the play I called out last night to watch for a squeeze today up to 20 over yesterday's high of day, which we got. It's been a little choppier at times, but still made the move to 20. Resistance on the way up today is right at 20, or no, 1930. 1930. Over that, then to 20, and over that, then we have to 2090 resistance up top. Over 2090 and that resistance up top, there's really nothing to hold this play down. Truly, this play hasn't been in this area for quite a while and really doesn't have much charting. I would say watch for a move up to 2150, over that then to 20, honestly 2450 to 25. Could see continuation up then over that to 2750 and possibly to 30. On the way back down, for MOVE, support right around 1580. Below that, right around 1490. Under 1490, watch for a move down to 1390 for MOVE. DRCT is number 2. All right. Over here, number 2 top gainer DRCT made support at 5. Under 5, watch for a crack down to 460. Under 460, watch for a crack down, in my opinion, to low 4s. Probably right around 420-ish to 435. Under that, then we go down to 4, if not 390. On the way up, main resistance at 575. Over that, then we have some at 625 area. Over 625, watch for a spike up to 7. Over 7, we run to 8. Another 52-week low play. Obviously, we've seen 150,000 of these here recently. This could continue to run up over that to around $9, 875 roll for DRCT. Ran yesterday, if you do remember. In market, nice spike after hours, running beautifully this morning. Number 2 top gainer on the board today is KUST Cust. Under 285, watch for a move down to 270. Under 270, crack down to 250. On the way up, a little bit of a downtrend for me right now with 325 resistance and then 345 above it at the VWAP. Over 345, in my opinion, this gets a good spike back up to 4, if not 420. And would probably be looking for a good double top resistance. Now, over 420, watch for a spike up to 450. Over that, we run to 480. Then 550 resistance up top for KUST. Now DRCT, go back and forth between DRCT and KUST. Oh, no, my bad. It's KUST and RVYL. RVYL, another one of these plays that's up and then right back on down today. It is up a decent amount. It spiked in after hours and slowly was more of a matriculator. This play's really far down. High of day is 1280. It's right now at 760. I wouldn't go for bounce plays, but I'll tell you what resistance on the way up is at 8. Over that at 840. Over 840 to 9 to 875 roll. Then we have resistance at 975. 975 to 10, I doubt she hits higher than that today. Guys, if you can hear me, let me know. Just had Broseph over on the Discord say that the link I sent wasn't right, but it's showing playing for me, so I don't know why I would have to restart the stream. So just let me know if you can type in here, and if you're hearing me right now, say, yep, I hear you. Max, King Lion, okay, cool, yeah. Cool. Sweet. Just making sure. I was like, huh? It's working for me. I don't think you went back to it or something. I don't know. All right, sweet sits. Let's go over to the next top gainer here. What do we got next? DGNX. Is this one? Yeah, okay, I have this one on watch too. I just have BGL on watch. Although DGNX is up a little bit more. So is Cust and RVYL. I just don't like their charts. I just, for some reason, like BGL's chart a little more. I don't know why. I don't really know why, actually. ASTI, same thing. ASTI's... I don't know why this isn't on the top gainers. Well, I guess because it isn't up that much anymore. All right, all right, all right. Well, we'll keep these on. I don't know why I feel like I like these more than RVYL and KUST and DGNX, but I guess because we were just looking at it yesterday. I don't know. All right, sweet tits. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, through more of these top gainers. DGNX has a trend line on DGNX. Now, again, not that these trend lines have been like working real nicely, but it's cracking that trend line right now. My trend line is right at around 180. Support on the way down is at 172. Below that at 164. And then below that, watch for a move down to 153. And I'm just trying to be exact to where I feel the support would be at. On the way up, 190 resistance into 197. Over that, then we run to 215. And that's the thing about a lot of these stocks this morning. They're a little choppier without real straight levels being built in. And a lot of that is because we have 18 million tickers to look at this morning. We have a lot more than usual. Now, over that 220 mark, there's that magical 220 that Kevin Avery always talks about. This is yet another play that just has no charting, 52-week low. I think every play this today is a 52-week low play. 280 resistance over that, then we run to 335 to 350, and over that to 375 for DGNX. Again, which one of these plays takes the mob is going to be the key. Week low. Not. 52-week low. 52-week low. 52-week low. This is hilarious. 52-week low. RVYL. 52-week low. Wow. 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 Sweet. Oh, I can't type that much in there, but whatever. New high of day, MOVE. New high of day, nice downtrend break. And then going back in that 50, EMA, getting those first bounces on the day. Now, it's not working across the board all day, every day. It worked right there on move. We're on it right now with BGL. DRCT hasn't come down to it yet. RVYL, it didn't work. Cust, haven't come down to it yet. So there's some plays it works, some plays, let's go to DGNX. They don't let you trade DGNX on trade the pool for whatever reason, maybe the float. So it seems to be working like on the number one top gainer. It seems to be working on the number one top gainer. more than anything. All right, let's get to more of these levels. BGL, nice multi-day runner here from yesterday up today. Nice, good move. And again, one of those plays, nothing's forming nice flat tops or flat bottoms. Nothing this morning is that I'm looking across the board. That hurts a little bit trying to get a trade for myself. Now, on the way down, we have major support right around $5 into $4.90. Under $4.90, watch for a crack down to $4.60, and then below that to $4.25. Under $4.25, we go down to $4. On the way up, resistance at $5.85 into $6. Over $6, you'll see that top at $6.60. Over $6.60, pre-market high, watch for a spike into $7.20. Over that, then $7.65 for BGL. Over $7.65, since we're a little close, I'll go one more level up. Over $7.65, this does have room to 8, and then over that to around $8.75 into 9. ASTI is the other one. ASTI, nice low and steady eddy play. It's a solar play from yesterday. It's up from yesterday, now coming back on down. Did run to 9:30 and after hours. Figure we might get a little more spike. I'm going to say this probably stays range bound today. Watch for a crack under 720 for the move down to 650. Up top, we have resistance at 780 into 8. Over 8, we have resistance right around 875. Over 875, then 930. All right, there are your small caps. Let me take a small little break, and then I'm going to get back on the mic here to do the large cap breakdowns, all right? I'm going to take my small little break now, and I'll be back in just a minute. right, what's up, fam? How we doing? Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. We do have a new ticker that just popped up. It's caught in the upper and lower VWAP band. SLE would be that ticker. So SLE, keep your eye on it. It's Super League. That's funny. We've seen SLE in the past. We have seen this one in the past. Let's see if we can find something sexier today. Not seeing a lot of sexiness out there. All right. Get to it. Let's get to it. All right. Put that in a 5. I'll alert SLE on the morning alerts real quickly. SLE did pop up there at the top of the hour. It's a really ugly chart. We have a lot of ugly charts today. I would imagine we see some double tops today, and it looks like Move is going to take the mob. So just small cap recap. KUST, DRCT, and MOVE are your top movers today, in my opinion, and MOV is definitely going to take it at the bell. So Move, body moving. This thing is rocking, and it looks like it wants to squeeze here. Coming up really soon and get to new highs does MOVE through 21. So watch for MOV to make that next leg up. Again, levels here for Move. We have to go back in time, and there's really just nothing. This play can really rip today because there's no levels to hold this play down. This play could really start to rip and roar here over a new high of day. All right. Move, you looking for a dip buy? Where would it come at? I'm going to say somewhere right around the $17 area, somewhere right around right there. That's where I feel the pullback would come to on MOVE if we do get a pullback. 1765. Yeah, Paula. Yeah. I mean, I have to do the rest of the morning alerts, Paula, so I'm going to miss a breakout. But if it does have a pullback, that's where I can put orders in and just wait to get filled. And I like this 1675 area, somewhere in the 16. Somewhere in here is where I would take a dip buy. But yeah, the breakout, I mean, it's going to fly. There's really not a lot of charting to hold this play down. Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head. Dun 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 dun. All right, let's go through these. All right, so real quickly, one last time. Move. Watch for a pullback at the bell there. I like the 17-ish area, 1685 area. Somewhere in there looks good for the pullback and the quick dip and rip, or go down to around 1580 where the last dip buy was. It's either going to squeeze at the bell or you're going to get that pullback and sell off at the bell. Anticipate that. All the other tickers, and I'm telling you with today and how many we have on a Friday, could be a hodgepodge mess out there today. Just like the weather we're getting this weekend. All right, over to large caps. I'm going to alert the ones I like the most today. I will start with the SPY and always alert it, but it is, it's relatively ugly. Now, levels to use for the day. We're at right now at yesterday's low of day. That's why I am going to alert this because it does have a pullback territory underneath yesterday's low and pre-market low down to last Wednesday's low of day of, excuse me, 686. Under 686, watch for a pullback down to the high of day from Wednesday at 685.20. 685.20 cracks, watch for a move down to the high from Tuesday, 684.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day under 84.50. Watch for a move down to, we'll call it 83. And under 683 down to 682.30 for ultimate lows. On the way up, getting back through 88 will be tough. Over 688, watch for a move up to 688.75 to 688.90. Over 688.90, watch for a move to 689.75. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes back up to yesterday's high at 691. What's up, Aussie chick? How you doing? Let's go. Apple, again, just really a chop fest. I don't like this at the top side. Watch it bust up, though. But at the bottom side, it doesn't have a lot of resistance. Under 257 or 247.50, watch for a crack down to 247. Under 247, watch for a move down to 246.30. Under 246.30, we go down to the lows from Wednesday at 245.50 to 245.25. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day, watch for a move down to 243.40 and Tuesday's low. On the way up, I just don't like it as much. AMD, great spike in bull flag break. Finally got that 256 break, 255 break. Up today in a beautiful tight bull flag. Under 259.75, watch for a move down to 258. Under 258, down to 256.60. 256.86. I don't know why I did that, but 256.85. Under 256.85, watch for a move to yesterday's high of day. Somewhere around 256 to 255.50, the old breakout zone. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes back to the highs, the high from Wednesday at 252.50. On the way up, over 62.50. This is all-time high, right? No, we have a little bit more room to go. Let's go back and see if I can see a little bit of depth in here. Over pre-market high. Watch for a spike up today. Oh, man, we're getting really close, though, to all-time high. Watch for a move up today to 63.40 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 65 or 64.65. Over 264.65. Watch for a pop up to 266.85 to 267. Ultimate high of day there. Body moving. Damn, I knew that song was stuck in my head. All right, so nice setup there for AMD team. This is really sexy there at the bell if you like to trade large caps. J-Web, any of you guys out there that trade the large caps, that's nice. Baba, leave Baba alone. Leave B alone unless you get a sell-off today like yesterday. Back under pre-market low under 140-125 for the short down. Take you to 139.65, then to 139. Under 139, which will be your normal low of day, watch for a crack to 136.85. All right, so we're getting that spike right here on on move here. So move's getting that nice spike at the bell, team. Nice spike at the bell there for move. Nice spike at the bell there for move so far here. So if you're in move, watch for this to continue to squeeze. Could get into a new halt, go to a halt up here. Here she's going. Move is flying right now, team. Move is flying. Move is getting a nice good spike here at the bell. This could continue to fly, so watch for move to keep going here. Move here, nice little spike at the bell. Just kind of watching it over to the right. I'll get the levels out in just a minute. Mob shifting is all over here. So we do have some good mob shift city all over the place. Go back over to move here real quickly. You can see here this play is spiking up real nicely at the bell, building up a bull flag. Nice squeeze there at the bell if you took advantage of it. See if the squeeze is over 22.70, this play is going to pop. Over 22.70, this play is going to go bananas. We are getting a pop from BGL. Sell off from KUST and DRCT here. What else do we have moving? ASTI is spiking, so ASTI is getting the spike. That's kind of why I like that chart on ASTI. Well, MOVE is now starting to move a little slow. Got that squeeze at the bell, now moving a little bit slower is MOVE. So MOVE starting to slow down a little bit here. Starting to slow down. Let me go back to levels real quickly. I do not like Google. Leave Google alone for the day. Leave Google alone for the day. Over to Meta real quickly, team. Meta is running back into an old uptrend resistance area, so we'll have some resistance. We're already squeezing really nicely, and I probably would have said my normal high of day would have been 47.50. Ultimate high of day would have been pre-market high here at 650. So we are moving past that. So watch for some 650 to 652 resistance. Over that, we move up to 655. I'll say right now, normal high of day 655, where I have a line in at 654.25. Ultimate high of day, watch for move up to 658.75. On the way back on down, support will be yesterday's high of day at 647.30. Under 647.30, watch for move down to 645.30, 645 area. That'll be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day takes you all the, or normal low of day. Ultimate, sorry team, normal low of day 645. Ultimate low of day back to the open 641.45. Trying to do too much at once here. Body moving, body moving. Over to NVDA, had a nice good squeeze and bull flag here at the bell. I'm going to go ahead and just delete that. Here we go, team. So we do have MOVE running. MOVE, there's your new high of day. MOVE, oh, we're failing at 23.50. Oh, man, got a lot going on. All right, over to NVDA, nice good squeeze, bull flag at the bell. It would have been one like AMD. I would have said watch for a downtrend break back through 187.75 for the move up to pre-market high, and have a line in at 188.50. Over 188.50, watch for a pop up to 189.25. I have a line in there. We actually just went to 189.60, so it would have been pretty close with the levels I would have given. That is going to be your normal high of day, what we just ran into. Ultimate high of day then takes it back up to 190 and a hair over it. On the way down, support for NVDA. Boy, let me take this like a 5 minute, see if I see something a little more clean. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I was just going to go to it. I'm going to stick with pre-market low area. Pre-market low, and the main reason why I have a line in there, I know it went a little bit lower, but I'll say somewhere right around 186.60 to 186.45, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes to 186, yesterday's high of day. And I'm going to say we stay trapped, chopped, and small, just like yesterday. PLTR trapped in the channel. I would say I don't like it to the top side, and so far I would have been right. It was up and right back on down. I like this underneath yesterday's low of day, under 165. Watch for move down to 163.90, 163.80. Under that, then we go down to 163. 163 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 162. Over to the Q, same thing. Looks trapped and choppy today, honestly. Now, maybe underneath yesterday's low and pre-market low, like the SPY, so under 618. Watch for the crack. I like it down there. Down to then the high of day for, oh, not the high of day, the original high of day before we went crazy after the Trump tweet at 616.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows goes to Tuesday's high, right around 615 to 614.70. All these plays are just choppy right now. I don't like them. AMD was nice, though. AMD was nice. All right, over to Tesla here, cracking back at the bell. Not a big fan of this unless it cracks under, which we just bounced off of 444.50. So that's the little juncture in yesterday's low of so we had a bull flag. That's the bottom of the bull flag right around lunch yesterday, 44.50. Under 44.50, that's also pretty much the high of day or close to it on Thursday of last week. We have room down to then 44. Now, under 44, that's where things get interesting, and that'll be my normal low of day, 444. Ultimate low of day, then watch for a move down to 441.80. And then below that to 440.80. 440.80 ultimate low of day. If I had to say which small or which large cap to trade at the bell, I would have gone AMD, and it popped up and came right back on down. So it did give you a massive squeeze from 61 to 67. Are you kidding me? Immediately had a $6 move. Now it's all the way back to open. So that would have been a banger, and you probably had plenty of time to take profit there. At least I know it was only a minute up. A minute up. So it's funny to say you had plenty of time because it went $6. But that would have been my play at the bell today. Other than that, I really don't like a lot of these large cap tickers. We're just kind of, again, just have been choppy. And then I pick a play. Oh, this looks good at the bell, AMD. And I was right. But then it comes right back on down and smacks you right in the face if you don't take profit. Now, again, it was a $6 spike-a-rooney. But it's just right back to open. So that's just why I'm staying away from large caps and sticking with smalls. All right, sweet. Cuss, double top here. I would say if KUST could steal the mob, although I don't really like the upper and lower VWAP band. If this could steal the mob and spike its way up to around like 450, and really in the end, when you look at the pullback, we went from 4 down to 3 before the first bounce. So you might even want this to go to 5, to be honest. But KUST, this has great resistance built up at 4, you know. So if this could squeeze, this could have a great bounce opportunity. SLE is halted up. That was I don't like that chart. You can have that all you want. It's not a pretty chart. It's ugly charts today. These are very ugly charts today. Yeah, it's halted up. It is halted up. Very ugly charts today. Very, very ugly. There's just too many tickers today. Like, move's the main one, for sure. But everything else is ugly today. Everything else is ugly today. BNAI is like always on the top gainers board. I swear BNAI is like on the top gainers board like every other day. NAM is moving. So Vietnam from yesterday, it's actually moving pretty decently here. So not that we'll see if we like the chart. We'll put SLE over here. This is yesterday's runner. Multi-day runner actually now. That's it. That's all I'm really seeing for moves. NAM, nice continuation play. 485 485 into like 470 is not bad for NAM. 485 into 470, not bad for NAM. Move, I'm sorry team. Move, nice bounce play off 2075. So this resistance in pre-market, Nice bounce. Now it did go all the way down to, that would have probably scared me a little bit there. But that is holding really nicely there on MOVE. And let's go over to NAM real quickly and let's see how I like this over on this chart as well. Yeah, that would be the bounce area. I mean, if I'm looking at it, 5 minute zooming in and out of the, it's like 490 into 460 ish or so would be the bounce play. I'd say 465 and have entry starting around like 490 for NAM, NAM. So right here at this line at 4, when of course we fell to that yesterday, it's a line we put in, and then we see this fell at 465. That would be your dip opportunity for NAM. The only thing about that is that VWAP's really running up with it. And it's starting to build this little resistance area at 515 to 525. So that would be your one kind of caveat to that. Like, Just making sure we don't have anything right now. That's it. That's it. Other than move. Move, nice, good bounce play off this 2070 area, 2060 area. Old resistance in pre-market, 2080 area, whatever you call it. Now rolling to new high of day. So we do have new high of day there. It's got some strong resistance showing up there at that 2350 mark for MOVE. That would be the dip buy right now too, back down at that 2080 mark. So I would take another dip buy off this area. So we'll see if we get a pullback back down to 2080. Dang, wow, 2350 showing up strong today. I talk about that all the time when we get over 20, 30, 40, 50, 200, 20, 30. Anyway, so it's always 230s, 250s, 280s. Doesn't matter, but it's 280, 280, 250, 280, 350. 220 or 285, 287.50, 288.75, 290, right? Whatever it is, or 10, 1250, 1350, 15, 1750, 1875, and 20. Those natural areas, they're just kind of natural areas that we go to. A lot of the time, too, you got to think that 250 mark. There's a lot of options and stuff there. What traders usually go look at the options for those large cap, mid cap tickers. 520 is going to try to hold here for NAMM. I'm going to stick with move because it moves really quickly, and I like that. I want to get into a play, and it doesn't work, obviously, here on Friday, just trying to take maybe a trade. So we'll go with move with the bounce play around 2060s into the 2030s. Body moving, body moving. Body moving. There's that 520 bounce. There's your 520 bounce on NAM right there. A lot. What I'm seeing right now, and really across the board, is just we don't have a great mob in one ticker. They're kind of spread out all over the place. Now, of course, again, move has it. My point being, back to this 520 bounce and why I didn't take it. It's an okay bounce. I like it for sure. And that's why I figured we'd probably see one there, but this is what I have a feeling this is what we end up getting. I thought we maybe wouldn't even see this much of a bounce on NAMM at this point right now. It is getting a better bounce than anticipated. So nice move there for NAMM. Right off this 520 area. About the only play I've seen at the bell that was worth taking. Now this one was good too. I just had the morning alerts going on, so I couldn't have. That's something I could not have alerted. I alerted this, and I talked about 520. I said, hey, I like this area, but I bet we don't get there. I bet 520 is it. So funny, like there's so many now. Now I can get away from a lot of these small cap plays. SPY, not much at the bell. Do we have anything nice at the bell today for large caps? I know we had AMD, which was really nice. DGNX, wow, just cracked the trend line, the uptrend I had on it, and that play has just died back on off. ASTI, same thing. Cuss still on watch here. It's trying. I'm watching it as well. I see that spike right there. I don't like when it does this and soaks right back down into, you know, the bodies of the rest of the candles. Not good. So we are trying to pop there on KUSC. I love the $4 resistance and flip it over to support once we get on top of it, but we're having a really hard time. And here's what I was talking about on that bounce on NAM exactly. It still was a decent bounce. You know, we probably could have, with the spread, probably could have gotten about 20 cents out of it, possibly 25 maybe. Not bad, but that's about the only play I've seen at the bell that was worth taking in my opinion. We'll see if KUSC here can get the spiking and rocking and rolling here. Maybe moves up to that 450, 460 mark, and then we can move down here at 4 to get a bounce play. Uptrend channel, go ahead and let's put it in right now for move. Nice, beautiful trend line right there. Again, those haven't been working out like perfectly. If you want to and base it off of this, we really could do that, I guess, as well, right? Move it in a little bit tighter. Oh, man. And that makes me then worried about taking this 20 because it's forming a head and shoulders too. So watch for that team. So bounce play for me. DRCT bounced at 425 area. DRCT. I like 4 better, to be honest, Paula. I like 4 better. It's just really clean down there at 4. All that bouncing 390, if you want to call it 395. Paula, do you see this right here? I like that the most for a bounce play, to be honest, if I'm looking for a bounce play today. I even kind of like that, to be honest, Paula. I even like that $4 390 area the most. I like that a lot for this play, to be honest. Deviation channel. We've seen a lot of these plays come down and rip right back on up from that low area. So I do like that, to be honest, Paula. I do like... Ooh, we are getting KUST. Taking a little bit of the mob there. New high of day. If this can roll up a little bit higher here and not fail, I'm going to put some orders around 4 into 390 for KUST. It's a slower mover, but that's about one of the better bounce plays I feel we'll see today. Same thing. I like the same area on DRCT, to be honest. Body moving. Body moving. Nope. See, I don't like it now, team. See, I don't. Now it's just come back. Maybe 375 for the bounce, to be honest. This gets down a little bit lower. I like the 375, 365 bounce if this gets a little bit lower there on KUST. Four is trying to hold though right now, and that's still fine if it wants to hold four for a minute. I like the 375 to 360 bounce for a small bounce back up to four. That's all we're gonna get today. Now with move halted down, where do you want to trade this at? We have one area at 19, and then we have the $18 area. The only thing I'm worried about today is now nothing's holding up. Like nothing is holding up. If that's the case, then I like to go lower and go to say 325 to we'll say 325 to 310, or do the DRCT $394 bounce. And why go that low? Because right now we're just going to continue to see sell-off, and a lot of traders are going to put their hands in the air, and then eventually they find their runner. And I'd rather go lower with these plays to be safer versus go here in this area where traders get a little scared and it may not bounce that much and sell off. And here's more of that pullback into this area. So if you do want to take a bounce, this is one area to take. I don't mind the 360, 375 bounce, but I'm not. I'm going to go down lower. See what I mean here, team? This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is too many tickers. Let's see, Veda. I'm not gonna trade move at this point, my man. I just don't like any areas. I don't like it, and if I do, it's all the way back down here. Again, we'd be going really low if we trade move. There goes a huge sell-off on NAM. I mean, I mean, like I said, in my opinion right now, my man, just go lower. Go lower on all these plays. Go lower on all of these plays. Like KSUT, which one are you talking about? I'm not trading move. Not at the 50, my man. Not at this point in the day. No. You can see if it works for you. I would go to like KSUT, because KSUT not only has the area I talked about right here at 290 and 3, right? But the 50 EMA is also at 290 at the 5-minute time frame. So that's why DRCT. Go to DRCT. Did it bounce in the 5-minute time frame in the 50? No, it didn't. It just blew right through it. And now we're below it. It's not like it's like anything. It's not like it's going to work all the time with every ticker all day, every day. So the one I like the most would be DRCT down here at 394 or 293 for KUST. Those would be the two I take. I just moved with that halt down and how much it's up for the day already from yesterday. I would go lower. I would go lower on move for sure and go back down to this area. You know, I would go lower and come down to where we bounced before. So I would put orders in around 1620 to 1580. And I really want, I would love for one of these stocks to show the mob, like show us who's going to take the mob. Ooh, 414. So there goes DRCT. We're getting close there. Come on, Cust. Come on, Cust. Don't give me the rust. boy, look at that right down. This is what I'm talking about. And this is kind of what I want to see on KUST. On KUST, right around 3 and 290. Let's see if we can get filled down there. MOVE, if you're looking to trade that. Again, I would be just a little on the cautious side for MOVE as far as trying to get in up top here. It is in this kind of overall, and I'm going to move this trend line that we're in there now, and I'm going to zoom back out, get rid of this, get rid of this. And I see a little bit of an uptrend channel like right through here. You can see this overall, in my opinion, like right there. We didn't quite get to the top of it. And then you could say, hey, we have an uptrend channel that's right through there. You know, that's where if I would extended that line from earlier, made it a little bit more touchy. And that was the uptrend channel that I felt like we would have been in or were in. I mean, I guess you go, you know, make it more parallel, whatever. And we did touch it. And now we're out of that. And so now where do we come down and bounce? I just like pre-market high. Originally, we had some fail there from yesterday and after hours. I just like the 1575 mark, 1580 mark the most. All right, what time did NAM halt down at? 53 after 48. 53.48. NAM, that's nasty sell-off right there. Nasty sell-off. Probably can leave this play alone now, honestly. I don't know that we'd get any more action out of NAMM. I still like, I'm going to stick with the cut. It just reminds me of, I don't know why, like Rusty, as I think of Rust and then Rusty the Clown, or Krusty the Clown. Krusty the Clown, not Rust. I think of Rust, though, too. But Krusty the Clown. I think of Krusty the Clown. I love some Simpsons back in the day. I'm going to go with this 293 mark. I like it. I just, when I feel an area and I see it, I very rarely am, you know, when I see an area that I know there's a good high volume profile area, haven't had a bounce up today yet. A lot of these plays like the U-shape, and, you know, we saw this earlier in the day where we come down and bounce up. I'm looking for another one of those. And just like earlier, maybe for original bounce back up to here, 325 to maybe 335, take most of the profit. So I do like this 293 area for a move back up to 325 to 335. Good alert there from Bothie on the Discord. Watch for previous runners like on days like today. We are getting CRVS to pop up a little bit. BNAI, thank you. There's another one there from Veda. That's literally another one. BNAI starting to pop up here a little bit. So watch for previous runners, or of course multi-day runners, CRVS. And this is what I mean by the bounce play right there. Veda. So go lower today, team. Just go lower today. We have nothing holding its... Oh my God, NAM halted down again. Did we not come out with an... I mean, usually offerings don't even kill it this bad. Holy mollies. And here comes more from Move. I'm telling you, I'm going to leave Move alone. It's not, this play could sell off all the way back down to 12. So I've seen this before, and I'm just, ugh. Right there at 15.75, 15. I know I have a line in right there at 16.70, and it's trying to hold. This is why I say put your lines in and trade them. So we are holding this area. That's at yesterday's high, or that's previous past chart history and almost yesterday's high in after hours. I'm going to put CRVS since NAM's out of here. CRVS. It's on watch. Low volume. Big theme here recently too, team, is gold place. I mean, AUST, it was a good alert from Active or whoever it was, Love Chip. But good, we've seen a lot of gold type or mineral movement here recently. This area is holding pretty nicely, 1675. 1675 holding pretty nicely there. Why can't I put Rust in? Huh? I can't trade Rust on... Oh, it's not Rust, it's Cust. That's why. I was putting Rust in. Oh, please don't bounce here at 310 and come down a little bit more. Come down a little bit more. All right, so I've surrounded that $3 or $2.95 area with bounce plays here on RUST. So I've surrounded that lower VWAP band right through this area with a bounce opportunity for KUST, for Cust. For a bounce opportunity here, Move's got one small one here, opportunity at 16.75, and then another one at 15.70. So she's trying to hold there at 16.75. She's trying to hold a little bit there. We're not missing anything either. I mean, there's no one that has the mob today. THH is popping. All right, so we have THH moving here, team. So THH is moving. Oh, okay. All right, so we got THH moving here a little bit. Okay, all right, so we got THH moving a little bit here. CRVS, I'm going to get DRCT out of here. DRCT is a little too slow for me. And it is about like Cust, so that'd be another one there. That if you're looking for a bounce play, just go low. See if you get filled at around 410 to around 395, 410 to 395 for DRCT. Wouldn't be another bad play, honestly, DRCT team. If you're looking for a bounce play, I like it down and around that 410 area where we just had a huge lower shadow. So I'll get actually CRVS. I'm going to go back to this. DRCT. So if this little lower shadow right there, that 410 to around 390 would be a good bounce opportunity. So watch for another bounce down there for DRCT if this starts to come down a little bit more. BNAI is another one moving nicely today too. Let me get back to BNAI. Another nice mover today there. Nice good move up. Watch for a crack back under this 1220 mark for a move down to around 1150. 1150, 1140 area for a bounce play for BNAI would also be a good dip buy opportunity with the VWAP right there as well. So BNAI would be another good bounce play opportunity. THH now rolling a new high of day. Bounce opportunity come right around 120. 120 for THH. THH. 120 bounce play. Another 52-week low play. Nothing really here to hold this play down. So if you go back in time here, you can see THH has room here. Really, I would say up to over the 150 mark, it's going to probably go to 190. Over 150, watch for a move to 190. Over 150, watch for a move to 190 there for THH. Oh, there goes the pullback. It didn't quite get to my bounce area, but there you go. There you go, team. There you go. THA, or I should say BNAI. BNAI. There's that quick liquidation sweep back on down. Didn't quite get to that VWAP 1150-60 area, but that's exactly what I was looking for. Let's see, Paul, the 1600, 1580 needs to hold, or we can see 450. Yep. And this is actually holding really well. I'm surprised this line came into play so well. We kind of respected it in pre-market a little bit, but this is, coming with a little bit of a, not crazy, no, but it's holding this area very, very well. It's holding that area very, very well. SPY trying to finally get a pop here, finally trying to move up a little bit. AMD actually came down, bounced off, and now back up to almost highs area. It's an ugly chart. I don't know why I'm still looking at DGNX. I can definitely get that off the board. That is absolutely trash sauce. And by the way, team, here with Cust here on the bottom side. I'm just not liking this bear flag. I put orders in, but they haven't gotten filled yet, so I'm probably just going to leave this play alone too. It's not looking like it wants to hold, so I'm just going to cancel those orders at the VWAP there, or the 50 EMA. I'm just not getting clipped, and I wanted a quicker move, in my opinion. That's what you maybe just heard me, or heard my thing talking to me. It just didn't, it's not getting that quick move down and quick move back up. I wanted to quick move down into that area. I had orders in at 284, 287, and 290, and they just didn't get filled there. So I'm just going to go ahead and just leave this play alone, as it's just not really giving me what I like, which is fine with me. Not going to sit here and bash my head against the board trying to get a trade, and it's not giving me that quick move down. I want that quick move down here to 285, 287, 290, and pop back on up. I'm calling the area, and it's trying to hold, but I feel we're getting this on the way down over and over and over. Now, maybe this does push off further finally, but I wanted to get filled, and it's not filling me. So either I just have to market order in, because I wasn't getting filled there on the limit orders. It is kind of bouncing off that area. I had orders at 290. What was the low there? The low is 291. In this rundown, 291 is the low there. 291, 292. I should have put one maybe at 297 possibly, 500 shares there even. But I had 1,500 shares looking to get filled at 290, 287, and 284. And then you can see it's not really giving me much anyway. 120, there's that bounce at 120. That was actually a better bounce. And this is what I'm talking about. And even BNAI was kind of what I'm looking for. Now, this is curling back over, so another opportunity here. I like a quick move down, maybe 1, 2, 3 candles. And that's how we've been getting filled off a lot of our bounce plays. If you've noticed here recently, you don't want to just slowly matriculate into the area. A lot of the time, it may just crash through. It's kind of like, you don't, like we've talked about, you don't want to short into a stock that's like, you know, like we have like, you know, I've always talked about this for years, you know, like you don't want it to like slowly staircase and get there, you know, or CR traders, let's see how it gets there. He says that, but that's how, what I've said for years, saying like, you got to see, does it shoot straight into it? Is it a 1, 2, 3 candle thing? Or is it a slow do-do-do-do? If it's a do-do-do-do-do, it'll probably pop and go through it. Or again, to the bottom side, right? When you slowly get down into that area. Is trying to see a little bit of a bounce there. I had my orders again at 290 and 284, 287 anyway, but 290, 280s. Right off that. Just did not quite get filled. Small bounce play there if you did take it. Yeehaw. You know, you're getting your, at this point, you're getting your 10 cents. You know, if you got out, if I got 290, which I wanted, I'd be up about 20 cents now, and I, you know, probably would be taking some profit into this 215, 220 area right here. Right? Like right now, it's kind of trying to squeeze, but push into that, you know, 310 mark. Nope. Paul, I was canceling the orders there, Paul, is what I just did. Because I didn't get filled. And I don't want to try to get filled now. I'm not going to leave them down. And you can see that today. It'd be one thing if we're coming back to an area and hitting it, like, and I've seen that on another ticker. I see it on this ticker, whatever the fuck it may be. You know, I don't see that today. And there's that quick bounce on 1150. Probably should have actually jumped over to BNAI because it had more volume here on the top side. Not that this move was that great, but at least we would have gotten, you know, a good 30, 40 cents out of it, I'd imagine. At least 20-ish, maybe. Just not getting the moves today. That's why I said this in pre-market. I said this multiple times. When you have this many tickers running in the day, it bodes for a shit day in the small cap sector because we just have too many plays running. I do like the flat top here on THH, so maybe if THH can do what KUST couldn't, because I remember if you wanted, or what I wanted KUST to spike to like 450, 460. Somewhere around there, maybe a little higher, and then get a bounce play off the $4 area. And that's why I came all the way down here. Do you see, guys, why I came all the way down here? Now, again, I didn't get filled. It fucking sucks. I don't know if you guys got filled. I guess no one did. Or maybe no one trusted the level. But I promise you, when I find a bounce play that I love, I'll take it. I'm gonna put levels out there and say this is gonna get hit. You know, there's no way this doesn't see some sort of bounce. And if I would have gotten filled so far, I was literally a penny off from getting filled. It only would have been 500 shares. What sucks, again, as usual, wouldn't have been filled my full allotment. But still, you're talking about, you know, 20 cent, 30 cent, well, almost 30, but 20 cent plus bounce play now. Oh, THH, come on. Don't do what Cuss did and crack on down. I like the 140 mark for a bounce play. So if KUST can squeeze and go, 140 and all this resistance will become in such a great demand for a bounce. Body moving. Could watch for some moves back up today for potential shorts. That goes DRCT as I talked about, team. Look at DRCT. Are we halted down now, THH? DRCT. I don't think anyone would have gotten filled there. I don't think anyone would have had orders in that high, really, because of course you'd usually that low, but that high. Boom, right back on up. DRCT. Another quick liquidation sweep down to 420. This is what I was talking about. I probably would have had levels a little bit lower. Nice to see that for DRCT. It's still just flat out to the right, though. So it's not like it's It just, you get swept down to that area, and you get lucky if you get filled. And if you do, you're soaking right back up. It's kind of like getting shorts here and to begin with at 4. It's you get it 4 and it soaks right back into it. 4 and it right back into it. This is pretty much the same thing if you go in like a 5-minute time frame, right? You just maybe a little bit longer time frame, but it's up and then right back into it, and then even more, like more of that death candle-y look. Boy, oh boy, oh. Boy, oh boy, oh. It's kind of sideways out here right now. I'm looking for another ticker. I mean, ASTI all the way back on down. I mean, I'm just going through all these small cap tickers here. Large cap's not that great today either. It is looking like a Friday. CRVS has got a nice uptrend channel. That's pretty decent, but it's real slow. It's slower for CRVS from what we saw the other day. Move's starting to get ugly. Move is starting to get a little ugly here. THH, not last good spike there from 70 to $1.50. It's halted down now. We have BANI holding this 1150 mark, so that was a good call right there for BNAI. It did take the trade, but BNAI, nice good move there. Probably the only really good move I've seen. Mine wasn't bad. I just didn't get filled. So I had the right area, 290, 287, 285, or 4, or whatever. That would have been great. In the end, I would have had an average fill. That's why I said 284, 287, 290. I would have had an average fill of 287 if I would have gotten filled fully. 287, 1,500 shares. You're talking a, 10, 20, 30 cent bounce. Almost 40 cent bounce from 87 fill. With a high there on the run was 323. I would be so happy. I'd be like, yep, done. Done for the day. Thank you very much. Finally, something came to my area, and I was right. And I was right. I just didn't get filled. Hurts a little bit about, BNAI. This, I would have been probably fully filled. I would have probably done 1147 to 1157. I think this hit 1147. Yeah, so this would have been a nice, good bounce play, too. So that's really all I'm seeing right now. Unless you're playing quick reversals from high of day, you have break of structure candle from Trading View. That truly is about the only thing I've seen since the opening bell. Cust was nice. Yep, Gibbo's popping up there, so good alert from Veda. Gibbo, G-I-B-O. We'll move away from Cust. That's probably going to be about it for today. I'm glad I called the true one bounce we had in market. And that's what you have to do a lot on days like today, team, is go low for a bounce play. Nothing's holding up. This is what I learned back in the past. You would go, oh, let's go here. Fail. Oh, this should bounce. No. Too many tickers are running. Mob goes here, then it's there, then it's here, then it's there. Like right now it's over on Gibbo, right? So if you're looking for a bounce play on Gibbo, I'm not kidding you. I would come down here to 190 to 180. You'll see a bounce play there. It'll be small like we just got on Cust, but you don't have to worry about being in all the crazy up and down, movement. Go a little lower today. If you're looking for a bounce play, that is. 150 was beautiful. 1150 for BNAI was one that I would say you could stay up on, a little bit more so. This little, more to the middle of the chart. Any of these tickers right now, I'd say let's go for a bounce play at this 230 mark into this 225 mark. Somewhere in there should see a bounce. And maybe we still do. But on a day like today where nothing's holding up, I'd just go low. This does have 3 resistance up top. So it's got a strong resistance at 260. 3, if this could pop up real fast for Gibbo, would be really nice for a short opportunity. Still filling hard though at 260s. 260s right there from pre-market. You can see a lot of failing at 260s. Whoa, THH halted down again. Oh, almost halted down. Almost halted down. Almost halted down. Well, that bounce play on DRCT ended up working out pretty nicely there. So DRCT, you know, I talked about trying to get in around the $4.10, $4 mark. It didn't quite get there. It hit like $4.20. Now back up to 5, so DRCT trying to move back above the VWAP. We're still technically trying to hold. I'm sure if I go into a 5-minute time frame, it's still not perfect. But right here in this area, this 16, 40, 80, 60s area, trying to hold support. There's your resistance on Gibbo. Again, you want to go for a bounce play. Safer is going to be down here at 190, 180. Risky Biscuits right around 230, 225. Oh, BNAI. No, I should have went to you. God, the 1150 bounce play was absolutely money. And at the fact that it's went up this high again, and the VWAP's not really trying to chase up with it, I would be definitely looking for another 1150 bounce play back down there. So we'll see if we get another double top reversal in market. I think this failed in after hours, was it there? No, it wasn't pre-market. Really early in pre-market, it had resistance at 1330. Right now, it's going to have some 13 resistance at 1270. BNAI best play, in my opinion, since the opening bell. Since the opening bell, it's holding, it's bouncing, it's reversals up top, building an uptrend channel here. I like BNAI for sure. If there's a play today that I like, it's BNAI. There goes new high of day for BNAI. If this play can run to 14 plus, I'm going to surround 1275 into 13 with bounce play. So don't do that now, and it's going to soak back into it. So this would be a little quick little dip rip. Let's see if it boomerangs or slingshots. I'd love a slingshot. I'd love for this come down, look sweep back on up through to new high of day, but it's got to bounce off this area. Then we know this is going to be the bounce play if we go to 14 plus. Again, I want this to 14 plus. Last reversal, 1275 to 1150. Give me 1425. Give me 14. Okay, Rue? Get some water, girl. Come on and hold and go. Hold and go. Nothing else I'm liking right now, honestly. This is my favorite play of the day. If I had to pick one play for the morning team right now, it's BNAI. Put that over on the Discord. Here, trying to bounce a little bit off this area like I talked about. Again, a little bit riskier. Go down lower for 180, 190 area for Gibbo. You got to see that KUST is still holding that 290 mark. This is what I'm talking about on days like today. Find a low area on these tickers. Because a lot of the time what will happen is it just won't go lower than that. Since plays aren't holding as well, I've been shorting under 50. Yeah. Could see that too working today. Definitely take profit because nothing's really crashing. Nothing's moving and holding. There's a nice, so the 220 does hold there. So 220. Now, not that it's major because I bet some people are trying to get in around 230. So now you're only up about, maybe 20 cents with average in. That's like nothing's really crashing. NAM was the only one that has crashed back. Everything is at least still kind of green for the day, right? You know, it's still up on the day. It's just that we don't have anything holding, or I say holding, nothing spiking. Anything that's spiked, it's not holding. Like move is my point. It had a sell-off, but it's still, you know, it's still in play that maybe we get the mob go to it. That's the thing for me right now. Who has the mob? BNAI is really inconsistent volume. It doesn't have it. You know, I like the look of it, but it's just inconsistent volume. So that's what I'm worried about it. You know, consistent volume, it just really isn't there for many of these plays except for like THH. It's pretty consistent except for the front half of the day, but now it's fading back off again. So that's just the one thing that I'm noticing here. Nothing has continuous volume that stays the same. You know, move could get it back. Merlin, stop. I see one loss on a bounce today. Never since trading journaling. There you go. One. There you go. Love it. Love it. Looking forward to. Love it, brother. Love it, man. That's generally, I would say, a majority of the time the case with people if they actually do what I tell them to do in the one-on-ones. You know, essentially, I can't teach and preach the same things over and over and over enough to you guys. You got to do it or you don't do it. You know, if you do it, you will get it quicker and faster. And that's the journaling. That's tracking, going back over your trades, not trading a lot, keeping a consistent share size, going over and trading the same setups daily, charting at the end of the day or throughout the day and going over as many charts as you can. You do these things every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's the key. That's the key. That's the key. Only other play I like right now would be BNAI for a... Oh, my. Oh, you little booger, you. So, Gibbo, nice bounce play right there. And this kind of has that mob look, too, as well. Although I was worried because THH just did this, and I was worried that it was going to do some THH things. This 220 bounces money. Now, again, if it's the only play running on the day and nothing else is moving, all these other tickers we're not looking at, this is what I usually look for, team. See this old support resistance area right through here from pre-market right here? Right there. That little sandwich area. Boom. Look at the bounce play. I love that sort of move. Up, and since I'm saying right down to it, we get filled right back on up. Yo, AK, it's Mike. Active trader doing a call. Oh, yeah, Ben Noodle. Well, who's Ben Noodle? Who? Ben Noodle. I swear I know a Ben Noodle. Seems like. And his real name is Ben Noodle. Did you kill Ben? Where's Ben at? That's like, I swear. Speaking of one-on-ones, like I swear I do one-on-ones with a guy named Ben. Doing great, bro. Doing amazing. THH halted back up here, team. THH halted back up. Good from, oh, yeah. What's up? I knew that was you, Wahab, from earlier. Civilized citizen. Have a good one, bro. Have a good one. Get some good sleep. You're not going to miss much the rest of the day in small caps, in my opinion. We might eventually get a runner, but right now it's choppy across the board. No one really has the mob. I'd say Gibbo's starting to try to get it a little bit. BNAI, I like the chart too as well. But other than that, all these other small cap tickers are just a lot of up, down. Like I said, that's what I said this morning. You know, you're going to get a lot of inconsistencies, unfortunately, today because we have too many tickers we're looking at. So, like I said, go low. Look for bounce plays like we did on KUST. Don't overtrade on days like today. Sit back. Wait. T-Web, good job though, man. 90%. That's awesome. That's fucking just money. That's money, my man. 90%. And that's what I mean, I know it's not been too long, but 2-3 weeks though of trading. 90%. Just like that. Well, which bounce play did you take, T-Web? Which bounce play did you take, T-Web? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? T-Web, T-Web, T-Web. Which bounce play did you take? OCG small pop, BGL, nothing really there going on. It's crazy how when you have all these different tickers, and I knew this day was coming at some point because every day we had a crazy run over. I mean, however, I can't tell you how many days in a row now we've had a 200, 300% mover in market. Like, move is, or even gap up, right? But move, I think at its point got that to, again, today we had another 200% mover. So again, this comes from yesterday's close. So it makes sense, right? But a lot of it's not in market movement. And that's the thing. We're starting to lose that in market movement. I talked about this yesterday on the TTP stream. I put it over on the Discord that I have as well, which I'll get that link out there for you guys. Maybe some new people here and there. Sorry, I always should put this stuff out there. Free Discord. Alerts, trades, levels, and much more all day long. Boom, go to the Discord. Of course, I'm on the paid stream here, team. This is just free on Friday today. I don't have a dual stream Friday set up. This week a shortened week, and of course the big storm coming through. I'm going to leave this day alone. Would have been a great day, honestly, for a dual stream Friday, because of the just literally just inconsistent from these trades here. We do have BNAI, to me, the better runner of the day. It seems like it has that it look to it to hold the mob. Now it has this weird inconsistent volume, and that's why I'm looking for bounce plays. Right now, if we do come back on down, I'm going to put orders in at now 1250 to 1275. 1250 to 1275 for BNAI. T-Web, I took the bounce on DRCT at the 5 and 50, but didn't bounce as much, and I should have took profit. But yeah, got you. I jumped in short when it confirmed. Oh, good job. At least you got it right back. And that's what I'm looking for today was the 50, but with a bounce area, and it worked on. And, you go to CUS, go to KUST. Look where it bounced at. Right at not only the lower VWAP band, not only the support and bounce from pre-market at 290. Then the 50's there. It was a perfect bounce play. Now, again, it's at low and there's not a lot moving, so you only get 25, 30 cents out of it, maybe, 35 at most, but still a pretty good bounce play, almost 40 cents from that. I wanted 285s, but it just didn't get into the 280s, or it would have been what I would have wanted. Well, this is and I just was over on the Discord. If we get a mob runner, and I think it's going to be BNAI, it's going to start showing its face now. Like this 30-minute sector into the top of the hours where we start to get our mob winner. The college football playoff is in at 12. Why would it get bigger? Who wants more teams in the college football playoff? No offense, but who? I mean, what? I get, where we're at now. I wouldn't go at most 16. 12 was, why? You're going to have listen, who won this year? The number one team. It's going to happen most years. Why are you going to have 20 teams in there when number 18, 19 ain't going to have a chance? By the time they get to the championship game, because the number one seed is the number one team, usually most years it shows itself, and it did this year again in Indiana. 20, or I don't know what they'd go to, but 16, no more than that, please. Last play that I'm going to try to trade for the day is going to be BNAI here at this 1250, 1270 mark. 1250, 1270 for BNAI. You ain't got no alibi, but I like you. All right, got the orders in there for BNAI. Got orders in for BNAI. It may continue to run, but I got orders in at the 1277 mark down to 1247. I'm going to surround that with 250 share allotment and orders to see if we get filled. Let's see if I get 1,000 shares. Target would be moving back up to 13 to 1320 for target 1, 1340 for target 2. Anything over that, we'll just be in heaven. Looking for an average entry price somewhere right around, I'll have an average entry price right around 1260. We'll go to BNAI, top stock to watch right now. We're going to put, we will put, what you call it, move right here, body moving's already out of the charts. We looked at so many dang tickets to date. You know you've looked at a lot of tickers when you go over to your recents board on TOS. Anyone else, any questions you guys got? Active Trader, hopefully you're doing good, my man. Are you still over at TradeCaster? Are you still doing anything over there with Deck? Hopefully you're having a good day. It is that slowdown time period, team, where we have this many tickers. THH, nice bounce play off $1, moving back up. Watch for maybe a double top there. I'm not a big fan of shorting the top. It works. It's definitely a money maker. But 140 to 145 potential double top. Look there on THH. We're all over the best tickers and best looking stocks for the day, in my opinion. So if you're looking for a trade, we're on it. Large caps today, I don't think they're really doing anything nice at all. I'll go through the ringer here. Apple's trying to make a move back around. These charts are just ugly, though. Let's go to A and B. What's next? BABA, go to, then B. B, a big red to green move. Meta, nice day today, actually. Meta, nice, good. NVDA is so flat. I'm glad I said don't trade that. PLTR range bound, not range bound, but it's in using my levels, which is awesome. I have lines in, and they respected them beautifully today. And Tesla's kind of ugly. NVIDIA or Meta. Meta's the one with the nice move today. Meta, big move there. Was in the 642 range to start pre-market, or when I was alerting it in pre-market. Squeezed up to 645. Opened from there, ran to 652. So we had a nice, good pop there from Meta today. Did I alert Meta? I think I did. Meta is running back into an old uptrend, moving past that. So watch for some 650 to 652 resistance. Over that, we move up to 655. I'll say right now, normal high of day 655, where I have a line in at 654.25. Ultimate high of day, watch for move up to 658.75. On the way back. Cool, yeah. So I did alert it. I did like that play a little bit more today. Dang it, come on back down to my levels. I'm still going to leave these levels in here. I like this for a dip buy on BNAI. Starting to get up top of this uptrend channel, so watch for a pullback down below it. And if so, it's going to get a nice good pullback down to our bounce area. That's going to be it for me. That's going to be it for me. All right, cool. We're all over it. That's it for me, my friends and family. Have a bit of a strong headache today for whatever reason. Woke up with one and it still just hasn't gone away. Looking at these screens isn't helping them, I'll tell you that. I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over? I'm going to probably give my eyes a break here at the top of the hour. I'll go to the top of the hour, but man, my eyes are just in my head. Oh, man. Slept like a rock, though, last night. I'll say that. Did get great sleep. Got a lot of energy, but boy, my head's just like right through here. I guess I don't know if it's a tension headache or if it's like I don't know, but it's like right through here, right behind the back of my head, and just shoots right back here. Just juice. I feel like I'm that guy. Oh, what's his name? LeVar Burton. LeVar, what's his name? Reading Rainbow? Wasn't he on Reading Rainbow? Anyway, the guy that had on Star Trek that had that thing across his eyes. That's where my headache's at. It's like right here. It's like zzz, zzz. You know, like a heating pad and massager thing. I'm done on the day, but we'll keep on. Yeah, T-Web, you're good. Oh, yeah. At this point, if you've got, like I said, cussed, perfect. That play could still continue to go. What a perfect call there on KUST. Still won't crack below. I told him, oh, it's perfect. And it's actually doing exactly what it did earlier. I could see this squeezing up. Then I'm going to be real mad if that continues to go. but it's slower right now. Best chart, BNAI. It's got the mob, 100% BNAI does. Again, looking for a bounce play. You might see a bounce at 1330s, to be honest. You know, you might see this 1330 bounce. It's got this little juncture right here too as well. I'm just going to go lower and just be safe. All right, team. Anything you guys want to go over? I'm going to stay here to the top of the hour. BNAI has the mob today. New high of day. Absolutely beautiful chart setup right there. Still squeezing and going for more. It's your runner for the day. BNAI. It's not even a question at this point. Who's the mob winner? If this runs a little bit higher into 15 and gets in that upper VWAP band, like we keep getting these touches, watch for a reversal, but also then I'm going to move my orders up to 1330. Here we go. There's that move into 15. Now watch for a quick reversal. I'm going to move my orders up, team. This is busting the lid off right now. Down to this 1330 mark. So that's where we're going to move the orders at for BNAI. All right, got him in. Got him in. BNAI, nice move into this upper VWAP band. Big squeeze. It may only come down to 14 for this area. I'm going to go right here. Pre-market high, this little juncture right there at 1335. All right, guys. All right. Here we go. Come on back down. Give it to me. Give it to me. Want the bounce play? Give it down to the ground. Once you get down to 1330, please do it. Hold on a sec. Come on, Margo. Oh, go down. Good girl. Good girl. Margo. Lay down. You just slobbered all over me. I know. Life is tough. I know. Oh, things gonna keep on going. Doesn't look like we're going to get our bounce play on BNAI, and there's that soak zone right back down to 14 that I was talking about right there. That's what I'm saying. Watch for maybe a bounce play there. I'm going to go lower to be safe, and boom, right off of that 14.10 mark. This is what happens when plays get hot. They get these quick little sweeps back down, and it soaks right back up to high of day. This is, generally when you get the hot play of the day, that's what you'll see a lot of. I'm going back down to this juncture right there at 13.35. I'll still leave those orders in liking that area as the VWAP and the 50 kind of slowly are moving up with it. But that was the play right there, in my opinion. For BNAI, like I said, there's a quick, that was perfect. Perfect. A little risky for me at this point in the day as nothing's holding up. But when you get that runner that ends up taking the mob, this is what you'll see. This old plateau, this old resistance area. Watch, we squeeze, we come down, touch it, and go right back up again. This is the kind of slingshot mentality that I'm talking about. Move's not done yet for the day either. I could see move even popping back through 19 up to around the 21 mark, and over that, then you're going to have some nice, good fun. Over 21, it's going to run. Everything else is done for the most part. Any last questions you guys have? I'm going to jump off the screen here for a few minutes, team, so I can just shut my eyes, rub my eyes. I'm like, oh gosh, oh man. Relax here for a few minutes. I'll jump back on the mic here in about 45 minutes or so. I just want to let everybody know I have my orders in for BNAI. Looking for a dip buy at the 13.30 mark. Any questions you guys have? Any wallflowers out there? Again, thank you all for joining this morning. The hodgepodge mess. I hate when we have days like today where it's just like, oh boy, way too many tickers. BNAI is starting to take the mob, which is really nice at this point. You can see here, clearly has the mob. Good move for the day. Next level up for BNAI. Wow, look at all these trend lines from this day. That's crazy. 52-week high. We got to go back in some time here to find exactly what is next for BNAI. Woo! Watch for move to 17. I would say first 16.10, 16.10, and then 17. So we'll see how these levels work out. Well, it's really right at 16 to be honest. 16 and then 17. What a mover today. What a mover. What a mover. Move PT from 1279. Nice. Did you get in, Paula? Good. If you did. If you got in on that dip at 1275 or 1725. I can't even see. I can talk today. Thanks, boss. Taking KT. Oh, yeah, for sure. And you guys with the weather this weekend, anyone that's dealing with the weather into Monday or Tuesday, of course, and more into the East Coast, it starts for us tonight into tomorrow, and then on Sunday it ends. But it is going to be a lot of winter weather and a lot of ice somehow. I'm just like, how is it? I just don't get it. They can try to explain to me, well, here on the ground it's 20 degrees or 17, but 5,000, 10,000 feet up is warmer? How? How in the fuck is it warmer up? Really? I guess warm heat air, whatever. What does they say? Warm air, rise, heat air? I guess that. I don't know. It just still doesn't make sense. I need to go to school for like 3 months for them to explain that to me. Like last time I checked, when I get in a plane, it's supposed to get colder as I go up. How is it warmer? How is it cold, warm, cold? It's like cold, warm, cold, snow. Then it gets warm and stuff, and then it's like, what? Huh? Just math ain't mathing for me there. Makes my head hurt even worse when I try to think about it right now. But yeah, stay safe out there. I hope, because the models keep shifting back and forth. We're like right, Oklahoma City, like Saline girl, we're talking to her yesterday. Saline, she's in Oklahoma City. They're going to get pounded with snow. They're going to like a foot of snow. And if you're in that one corridor, you're going to get like 7 inches, 8 inches, a foot, maybe a foot and a half or more. We're on the corridor. We're like right where it's going to get sleet. Not the ice. That's going to be southern Arkansas. But we're right on that. It's going to be, we could get up to 3 to 4 inches of sleet. I've hardly really ever seen that much sleet. But that's how much is going to be dumping, I guess, out of this system. I keep hearing the word moisture. There's a lot of moisture, so essentially a lot of rainwater to come out of this. They're saying the average, like if it rains 1 inch, that accumulates to 10 inches of snow. And they said this system will produce where 1 inch of rain will equals at some points of this system 20 inches or 15 inches of snow, because that's how much will be coming down. I'm like, damn. So, but we're right on that corridor of snow, sleet, and I hope it pushes down and we get, like that goes right below the Arkansas River. And that happens a lot of times. We're always right at the Arkansas River. It's always so weird. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. They never mention the river, but I can't tell you for how many years I've lived here, when we have these kind of back and forthers, that Arkansas River that runs through the state, because it slowly goes a little bit north, because like Russellville, that's north of here, but right just north of, it's like on the riverside, whatever, but it's got snow. But it's crazy how if you look with where the corridor that freezing line is of where it's fully snow or sleet, and that's what they're saying like last night. Like, hey, you could have 30 minutes an hour, it's sleeting. You look outside now, it's dumping snow. You look outside at 30 minutes an hour later, now it's sleeting again. We're right on that line, which sucks. I'd hate to be on the line below it where you're really getting freezing rain and ice, essentially is going to form. That shit sucks. Ice storms, oh, they suck so bad. They suck terribly, but yeah, snow. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll get more snow than sleet, because I definitely want to get Thanos out, our big Jeep Wrangler, and take it out to have some fun. Dogs love it too. They love running around in it. So Giovanni, anyone that's out anywhere, T-Web, Paula, you guys stay safe out there. If you'll be dealing with the winter weather and the storm. The winter weather. The storm is called Fern. Winter Storm Fern. I don't know when they started doing that. I remember that one in the Northeast forever ago, like maybe it was in the New York area. It got blasted. But I'm like, were they doing that forever? I don't remember that like in the 90s. Like, Hurricane Andrew, 1992 or whenever that was, 92, whatever, the one that hit Florida, Hurricane Andrew. I'm sure most remember that. And that was one of the major ones in the 90s. Probably the biggest maybe. And one that kind of stood out for a while, until we had Katrina and some of these ones recently. But I just don't remember winter storms in the 90s being named. Maybe because there's just not that many big ones, so you don't ever hear about them that much, or we're not around, or I'm not a part of them because I don't live in the North or Northeast. I don't know. They've always been naming these things? Have they? THH, Gibbo, pretty similar plays. Both are done. Both of these plays are really starting to die off on volume. Plays that do this too a lot of the time, where now we'll get an all-day runner for sure every once in a while out of this, but usually it's done a little bit in pre-market. It's not the number one gainer. It's like 70 cents to 90, and 80 cents to $1, and that's its pre-market movement. And then not a lot, but then those can run. Or like a play that BNAI is a great example. Although it had a couple, but it didn't really do a move type play. When you move as much as you do, like move in pre-market, a lot of the time, especially if it's from after hours, you've spiked up, you'll get a sell-off, and then it gets a little choppy. The all-day runners typically are trades that don't really do much in pre-market. Those have a lot better chance in normal conditions. Now, we're in hot conditions, so CRVSs of the world or SPHLs or the moves of the world move not so much today because it was an after-hours runner, so those a lot of the time don't have a lot of legs the next day. It's generally hey, we're spiking up today. Here's the new hot runner, PAVM, so PAVM the other day, and it ran, and but that's where, again, I'll go back to PAVM. This is where I started to go, a little bit of worry here. These plays aren't holding up as long. This one held up at least till lunch. And then you go to VERO Friday of last week. So we're starting to see these plays not holding their gains as much, and they're starting to give back. And when they give back, they're really starting to give back. I mean, look where VERO is now. So, in my opinion, team, next week, just for any of those guys, any of you guys still sticking around, next week, I still feel we could be hot. We still could have some momentum and carryover. But what I will say is pay attention to and know that the runners we're getting aren't holding up nearly as long. Move could help push that today, and maybe that would kind of, traders would forget about what's been going on. Even back from VERO, anyway, you get my point. These plays have been giving back gains usually the day of, and now it's happening sooner and sooner and sooner to where they're not holding their gains at all. They're giving, but move could help traders forget that, especially like traders like myself that remember these things. If move can run and move up to like 24, 25, we're looking at it later today and it does go to 26. Holy shit, beautiful. Another bounce right off that 14 area like I talked about earlier on BNAI. BNAI 14 is going to try to hold for a little while. So just pay attention to that next week. We need something to run today. We need something to hold up. Otherwise, next week, moving into Monday, we could still maybe get that number one runner. Hopefully we don't have as many tickers we're looking at as well. Hopefully a lot of these plays die off and we're not looking at any of these plays on Monday and we can kind of reset, refresh. Get a play that runs in pre-market, has decent news, and of course, and then it runs in market and holds at least through lunch. But just know that these plays aren't holding through power hour and after hours. That stopped with Vero last Friday. Since then, every play that spiked and has been the runner of the day has dumped back off and has given back gains, whether it's been at lunch or sooner. All right, I'm taking the break at the top of the hour. Still have my orders in here for BNAI. Any last questions from you guys out there right now, let me know. Any last questions out there, let me know. Hey, not bad. Since last, Since last Monday, team. So the last 2 weeks now, since last Monday, overall, only still one loss. Only one loss for myself. 12 wins, $3,600, $36.46 since last. Now that's when then the fees come out, then it's at $3,500. But net P&L is so essentially $3,500 since last Monday. Not a lot of trades, only 13 trades, 12 wins, 1 loss. Love it. Broseph, man, y'all guys got to start looking. Broseph, look up. Look at the chat. Come on now. You kidding me, aren't you? You're kidding me. Like, huh? Look right above you. Look right above you. I was like, literally my very last alert says BNAI orders in for dip. I thought you were kidding. I was like, huh? I wasn't sure when you posted that. No time. Oh, yeah. You got to put the timestamps on. Put the timestamps on. So top right-hand corner, make sure the timestamps are on. Timestamps. Yeah, you got to make sure those timestamps are on. I was like, what? I just alerted that. I was like, literally, I just alerted that. Yeah, I hate when they're off. I'm like, trade the pool. Anytime I go to a YouTube stream, I'm like, I gotta have them on. Because yeah, I'm right there with you. Because you're like, when did they alert that? When was the alert? You're good, brother. Didn't realize you could do it. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm like, I can't stand when they're off. It's like the opposite of the P&L. I don't want my P&L on. I want my timestamps on for sure. Yeah, just going back and look at my wins. So that's not bad, That profit is on your, yeah, Aussie chick, yep, 12, let's see here, since last Monday, 12 wins, 1 L, 35, 45. Yes, Aussie chick, finally trading more, which is nice, finally getting these dip buys, we're getting a lot more trades in, which is awesome. 50K. Aussie chick, 50K. It's the 50K. It's the 50K. I got it when it was on, when they did the sale for Black Friday, the 15% off. The 15% off. Because they went from 10 to 15. And I was waiting for the 15. And so 15, yeah. That's another reason why I can't go too big, a lot of the time, with that account size anyway. I mean, I can't go like 8. I mean, I'm not going to like I used to anyway, where I was going in 5,000 or 7,000 shares when I was just killing it. Well, I'm in seven. I never was going 7,000 shares on a trade. I was finally getting there too. That's what sucks. I was like, oh, I'm about to start banking because everyone's like, why don't you just go bigger, man? You'd have 50K, 100K days. I mean, you got to go back to the Trader Alert Challenge. You know, if I would have traded heavier share size, oh my gosh, I would have been. Anywho, it is what it is. Yes, Ingrid, Aussie chick. There you go. The 50K, almost did the 100K, but I just didn't want, I just sometimes with that 100K, I just like, the parameters to it. And I like to keep things at least here where I'm at now and how I'm trading. I would have got the 200K if it was when I was trading bigger and more, but where I'm at now and how I just kind of did the math and I almost did the 100K. So just do the 50K, just do the 50K, grow it slow and steady. And that's all I've been doing. I mean, if you see the trades, see yesterday I was up, I made 350 yesterday. Some days that's about my usual smaller day now, 300 to 500. And then I've got my $1,000 days, that come in. That was my biggest trade there was 1,100 on roller. So I made $1,100. That was my biggest trade overall. But most of my wins are 350, 500. Largest loss, $43. So my one L I took was $43, team. Largest win, I'm just going to put that in there. Oh, BNAI, you little dirty, round scoundrel, rascal, you. New high of day. There it goes. Well, not getting the bounce play down here at 1350. I'm going to probably cancel those orders for now and just take a break off the mic and just overall from charts. Beautiful move for BNAI, you little rascal, you. That's where you'd want to go now that it's moved to new high of day in 16. We have a little bit of resistance there. I'm on the line in at 16 on the dot. I would come back down to 1430s. I would come back down to this 1430 mark. Great 80% move for the day. Alrighty. Any last questions you guys have? Top of the hour. It's time for the break. My head's hurting. We called out the best winner of the day, BNAI. 16 resistance area. We called that out too as well. Got the lines in so you guys know where to trade if I step off the mic. Beautiful there. 1430 area, 1420 area, support for a bounce play. Below that, go down to around 1340. Any questions? We good for the day? I'm going to take a small break off the mic for a few minutes, relax the brain and the eyes for just a few minutes. You guys have any questions, let me know right meow. You have any questions, let me know, otherwise I'm out. I'm out. Just for now, though. Just for now. There she goes. She's a rocking and a rolling team. Now 14, 20, 30 area for the safe dip buy. Come in around 15 to 15.25 if you want to dip buy right now. If you want to dip buy right now, this is getting hot. 15.50 to 15.25, somewhere in this area. Safer dip buy at 14.30. All right, team, I'll be back here in just a bit. I'll throw some jams on for you that are sticking around. I would alert and trade more, stick around a little longer. My head is just absolutely throbbing right now. I'm like, I just need to take a break for my own sake. I'll be back here in just a bit, team. If you have anything you want to go over, let me know. Anything at all, let me know. All right, sweet. You guys, love you. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. If you're heading out for the day, if you're not sticking around, I'll be back, don't worry, a couple of times a day, 100%. So whether it's here in the next hour, do some afternoon commentary for sure. Once I get some food and some more liquids in me, I will be much better in my brain. I can't wait for my brain to stop hurting. Oh my gosh, I'm like, my head. Plenty of energy. My head just is killing me. Josh, I thought you missed the bounce on BNAI. I did. Yep. I did miss it. I'm just saying I've been on it since 11:50 bounce. We've been on this play since 11:50. No one else. Name another chat room that's been on this play since the 11:50 bounce. I mean, maybe there's one, but I called it out too, right? Called this play out. So we've been on this play for fucking $6, almost $6 now. It's awesome. That's what I'm saying. We don't miss anything if you're on my stream. You won't miss a thing if you're on my live stream. I may miss some plays because I have to alert 100 million things. And that's why I can't know, and that's why down the line, that's why I've said I'm not gonna do this forever, because I miss trades doing this. I can't I've got alert. I do, I want to get to that level, and when I'm slowly getting there to where I can just, like what I did this yesterday, where I just put levels in and I just wait to get filled. So that's why yesterday I was in 2 trades at once yesterday. I think it was yesterday, right? Yeah, I was in 2 trades at once yesterday, 2 bounce plays. And I want to start doing that more. And of course, if I wasn't streaming live and doing one-on-ones and all that stuff, then I could, get back to like I was in 2020, 2021. And I'm going to eventually do that. I don't know what year I'm going to call it quits. Of course, I'll let everybody know ahead of time, but I'm not, I don't want to do this forever. I want to just be able to sit back and trade, because I miss a lot of moves streaming, and that's just unfortunately my brain and how I stream. Is like I have that broadcast background journalism, so I have to be like the sportscaster. Oh, there's this, and oh, there's that, oh, and I can't just say put orders here. Let's just trade this. We're just and not look at all the other shit. Like I just look at the 2 or 3 things that look good and just trade that. And it's hard for me to do that with that broadcast background and who I am anyway. But but when I trade by myself, that is how I trade. I don't care. I don't have to alert all this other bullshit. I just go, cool, here I'm just trading this because this is what I like. I'm gonna put orders in and I'll just sit back. But yes, I missed it for sure. But just saying, we've been on it since 11:50, which is huge. I don't know. Did anyone even else out there alert the 11:50 bounce play like I did? It was money now if you think about it. And now my bounce plays aren't coming to fruition because this play just continues to run without giving us bounce plays anymore. We had one other bounce play, and it was right here at 12:50. I guess you could call the 14:10 one a decent bounce play as well. You go back and put it in a 1-minute time frame and go back to this little soak zone. This just was coming, so I guess I could say it is giving us good bounce plays, but it's not coming down to safer areas. It's coming to that first area that's a little risky and then ripping for more. Like right here's a good example. See how it boop up, soak down, up for more, right? Swoop, suck up for more. Now we may get one of these again. So look then what? Old resistance, new support at 16. So 16 would be the bounce play for now. I would still be safer and come down here at 15, 20, 15, 30 and put orders in somewhere around there. Is this play halted down on such little movement? Wow, that's so stupid. Well, it's fully taking the mod today. Any last questions? I'm going to jump off the mic, though, for now. We'll get some music on. Whew! Y'all be safe this weekend if you're out. Like I said, I will be back a couple times throughout the day for some commentary. But if you are out for the rest of the day, have a safe weekend. Be safe out there, team. Please get your groceries and everything you need to get ahead of time so that way you don't have to risk getting out during the chaos. Although, I can't wait for that. And hopefully we get a lot of snow, because I don't want anyone out on the roads but me, so I can just have fun and Jeep it up. So let's hope we get that. Go Broncos, AFC Championship game on Sunday. Get to watch that with all the crazy winter weather going on. That will be interesting. Of course, they don't have any out in Denver, but it'll be cool here with all the winter weather I got. And then I'll be watching Denver that has no snow or winter weather, which will be that's what I'm saying, will be kind of weird and cool to watch. But you guys have a good one. I'll see you back on Money Monday. I think I've covered everything for you guys. Again, I'll put my links out there again, my one-on-ones. If you need any one-on-one help. But put pictures. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, I did last year. All that stuff I showed yesterday. T-Web, I don't know if you caught that in the afternoon though. I'll show off. Yes, I'll show off what. Yeah, let's do a quick little show off from what we did last year. This was great. This was great last year. Got 9 inches of snow last year, and this was absolutely just so much fun. Let's get. Oh yeah, it's a panoramic view here. Merlin. Stop it, Merlin. It's like they know when I'm done talking. Oh, yeah, baby. Check out the fun in the snow last year. Check it out. I mean, look at the snow. Look how deep it is. You'll see here in a second when the tire's going through it. Oh, look at the snow. We're just having a good time, baby. Woo, plowing through. This is what I can't wait to do. This is what I can't wait to do, you know. And then that's during the snow, which is always fun. And then after it gets done snowing, you go find your little, and you can just go look at the tracks. Look at the trackaroonies. And this is me more the day after in a different field that I go over to and have some fun in. And you just rip it up. The mud going everywhere. Slinging up. Love it. Got to roll the windows up there because it starts coming on the inside of the Jeep. It's good the first day. You have the window rolled down the first day because it's nothing but snow. But the next day you start getting some mud flying up. Got some big snowballs. And you just plow them over, baby. I don't know who built that guy. But that thing was absolutely, it literally just completely annihilated it. Look at it. It's gone. It's gone. Just blew that snowball up. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to, and those snowballs were huge. Like, here's a picture of me with the snowballs, or the Jeep with the snowballs. I mean, those are 37-inch tires. Look how, and it's bigger. It's taller than that. I mean, that's a 3-4 foot tall snowball. I mean, literally, it's about 3 foot tall, probably, maybe a little taller. Oh, I can't wait, though. You have no idea how much I can't wait. Can't wait. But yeah, so that was, look at this play just squeezing. Squeeze! Love it. It's play of the day. Play of the day there, BNAI. BNAI, play of the day. Look for a dip buy at 16 or come down to 1550, 1530 area, team. Merlin, stop. I don't want to smell your breath either. Merlin, stop. Please lay down like the other dogs do. Please lay down. Please lay down. When are you going to learn this? I want you to be like Groot. Lay down. This is what Groot used to do. Groot would never get up until I stand up. I'm trying to train this big doofus. Woo! What a face ripper today. See, ex-Olympic snowboarder FBI fugitive Ryan Wedding arrested on charges of drug trafficking and killing federal witness? How have I not heard about this? FBI fugitive Ryan Wedding. I've never heard of this guy. Never heard of him. Damn. Sounds like a crazy guy. Sounds like a crazy guy. All right, guys. Like the stream. Give me some hearts. Down below. Tap that heart. Give me some 100s. Whatever. Yeah, those guys right there. Give me some love. Like today's stream. It gets it more into the what you call it, into the algorithm, and more people look at it. I'll put my links out there one more time for you guys. Instagram, YouTube, go follow. Hey, you if you have Instagram, this is where you should be at anyway. You guys should be over on Instagram. Oh, I have to refresh YouTube again. This is where you should be at. Instagram, go follow me. This is where you'll get stories, food. You'll get to see me, the wife, the dogs, the jeeping, the food she cooks. You'll get to see my toe pictures. I have a OnlyFans account. It's called Only Toes, baby. Actually, I did come up with one for Avery I thought would be really good. How about this one, team? If we get a boat, she should open up an OnlyFans account and an Instagram account and do TikTok and all Twitter X. How about this one? Boats and Toes. Hopefully you've seen Step Brothers. You know about the song Boats and Hoes. It's iconic. If not, please go watch Step Brothers. And please go just Google Step Brothers Boats and Hoes song. You're going to have a good time and laugh a few hundred laughs. Secondly, how about Boats and Toes? Avery laughed her ass off. Actually, that would be pretty good. There's that pull back down to 16. Again, there's your dip opportunity. A little bit safer comes here at this little sandwich here at 1550s, and maybe a little bit lower. The safest comes down here at 1430. Boats and toes, boats and hoes. It's a good one. I'm telling you right now. All right. T-Web, Paula, Aussie Chick, Broseph, thank you guys for coming over. Honestly, means the world to me. I'm going to take a break. My head be hurting like a mofo. So I'm going to take a small break. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm going to stick around, of course, for the whole entire day. I know I've said this a couple of times, and I'm fully getting off the mic now, for sure. It's happening. See you guys back this afternoon for some more commentary. Wrap things up for the day and the week. It's been a hot week. It's been a great one. Last 2 weeks have been fucking on fire. Today, hodgepodge of mess, but we finally get a runner and BNAI. I'll see you guys on Money Monday. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Go Broncos. Have a safe one again, winter weather. That's why I'm keep saying that for sure on top of the fact. I'll see you guys on Money Monday. If you do stick around, listen to some jams, whatever it may be, I'll see you guys back this afternoon. All right? Jam time. Back in a bit. Bang-a-rang, bang-a-rang, bang-bang. Go-rang. Now, that's when they get up. I say bang-a-rang. Now they all get up. Oh, that's the word, Dad. That's the word that gets us going. Where is that list of music that I like to play that keeps you guys on your toes all day? There it is. What's up? Here we go. Been gone for a minute. Finally got some food in me. Good little sandwich and some soup from Avery. I feel better finally. My head's been hurting pretty much all day still. Uptrend channel BNAI. Beautiful uptrend channel here. Bounce play, as we talked about it earlier. Look for a bounce play. I remember I had orders in at 13. My lowest order was 13.23. And it hit. I thought it didn't hit 13.23. It did, but it didn't get filled. So I had my lowest order at 13.23 right on the dot. That was a perfect bounce. Then remember earlier in the day I also talked about this 1260 area. It went from 1260 now all the way up to essentially 16. So a $3.50 bounce. Beautiful, moves back up to 3.5. I would say watch for after hours moves still potentially with these plays. I'm going to get some more stuff done around the house, including picking up a lot of dog poop before it starts to snow and ice and all the stupid weather we're about to get. Stay safe this weekend if you are dealing with the winter weather, and if it's in the south, the Midwest, through the East Coast. Seems like almost half the nation's getting it. That's a lot. Almost half, I guess you can count out like Florida, Alabama, though. You know, I mean, Georgia's kind of getting it. Not bad, though, but Mississippi, same thing. More northern part of those states, but be safe this weekend. Here are the levels on the way out for the rest of the day. I think 16 is going to play pretty strong resistance. If we get over 16, then you know you're going to run somewhere up into this area. On the way down, trend line. Got the 1450 support. You could maybe put a little line in right around 1420, honestly. If you wanted to, you could put a line in at 1420. And if we crack 14, this area right through here, she's going to come right back down to 1335 where we were at earlier. Then we have this 1265 support. I would imagine till the closing bell, we stay in between these levels with the chance to squeeze out of this one at most. I don't think we're having any kind of pullback and moving back down to 1265. In my opinion, that's the last time we'll see that until Monday or Tuesday or whatever. I would imagine the lowest we get here in the power hour would be 1330, 1335 again. I don't think we even see that. We are carrying this uptrend pretty nicely now for almost, 2.5 hours. We started it about 2 hours ago, I guess, on the dot. Beautiful move so far for the day, BNI, and that's what I told you earlier. Again, today where we had a lot of different tickers running, wait until about an hour or so after the opening bell, and then generally we'll have that, we'll find that ticker. That ticker will show itself. We got another one, too, to go with the day with QCLS. Did it halt up on news earlier? No, it didn't have any news. It just flew up out of nowhere, halted up, got some mob, and it's actually stayed up all day long. Support right around 545. Margo. Resistance comes in right around that 615 to 620 mark. It's been dead flat, though, for about 40 minutes. I would imagine it gets out of this and makes one more move for the day. So watch that for QCLS. AUST, AUST, the gold mineral play. Boy, oh, what a dumperoonie right there. Completely giving back all its gains. Really was about it from small caps for the day. Everything else really, everything else fell off. DRCT, everything else from earlier in the day. Oh, that is popping up. I was like, why do I see DRCT higher on the scanner board? DRCT out of nowhere here. So we're going to put the SPY here. DRCT here. My dog's coming in and out of here. Oh man, this is awesome. I just now saw the gifts over on freaking Discord. Discord's been fun today. Discord's been fun today. Discord's been fun today. Oh my gosh, it was. All right, cool. DRCT levels, we'll go ahead and put those in real quickly since it's literally a chat room. But I say chat room pump. It seems like a chat room pump out of nowhere. Right here, there's old resistance support area. Oh, that's still in. Oh, I don't. What channel is that? Isn't that the way you were watching yesterday? Yeah. Oh, it's on Prime. Okay. I was one. It's weird that that's on Prime. Watching like one of those candid camera shows or whatever, like you usually would see that like on True TV or something, I don't know, something goofy where it's like, watch what happens here when the guy blah 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 blah. Like the one the other day was actually, it was the one I remember, which is so funny. Of course, me being a guy. The one yesterday I remember was they had like a baby and the camera was on them. Obviously, cameras, I guess, throughout the house or whatever. So I'm sure if I have ever had a baby, oh my gosh, I definitely have cameras all over in case we're like, where is Isla? We can't find our daughter. It was a daughter. Dad was on the couch. Daughter was on the floor in front of him, and she's just kind of playing, being goofy. He's watching her. Mom's like walking around the house. It's two kids. So it's the daughter's like 3, and then there was a baby too. That's right, there was a baby, and the baby didn't have anything on, or had a diaper on or something. You can't see the baby really though. And the older daughter, the older sister or whatever goes, "You have baby nipples." It just sounded funny to say baby nipples, and so I forgot exactly how it. I guess she asked the dad or the mom or something, and I think it was the dad. And the dad was like, "Do you have baby nipples?" And then he said, "Mom's got big nipples." And then the baby, and like of course, like any kid, they soak in what they say, and then right after that, like mom comes around the corner because she's not in there, she's doing stuff around the house, and then the daughter goes, the one that can talk, the older one, goes, "Mom, you have big nipples?" And she's like, "No," and she's like, then the daughter goes, "So you have baby nipples?" And then she's just like, it was so cute how like, how smart especially some little kids are, so intuitive and just like, "Mom, but when did you have baby?" And then it was so funny. I forgot all what she said though, and they're just laughing their ass off. And they're like, "Great," the wife or the husband. The wife was the one that was on the show. Like they were, they do the interview with people, right? Every once in a while they just show clips. Every once in a while, I guess they reach out. To all the people and say, "Hey, this is your clip. Would you mind being on our show?" Because some people aren't on this. It's like all that. You see that too with a lot of shows. Where like, here's the person's clip. Sometimes they want to be on camera and say, "Yeah, this was what I filmed," and some people, don't want to be. Anyway, the mom did. It was funny, and she was just like, "Yeah, now thanks." Like something I would do to to our daughter, where I would say, "Oh, mom's got big nipples," and she's got, or whatever. Now I'm like, "Oh, I'm not thinking that she's gonna repeat everything." But anyway, but I was like, "What is that show on?" Because I didn't see like a channel, like the logo, and I was like, "What is that on?" It's on Amazon Prime. I don't know what it's called. I'm sure this weekend with the snow and the winter weather, and for the next couple of days, we'll be outside and enjoying it, but we'll definitely be watching a lot of random movies. So I usually have some random movies to tell you guys about on Monday that we watched over the weekend. So you keep opening and closing the door. You know that? If you know Margot, I keep seeing her opens it with her head, and then she shuts it on accident. What are you doing? You're cute. All right, so I almost said DirecTV. DRC, we've seen DRCT for years. We'll go to the 1 year, 1 day, reverse split city. And so we've seen this like last year. This is reverse split. This play didn't go from 45 to 80. Again, let's just go 3 years back. And I'm going to say 1 year back is what again? Where's this at? 80, 85. I'll say 3 years back from reverse splits. It's in this 500 to 800 range. Oh, it went even further. It went to 1900. Wow, with all the reverse splits. So when you see that on the chart, and we've seen so many of these tickers over the past 6-7 months. Almost every ticker we look at has been reverse split, 52-week low play. A lot of the times, then that helps out for the pops. Not that PRs really mean anything. A lot of these PRs, would you stop it, Margo? A lot of these PRs anymore aren't really, they're not like they're great a lot of the days. And some days there's no PR from some of these tickers. It's just 52-week low reverse split, low float. Now we've gotten hot. Traders want to go long. They see the spikes. Boom, whammy. We go crazy. This is the goofy daughter. She's going to try to squeeze in right over there. There is a bed right here. She does not want to lay on this bed for whatever reason. And it's, look at her. Margo, go lay down. Margo, right here. Lay in your bed. Come here, Margo. Come here. Right there. Lay down. Look, that's what she does. She is a goob. Absolute goober. Any questions you guys have? I'm just sticking around for a few minutes here for Power Hour. I am literally about to go outside because it is already cold and windy out there. Windy like a mofo. I got to pick up some dog shit. Avery's been doing a lot recently. I've been, leaving her the duties for some of this stuff, which has been nice. And then I was like, okay, I'll do it today. I'll do it today because it's gross out. It's well, not gross. It's just really cold, and I say really cold. It's about 35, windy, so wind chill probably feels like it's 30 or 25 out there. What do we got? Real feel with the wind. It's got to be. Oh, it's only 30. Okay, it's only 30. Figured it'd feel cooler than that out there. Those are our two stocks to watch anyway, by the way. Obviously, I'd still say QCLS, and it does look like it wants to crack down. So watch for one more pullback from QCLS back down to the $525 range. We do have DRCT. Now, this could end up being a play that pops up in there in after hours, or even the rest of power hour if it can maintain the VWAP. Now, reclaiming and holding, that's going to show some bullishness, and of course, for traders out there seeing this bull flag over it, holding that VWAP is going to be key. So if we can hold that VWAP, it definitely can pop into 685 to 6 again. Keep that on watch. We've seen two plays today fail at this same area. High of day 633, high of day 629. Anyone around? I know there's still probably a few people out there just asking if you have any questions. Holding the uptrend right here. We'll go with BNAI. Got the lines in, so we got the lines in, so we can use those. That way, if I ever step away off the mic, and I'm not on camera alerting, you guys can at least still trade these tickers if you're looking at, maybe possibly taking a trade with them. You have lines in so you know where to trade. I mean, bounce plays zero, that's why I put these lines in. I mean, even if this spikes back over, look at the reclaim of 1335. What a great bounce play that was. Held a few minutes just like what we've done. We've had one bounce play today, in my opinion, that was down and back up. And it was lo and behold, the one where I just barely didn't. I wish it would have been a little bit further. I would have been filled 1,000 shares, and imagine 1,000 shares. Woo, woo, woo. This one was down and back up. The rest bounce plays for the day that we've seen, for the most part, I guess you can call this a quick boop boop, right? That's a bounce play, but most of the bounce plays, there's a bounce, there's a bounce, there's a bounce. Most of the bounce plays today they linger in that area for a minute. Now, of course, we've got this one was another good one off that trend line that was down and back up. But a lot of the time today, it's been lulling out, and then we get the squeeze up. And that happens on bounce plays. It's not always going to be down and back up. Now, that's what we want. Love to see that. But beautiful bounce right there. And ooh, this is not good for DRCT. Again, not that it matters much for us. It's like we're investing this long term, but just for maybe after hours moves, for the potential for it to continue to pop up, it is holding that VWAP. She is so funny. She's texting me stuff. I just talked to her. I know she's in the other room. The door's not open now, so she couldn't hear me as well, or me, her, but I'm just very loud. I think you guys probably know that. 16 resistance over that watch. We're moved back up to the uptrend. Like I said, I just feel we're going to hold this somewhere, this 13, 14, this is where we're going to be at for power hour. Then eventually, and in my opinion, kind of like QCLS, I feel it goes down. I think BNAI gets one more pop up. Oh, and there goes DRCT. Wow. Look at that sell-off. Well, there goes DRCT for the day. Wow. That's terrible. What's up? Yeah, good job, boss. Yeah, I saw that there. Good job, my man. Finally, hey, man, that's why. That's why you just got to, you got to wait. Patience. This is, it's the stock market. That's the stock market, man. It's just sitting back and waiting, sitting back and waiting, sitting back and waiting. I mean, like just say you want to short DRCT. Like I'm just waiting on it, man. Maybe it pops up, maybe it doesn't. Then boom, it pops up, and you can start salivating, licking the chops over there, so to speak, and get this huge reversal back on down. Just had patience, my man. Even like me in the bounce plays, like this earlier. I cannot believe I didn't get filled. I left them in. I've said this so much recently, man. I'm leaving my orders in. If I find a safe area, I'm leaving them in. Why? Because they continue to work throughout. There it goes. I just called it. Whammy. There she goes. Looks like I got up to. It's all good. Hey, that's why I always say, just hold a little bit. I'm good at that. I don't know that some people aren't. I like holding 50 or 100 shares because I know it's not going to hurt me much. Now, again, depends on how big you go in. When I go in 500 to 1,000 shares, I always have to hold like 100, 250 if it's 1,000, 250 to 200, and then maybe 100 if it's 500 shares, something like that. Depends on how big and how much I get filled, but because this always happens. You're in the right play and just having that time to let it work out and just slowly hold it. You just wait, have a little patience there. Oh, that was gorgeous. And I read the chart, just the candles, I guess. It's hard for me to describe because I get that all the time. Like, if you sit in a channel like this for a long time on top of support, the VWAP, and of course, then we have a line in there that we know that's been respected today for the most part. And I call it hammerheading. I've said this for a long time. You're hammerheading now into the support area. This is juice land. It's gonna crack. That's why I literally just said QCLS. Watch for another sell-off incoming. I mean, literally, what was that at? I alerted that at 19 after, and let's see. Go to a 1 minute time frame so we can see this. I alerted that at 19 after, and it happened at night. It happened literally right after I alerted it. Right. So it's just one of those things where if you look at that chart and see how it comes down, it starts to really hammerhead into that support line right and below the VWAP. That'll happen a lot of the time. That'll happen a lot of the time. So I don't know when you got out. In the 44s right there, I guess maybe like right before it sold off, possibly. This is a sign next time, Robert, if you're in a trade like that, it's not balanced. Don't worry about it. Is where you should be like, oh man, I'm your last stop. It's gonna crack. This is not gonna be every once in a while, sure. But those plays usually are like DRCTs of the world that are down here. Like this would be like down here in the gutter, then gets a squeeze. Not, hey, I'm up and above and VWAP. And this just reeks of, in this downtrend too as well, just reeks of, and then it's about to fall over some more. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes some sense. And I'm sorry if I've been down today in volume because here goes OBS. Now I'll pop my decibels back up again. This is absolutely annoying. Go to 7.7. Here we go. Okay, close. Well, what's going on there? There we go. Now we should be beautifully loud and clear. Sorry if I was down today. OBS, I'm swear on crack some days. Any last questions you guys have? I was going to stay till about 30 after and call it after that. 30 after. 30 after. Josh, thanks for the levels and going live. I'm going to hit you up again for lessons anytime next week is good. Yeah, man. Fridays are the best. Like, just because I'm so fucking booked after the holidays here. I'll look again real quickly. Yeah, next Friday. We could do next Friday, like this time. I think that's why I almost emailed you back yesterday. I'm like, hey, let me know about tomorrow. And then last week I got so freaking busy I completely forgot all about getting back to you. But Friday, because I'm like next week it's Tuesday, Mondays always, but then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is the back-to-back, where I have them and then I have some at lunch. So Friday, I never have them on Friday, and I'm free for like 3 hours, because I get done around my time, 10-ish, 10:30, and then I'm free until now, until power hour. So I have all the time in the world on Fridays. All the time in the world. And you have a great weekend, my man. Go Broncos. I think you're in Florida, right? You get to enjoy the beautiful, you get to like look up north and be like, what's that gif? What's his name? I'm gonna put it over in the Discord. Ray Liotta. Yeah, this one. Yeah, as soon as you type in Ray L, this will be everyone in Cali or Florida watching this winter storm burn like. Yes, man, love the levels. You're not just a level guy. You call me levels. I mean, hell, the fact that, again, go back to the Rick C in chat, naming his boat levels. Like, bro, that's fucking crazy. Like, that's crazy to have someone make that much money and then they get a sailboat and they name their boat off of levels because of how levels, my morning voice alert, whatever, my alerts. That's so cool. I mean, of course, like I've always talked about that, but I don't know, it's cool. I just love that's me. It's you have all our superpowers when it comes to like stock trading or whatever. Like just jokingly say like we're the Avengers or the X-Men. Mine would be charting. Like he's the best, and I've said that. Like I'm gonna be the best charter ever. Pull me up a chart. I'm gonna show you where support and resistance is at. Challenge anybody to a game of charting. Like it's chess. That's why I started laughing. I'll challenge anybody to a game of charting. That lone wolf drinks on me tonight here in Daytona, yeah. Yeah, have fun. People in Cali or Florida be watching this winter storm laughing. Literally, just like, oh, I love it. I wish it was more snow, to be honest. The ice sucks. Snow, I don't care. If it's all snow like it was last year, I am just like, woohoo, I'm giddy. I am just like, oh, I freaking can't wait. Friday works, I'll send you an email. Sorry, I'm a lifelong Pats fan. Oh, yeah, I thought you were a Pats fan, too. I am Broncos. I mean, I've loved the Broncos. That's why everyone, like obviously a lot of my friends here in Arkansas, they love the Razorbacks. They are, and if the football gets going again, but the football's always just been meh. We had Bobby P, right, Petrino, and we were good there for a minute, and that's where I started. I was really into the games. It's just, that's not going to happen. Hopefully we can do what we did with Coach Cal, and hey, we got Tyson. Dude, no offense, we got more money than any college out there if Walmart wants to get involved. I wish they would. We have more money than any. I've looked it up. I think the richest person tied to any university is like around the $10 billion range. $10 billion. People for Walmart have hundreds of billions. Tyson had to go, and if it wasn't for Tyson, that's why we need to get rid of our what's he called? Athletic director. If it wasn't for Tyson, not Mike Tyson. I forgot what his first name is, but Tyson isn't Tyson Foods. Luckily he knows John Calipari and has his number. Hit him up one time and was like, how would you like to coach for the Razorbacks? And this was kind of like where he was in the last year or so. I forgot whenever this happened, but he was like, hey, and then Tyson was like, what's it gonna? How much I gotta pay you? How much do your players? How much do you want for your players? Like for the NIL. Tyson was like, here's a check. Here you go. Our athletic director didn't even do that. I mean, Coach Cal, never forget, we had a big introduction, right? New coach, Coach Calipari. Of course we did, right? And it was on, all the local channels. They put, they had it on TV that night. Whatever was on TV, regular schedule programming, it was going to be on later because this was going to be on, right? That's how big this was. Like, it was like old school event. Like, new coach, it's the big guy. Coach Cal spilled the beans and told the whole story where he was like, yeah, and then Tyson hit me up. One thing led to another. And I'm like, wasn't our athletic director? I wish we'd fucking fire our athletic director. We need a head coach in football like that. Anyway, back to the Broncos. I always loved the Broncos since the 80s. The first thing I remember watching, they didn't went to Arkansas basketball, and that's what I was going to get into. I'm sure you remember this back in the day, rolling with Nolan, 40 minutes of hell. Hopefully you watched some college hoops back in the day, Chef Boy, or anyone else listening. Robert, Chef Boy. But anyway, yeah, that was the 40 minutes with hell. Todd Day, Lee Mayberry, Oliver Millard, of course, the national championship team. We were fucking good basketball team there for a while. But it was always the Broncos. It was always Broncos. And I love Jordan. We all know that. He probably is my favorite, obviously, athlete of all time, sports figure. And it was Elway for me as number 2, but it was just the Broncos. I didn't care about the Bulls. I cared about Michael Jordan. That was my dude. Bulls after he left, I didn't care about no Bulls. But the Broncos were different, and I've always loved them. So same right there with you, a lifetime Broncos fan. Had to wear the Broncos hat today. Wear a little blue. Hopefully, are you an hour behind me on my phone? Yep. So it's 2:30 where I'm at. It's 2:30 or 2:29, however you want to. I was round up. Yeah, 2:30 in Arkansas. See, whatever time. I mean, I'm usually good at your time would be. I'm good at noon, 1, 2, something like that on Fridays. hopefully we have a good game. Hopefully NFL writes a good game. I think they do. I don't think it's a blowout. I think it's a close game through half at least. I would be surprised if it's halftime and we're down 24-3 or something. I'm just like, oh boy. Maybe Bo Nix could get us back in the game as much as he is inconsistent. He can, throw some dimes. Anywho, so we'll see. I'm just glad we're in it. And again, don't want to, whatever. We got this far. We got a lot of wins this year. Looking forward to next year. This year we went to Colorado and Denver. My wife is from Denver, and so we went out there during the summer because of Coldplay. And I bought those tickets actually in 2024. The tickets were released on her birthday, October 11th in 2024, so I had to get tickets for sure, right? But then I got VIP. It was just a whole ordeal. And she wanted to go out there when it wasn't gross and snowing and wanted to do a summer trip, so we did. And I told her I'm sorry, but, because that's the Broncos. I didn't know how good we're going to be. I'm like, that's fine with me. I don't know. Oh, baby, back-to-back, years going to the postseason. I was like, we're going to a game next year. I'm going to a game next year. Back-to-back years getting to the playoffs. This year in the AFC Championship game. Not that I think we get the number one seed yet again next year. But there's no way, because we have more cap money. We're how much money is we'll have more because of Russell Wilson. This is all because of Russell Wilson. We have so much money that we can't spend because of him. But we get more to spend now. We keep getting more and more to spend. I think it was like 40 or 50, 60 million. Imagine we have that. That's like 2 or 3 or 4 studs a year. If you have 50, 60 million that you have tied up to this last year, but now it gets freed up and now you get 50, 60 extra million to spend on players per year. I mean, that's a 2 or 3 or 4 studs right there. So they should pick up a couple of good players. Anyway, so we'll see. We shall see. But there's no way we're not, just as good or close to it next year. Another 11, 12, 13, somewhere in there win season. I don't know if we'll get 14 number one seed, but still 11, 12, 13 wins. Definitely going out there again next year to see a game, my friend. I think they play the Patriots. I think we play you guys next year. Anyway, be a good one. Be a good one. I can't wait. Cannot wait. Hogs play tomorrow night in basketball. And I got Broncos on Sunday. Got the awesome winter storm finally coming. I get to enjoy it because it is the weekend, so making some chili. Tonight's Pizza Friday. Chili, though, and queso. Oh, my God. I can't wait for this weekend. And we always make so much chili, so what I always do is get hot dogs. So we do chili dogs after we do chili for a couple nights. Then we do chili dogs to kind of end off the chili. Oof. Whoa, got wings to do wings for the game on Sunday, too. Oh, check. Oh, man. What do you think about ASC? Is Asti moving again? Asti gonna get nasty for us? Hey, watch for a pop here. It just happened on DRCT. I would be high. I would get high. But I would go high here is what I would say. I would go higher here, not I would be high. I would go high. Sounds like Ebonics back in the day. I would be high. I would be high right now. I would be high. That's how some of my friends talk. 8:30 into around 8:40. I would go up here. Just like we saw on DRCT. DRCT didn't quite get back to that top level. It only got to that mid level. I say mid level, but they'll say there's 3 levels, right? This is the top, and this is the middle, and this is the bottom. Like if I was looking at ASTI, just as today, and of course we do have, that's after hours anyway. So I would say right here is where I'd be looking for a fail and a short, if you're looking for it. Now, if you want to go small here and test it at 760, that would be your first area. I would say go up here and just see if you get clipped. Go around 810, 820. We know how often this area gets clipped. Today we already talked about it earlier with QCLS. Talked about it with DRC, or not, what was it, QCLS, and what was the other one? That was the same freaking, what did I say? QCLS, DRCT. No, it wasn't DRCT. What was the same one? Yeah, it was DRCT. A DRCT high of day 629, QCLS 620 or 633. So essentially that 620 fail. We just saw DRCT fail at 520 essentially. That magical 20 area, so the area game, my point being, at 820 mark. No bounce plays. Only bounce play, long play I would take would be BNAI. BNAI. I would not go long on any other ticker for the rest of the day. And the only thing I would be looking for on QCLS or ASTI would be a reversal at 820 or 620 for Q. You could probably even start at 6.5, 6.10 at QCLS. Same thing with ASTI. But that's what I'd be waiting and looking for. If you're looking to trade for the rest of the day, for ASTI, just put some orders in up here. See if you get that quick pop into it. I think ASTI's nasty, though. She got a nasty booty. She don't wipe it enough. Got the booty crumbs. I wonder who came up with the term, and that just me being goofy. Who came up with the term dingleberries, and where does dingleberry come from? Who came up with that? ago. Who came up with the word dingleberry? I'm just looking. Origins. While sometimes appearing as a 19th century surname as a noun, it was adopted in the U.S. to describe a foolish person, a sub, or fecal matter. Okay, the word dingleberry does not have a single known inventor. It was emerged as American slang. First recorded in 1923. It's likely humorous alteration of the earlier 19th century term dillberry, potentially influenced by the phrase dangle, referring to things that hang down. Okay. All right. Okay. Jeez. It's like some of these words, like, where do they get? And it's just like me. I just make up stuff. You kind of just derives from one thing or the other. I just had to think. I'm right here at Google. I love Friday. Lots of fades. Oh, God, yeah. Yep. You'll get your one possible runner today. It's hilarious. I just think of this stuff. You know, that's where my brain is. And I can Google it real quickly. Lone Wolf, got the beers. Yeah, you guys are. Hopefully you have a good weekend, team. Hopefully you guys have a good weekend. That is awesome. Love it. Good stuff. But yeah, Friday you'll get that a lot of the pops and drops where it pops back up. It's like, and that's one thing too. Like who pumped DRCT? I mean, someone had to pump that. I mean, that's definitely a huge volume burst out of nowhere. Yeah, and then there's just a complete sell off just like that, as hard as it can be. Yeah. Trend line cracked by Meta. Just want to bring this up real quickly. SPY is pretty dead for the most part, but Meta, nice good move today. 666 again on the board. See that a lot in the large cap sector, especially Meta's failed at 666 a lot, somewhere in that area anyway. Of course, you know what 666 means, or at least the term from that, which we won't get into. All positive thoughts here heading into the weekend. Beautiful candlestick confirmation there to get in, and now we're down about 3 points from entry price. Beautiful uptrend channel. I cannot wait till the days of trendline cracks and shelf cracks come back, where you see this and you're going, oh my God, just wait. Your trade's there. It's written in stone. It cracks that uptrend and you're going to go down. And you'll go down for quite a while because this is the start of the downtrend. So you got to think the start of the uptrend, you don't really realize it until through here, but it starts back here-ish, right? That runs for 2+ hours. So imagine if it runs this long, you won't get that long on the downside, but go ahead and just do the math. If you're only an hour in and this was 4 hours or however long it was, which it was about 4 hours long, you typically will get about a 2-hour downtrend or close to it. And you can see here we go continuing down in this downtrend. And I bet we go down even more, stay down, possibly even in the closing bell, which then boom, there goes an easy trade to end the day. You know, just candlestick confirmation outside the the uptrend. Just one of those things where that's just the market conditions and how they shift. It's cool to see that now. It sucks because on top of that, obviously, because what was a super easy strategy for myself that I could trade blindfolded. Truly, I'd see it. I see trade blindfolded. Obviously, you know what I mean. But you could just walk away. That would be, I guess, the better way to say it. You know, you could just, once you get candlestick confirmation, you enter in on the on the trend line crack. First candle that closes and opens outside of it. You just walk away for minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, or just forever, and it actually just dies off. And then now those aren't working at all. So it's crazy to see the flip-flopping back and forth to where I did that for 4 straight years without skipping a beat. You know, for sure late 2020 is when I came up with it, candlestick confirmation into 2021. So that's like my first year. And then you got to think a full 22, a full 23, a full 24. So we're talking 4 years minimum, 21, 22, 23, 24, a little bit of 2020 of that working every day. I mean, literally some days 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 even. I mean, depends on what I was looking at. By the time I was looking at large caps, there could have been 7 trend line cracks that day that were perfect. I mean, and how proud I was of finally figuring out a strategy that no one else has ever talked about. Now, people were trading those, I'm sure, across the board from all over the world if they were a good trader throughout the decades of trading. But I didn't know one person. Tim Sykes, Dux, Deck, Ross Cameron, every guru, no one ever talked about trendline cracks. No one. And no one talked about candlestick confirmation that I knew of. So it was like, here I am teaching all these new traders. I say new traders, but when I was over at TradeCaster and all these traders are talking, oh, shelf crack this, or trendline crack that, wait for candlestick confirmation. What's candlestick confirmation? I'm just like, oh, this is fucking awesome. I came up with this shit and they're trading it now. You know, I love when that's what you can see CR Trader the other day was getting super pumped about. Did you guys get the trade? That's how I was back in the day. I'm still into this day, obviously, like earlier. Did you guys get in? Did you guys get in? Are you still holding? It's an exciting feeling. It truly is, because you've come up with a strategy that works so successfully. And now you're doing it all. And then did you get in? Did you get in? Are you still in? It's so fucking fun. But yeah, and then when you're not even trading, like I'd be done for the day, and they're trading what you have taught them or what you have been talking about for so long. So I see where you can see where CR Trader gets so excited. Sometimes in the Discord, it's just because you get to that point of you finally have found success in your own right and something that you came up with. This is my own strategy, and you alert it, and now people are trading your alerts. And then on top of the fact, maybe you see them talk about things that that you've come up with, your own strategy, your own edge, your own sword. They're now talking about it and trading it. It's so cool to see that, like when I was over at Tradecaster, like every day seeing trendline crack or shelf crack or candles, and someone new that hadn't heard of that. What's a shelf crack? What's a shelf? I got that so often. What's a shelf? I can't tell you how many times I've had to talk about it, what I call the shelf, or explaining what candlestick confirmation is. And sometimes people still not understanding what candlestick. I'm like, what are you not getting? Candlestick closes in, but it's just cool. It's so cool to see people then talk about it and trade that. There you go, baby boy. Yeah, see, there you go. And see, that's what I was saying. I don't know if it would even get back to 8. So you test this area if you want to. Go small. Just get a little something, something. That way, if it goes against you, it's not a big loss, and you know where you can get not only that loss back, probably go a little bit bigger because you can really tell this is going to be more of a fail zone. That's why these mid areas, in my opinion, like this compared to this up here, just go smaller. In case you are wrong, then you know this area is going to be a much better short. That's what I do a lot of my bounce plays, where I'm like, I like this area, but I like this one more. I did that yesterday. I forgot what trade it was. I'm like, I'm going to stab at it here. And I think it was the one that ran all day yesterday. I can't remember all the damn figures we look at. Some days I do, and some days, like I remember Vero from last Friday. I remember some plays, but I'm like, some days like, what was the one from yesterday? Talking about, did you listen to these girls? I listened to the Bengals. I listened to Ace of Base. I love what were their names? Hold on for one more day. The sisters. What were their names? What was her name? What were their names? What was the girls' band? Hold on for one more day. Someday somebody's gonna make you wanna turn around and say goodbye. Until then, baby. Yeah. Here she's squeezing. BNAI team. BNAI. She is a squeezeroni. She's a squeezeroonies. I talked about BNAI. There we go. Back up to the top uptrend channel. 17 resistance. Someday somebody gonna make you wanna turn around and say goodbye. All right, we good? Good job, Chef Boy. Any last questions you guys have for the day? I stuck around for quite a while for you guys. Showed you a good trend line crack right there. Hey, look at this, back down to 5, trying to pop up. So did get a little small bounce play there. Talked about the sell-off. ASTI, DRCT, quick pop and drops there in power hour. And the main play we know to keep our eyes on right here. Go to the 5-minute time frame, not the 1. Let's get to the fizzle. And we're holding that uptrend so beautifully right there. Check out the uptrend. Check out the uptrend. Chef Boy, Tay, Love Chip, or Lone Wolf. Anyone else still around, Smud? I know you guys are kind of chatting with me over on the Discord. Appreciate you guys popping in, just listening. Finally get some of your snow, ice, more sleep, a little bit of everything, really, unfortunately. I know you get more snow up there in Canada. Lone Wolf, stay warm and drink your beers for me in Florida. K. Clausen, he's going to be freezing cold up in Minnesota. Any last questions, you guys? I'm looking at Discord right now, checking it out here on the live stream. Chef Boy, you as well. Oh my God, BNAI. Gosh, that song. Now it's stuck in my head. I need to go pick up some dog shit so I can stop thinking about that song. Hold on. What is that, Smud? Where is he even at? That is like a little kid's room. Like, a lot of Simpsons stuff going on in that room. Someone loves some Simpsons. Oh, Will Smith. What happens with people when they get older, you know? They just kind of start turning a little crazy, a little weird. Maybe they were always a little crazy, a little weird. We just didn't know it. All right, so I'm going to keep QCLS on watch, at least for the first part of After Hours. Same with ASTI. BNAI, it has the floor ready. I mean, it's got everything you need. You know, if we're going to run at BNAI, it's got all, like I said, this has got, the floor is it. You know, it could roll right now. Put this over here for you guys. That I put over on the Discord. The floor is yours, BNAI. You can really do some spiking here. If you're looking for a bounce play, I'd say watch for a dip back down to around, my opinion, 1520 to 1490. Hold on for one more day. Will you hold on? All right, I'm going to come back here. I'm going to go get this done. I know it's starting to get a little bit later because it gets dark here. Probably about 2 hours. Time flies by. I want to pick up poop, feed the pack, get them out before it gets dark, and then start to enjoy Friday. Woo, what I tell you. More pullback right here from Meta, staying in this downtrend. Again, team, this is when we get back to this, and this is working every day. Small cap to large cap. We'll get back to me, especially myself, trading 6 to 7 times in a day, and I can't wait to trade you're talking 6 to 7 times in like a 2-hour period. That's crazy. 6 to 7 trades in a 2 to 2.5 hour period. That's money. That's I can't wait for that again. I would say after this big doji star candle, watch for this move back under 505. QCLS isn't done. As long as it holds that 5, it's not done. YouTube, bro. Have a good weekend, Chef Boy. Go Broncos. And like I said earlier, and to CR Trader, or that yesterday CR Trader, because he would join the TTP show. It seems like, I'm like, was that yesterday? Anyway, if we lose, good game. Secondly, go win the Super Bowl, because I don't want to lose to someone that didn't win the Super Bowl. So if whoever beats us, they better go win the Super Bowl. That's how I always felt about it, right? And I don't feel as bad. And then just yet another dub for the Patriots in the Super Bowl and add to there, which is so funny. You go back to like 2000. Patriots, in my opinion, are like they're about like the New Orleans Saints. Imagine if you're a Patriots fan around 2000, before all the winning comes in. You've only got one Super Bowl appearance, and other than that, you're pretty much a trash organization for the most part, until I guess Robert Kraft gets there. I mean, you got to think the Saints until 2000 were just always thought of as terrible. the Buccaneers until that, because right after that, the Buccaneers won a Super Bowl and kind of got good and have been decent since. Same with the Saints. Well, they didn't go Super Bowl. They've been decent. They got Aaron Brooks, I think the quarterback was in the 2000s, and then they got Breeze. But anyway, right around 2000, which is crazy to think of. Look at that. You think, well, 49ers have stayed somewhat good, but the Cowboys, the teams that used to be just the GOAT teams, Miami Dolphins, I would say the 49ers for the NFC and the Steelers for the AFC have continued into the new century with success. Broncos as well. Because Broncos, I mean, how many Super Bowls they were in. I guess the Bills have been pretty consistent before. They were a 90s team, though. You think about the Bills, I don't know when they were first a team, but, you know, I got obviously 70s, I'm thinking, with OJ. Maybe they were a team in the 60s, but they've carried over. They've been pretty good, for sure. But, yeah, never would have. I mean, it's so funny. I used to think of the Patriots as just a shit. But again, you never get Tom Brady, you never get Belichick together. I mean, how many Super Bowls do you have? Do you have zero? Crazy, right? How many? And now you think of them as like, and same with the Chiefs. They get one run, and they're like, oh, that's the best organization ever. It hurts the heart a little bit from a Broncos fan. I'm like, the Chiefs have not been as consistent as the Broncos over the past 50, 60 years. You go look at it's not even close. Now, yes, over the last decade. But the Chiefs weren't thought of like we were the best. We have been the best AFC West team, in my opinion. Raiders had a little bit of fun at times. It's always kind of weird, randomly 70s, 80s, nothing that good again in the 90s. And then they had to make one Super Bowl appearance in the early 2000s and have been terrible since. Chiefs forever going to the 60s like they book in the NFL. They started the NFL good, then just until now they're really, really good again. And it's good about good organizations. That's what I like of the Broncos or the Steelers. It hurts the heart a little bit. You too, yeah. But yeah, it hurts the heart. You know, people come in, oh, the Patriots or the Chiefs are the best team ever. I'm like, they're the best team of the 2000s, maybe, yeah. The Patriots for sure. Go back to the 90s and the 80s and the early 2000s. Let me know about the Chiefs fans and how they felt. Because I know a Chiefs fan. I ain't what they're doing right now. So yeah, it hurts a little bit. It's nice to be back, though. It's good to be back. Good to be back. Now we want to stay back. Okay, Broncos. So they're my everything. Two good calls right here. There's that 17 top channel resistance coming into play. And look at the continuation and more sell-off as I figured we'd get into the closing bell here for Meta. And like I said, most likely as you see this heading into the closing bell, you're not going to get a pop back on up. You broke the uptrend channel, and now we're going to downtrend and sell off into the closing bell. Again, back to entry price here at $63.25. Now up $5 on this trend line crack. Now again, once these start working every day, I probably would actually have taken that in power hour and just see if we don't get that fade off into the closing bell. You know, take some options here and let those go in. Getting some pretty wicked movement up here, honestly, from QCLS as well. Really wicky right now. So, again, just keep your eyes on after hours. I'm going to get out of here for now into the closing bell, which we're about to be there. I highly, highly, highly doubt we get an after hours runner today being a Friday, but I still get a 30-20% chance that it could happen. Why? We saw after hour spikes yesterday is the main reason why. So I'll have my stocks, rocks up. The only scanner they don't have anything on is post-market. Why? Because that's not post-market yet, so I'm waiting for that to get filled in, and I can see maybe possibly what we have going in after hours. We're all over the main mover for the day. Maybe even possibly moves in after hours, so we'll see if move has a move in after hours. We'll just put this over there real quickly so I can type. Move QCLS ASTI all on watch for an after hour spike. BNAI has the floor, so it's all up to it. Let's see here. We good? Aussie chick. Robert's already out. Any other wallflowers out there? Any last words until this weekend? You guys be thinking of me in the snow, okay? Say, please give Josh all the snow. I want to see snow pics. I want to see him out in the Jeep. I want to live vicariously through Josh in the snow. You high hopes, you pray. You look up above and look in your sky and you say, hey, sky, you go snow over in Arkansas. And I mean, dump it your ass off in central Arkansas. Not just the northern part. I need central Arkansas to get as much snow as it possibly can get. All right? Otherwise, go Broncos. See you guys back on Money Monday. I have I don't have the scan. I have the scanners up on my side, so when I start seeing stocks spiking, what's moving in after hours, of course, I'll alert you guys right away. I would imagine Meta, all these large cap plays, as they hit the closing bell, as they do on Friday, move for a little bit, but probably just die off. So there you go, as you can see here now, fully overall, a $5 move down, and it might find its way down to 57 at most, right around 657 in this juncture right there, which then turns it into a $6 banger short at the start of the power hour, and one of the better moves really in power hour besides BNAI. You ain't got no alibi. All right, so BNAI, nice good reversal right there. Back, and I think we stay in this uptrend. I told you we probably wouldn't see lower than, I know we wouldn't see 1250 again. We have not. We now probably won't see the VWAP for quite a while. This play looks like it wants to blow the top off here and go for more. Let's go back to past chart history here and try to find levels for BNAI before I jump out of here, team. That was a tickling an inch in there. Ooh, this looks sexy right here. This looks sexy right there. Woo. Put one right there as well. I would go what's your move? First to 22. And then 20, or just over 26 looks really good. She's getting antsy. She wants her dad. I have a blast. Hope it dumps. Thanks, AK. Awesome week. Yes, Aussie chick. I mean, I think you've gotten. Have you had any losing trades, Aussie chick? And you are starting to dip into the long plays with me with TOS. Are you not? I know one trade you did take with me made a little buck right there. Was that yesterday? Right? You're green this week. Had some good trades. Got finally participating a little bit. Correct. Sweet fire. Sweet fire. Go, 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 go. I know I'm almost done here. Just giving some love to the Discord because they're doing so damn good. Hold on for one more day. Someday somebody's gonna make me want to turn around and say goodbye. My mom now texting me. All right, sweet. I'm out of here, Team Ingrid. Oh, there we go. Yes, I'm getting used to the platform and figuring out, getting in and out, and placing stops. A few green. I seem to hold too long or get out too early. That's every girl. Oh, sailing. Where's everyone else that, please, guys, that I do one-on-ones with? Please, can anyone else say, that's me. That's what I do. How many traders that are still listening? I wish there was 100 people in here that I wish there was 100 every day. But how many people in here say that? Get told to, like they hold too long, right? When they shouldn't, and they get out too early. You know, it's just, you do, almost every trader I work with talks about that and have that issue with that for sure. So again, that's just something we'll work with down the line. Love you guys. Aussie chick, I know you'll get some pictures and videos this weekend that you're going to absolutely go, wow, I've never seen anything like that. Because you and, of course, the snow have never been really a part of snow. But guys, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. If you are dealing with this winter storm, please be safe out there and just get everything you need and stay home. Just chill out, you know, enjoy the weekend, watch movies, catch up on shows and Amazon and the Netflix or whatever out there. Cook you some good warm food. Stay safe. Leave it up to me to go out there and do some jeeping. You know, leave it up to me to do the 170 miles an hour in a BMW X5M competition, okay? You leave that up to me. Or you come do it with me like Aussie Chick did, and then it's safe. Because what I do, I promise it's safe. I use my head. Because like that's why I love getting out, because there's no one around. I go do what I do and there's no one around. I don't drive 150 million miles an hour if there's no one, you know, if there's no one around. If there's a lot of people around, I'm like, I hate it. I'm like, no, I want to go fast. And then I wait till that one moment I can, you know, then I take off flying or whatever. But yeah, safe. But be safe this weekend. Stay warm. Keep those pets and those animals inside if you have to deal with it. Please, you better not be. You better, if you're in my lobby and you keep your animal outside and that shit, you better believe I'll never find out. Because you do not know. I'll be John Wicking you. I'll be John Wicking you. You never leave animals outside in the shit that's coming. You should never leave your dogs outside anyway. They should be out inside sleeping with you on the couch and on the bed. All right? That's how it should be. Austin Trader, thank you, Josh. Stay warm. You too, brother. You're an ace driver. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I definitely, I am. I really am a really good driver. I got that for the longest time. Like, one time, it was me, Avery, her sister, Jessie in the back seat. This is when I had a Chrysler 300. We're smoking. We have a cigarillo rolled. What did I tell you? 257s, baby, or 657s. Let's fucking go. God, I should have shorted that shit. So I'm smoking. I had the cigarillo in my hand. You know, I'm like, I'm pimping it. I got the Chrysler 300. I'm smoking. This guy cuts in front of me, trying to turn into Walmart, and the light's green for me. It's green for me, but he cuts in front of me, and I got to do cigarillo smoking in one hand as it's raining. Woo, do one of these, and we kind of fishtail, and I'm like, I kind of, it was fun. The girls were all like this. You know, but I'm just over here with, and I'll never forget like that, like those kind of moments where I was like, damn, how did I save that? Because dude, right in front of us, I got a jerk to the left, then we fishtail. I'm smoking a fucking cigarillo. Let's not get in a wreck. Cops are gonna have to show up at that point. Woo, woo. All right, we good. That's crazy, wasn't it? Woo, that was a close one. My butthole puckered up a little bit there. Hold on, let me hit this one more time. I know I'm out of. Woo. Yeah, times like that where I'm like, and then of course even here recently with the GT4RS last year, because you see it all the time. Like even when I got my Ferrari in Vegas a few years back to rent for a day on our bachelorette, blah, 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 and so I got a Ferrari to rent for the week. Anyway, when I went to go get it, they're like, oh yeah, we just had a Lamborghini. They had someone get a Lamborghini, go down the Las Vegas Strip, floored it on the strip to show off in front of everybody. Doesn't know how to drive a Lamborghini. Of course it's rear wheel drive, so those cars, they get fishtail if you don't know when to let off. Anyway. Whiskey throttled it, if you've heard about that with motorcycles, right? How you just leave it floored even when you start fishtailing. How, as soon as I feel the wheels, those back wheels slide, ever so, my foot goes just like that off the pedal until I can straighten back up my wheel and then I can hammer it back down. I don't know how fast, they don't know how fast he was going, supposedly 80, some people said he was doing over 100. Down the Las Vegas Strip. Imagine going 100 miles an hour. This dude doesn't know what he's doing. Luckily, he didn't kill anybody. He wrapped a Lamborghini. You know those little baby trees? There's a median. If you've been to Las Vegas Strip, they have like a little median in the middle of it. So there's like 4 lanes and 4 lanes or whatever it is going down the Las Vegas Strip. Well, there's a little median in between those lanes, and they got little baby ass. These trees are fucking little. Wraps the fucking Lamborghini around one of those trees and totals it. I was like, what? And then they show me the video of the car wrapped around, like, oh my fucking god. And it's like, oh, it happens all the time. People don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know how to drive 500, 700 horsepower. And people don't. That's why you see all those those videos of Mustangs or whatever it is of, you know, people wrapping their vehicle, you know, going off into the ditch. I see it with, you know, I see it with BMWs that are rear-wheel drive. You see it with all kinds of different vehicles, but it's just crazy. It's like the whiskey throttle. I see that all the time in Ridiculousness, right? Where they get on a dirt bike or whatever, or even a regular motorcycle, and they like this, and they just sitting there fucking It's like, let go of the fucking handle. What are you still holding on for? And they're just going, boom, and they run into something. I'm like, why didn't you let go as soon as you lost control of the bike and just fall off the bike? You think holding on to the bike's gonna save you? Like, let go. Oh man, let's just look this up. We'll go to YouTube real quickly. I know you've seen this. Let's just go out on a funny note though. Let's go out on a whiskey throttle. We'll go whiskey throttle. As soon as you type in whiskey T, this immediately comes up. That's right. Let's let me people do this right here. Watch this. You ready? What are people doing? Okay, once he moved out of the way, no offense, but once he moved out of the way, that body right there doesn't belong on a bike. That body, I don't care if it's a dude or especially a girl, that body does not belong on no dirt bike. That body, I could have told you, as soon as he moved out of the way, you could have showed me this clip, and I didn't know what it was. Like, Josh, watch this clip. As soon as homeboy stepped out of the way, I said, she about to wreck. That girl this girl on a bike? You can tell it's her first time too. Watch this. Oh, whoa, hold on. Let's go. Oh, what? Let go. Oh, you're supposed to let go. Get it. Send it. Full send. Oh, watch out. I mean, what are we doing? Let's find us another one here. Oh, here we go. This one looks good. Oh, God. Okay, again, check out the body. I mean, this is no offense. I don't mean to be body shaming people. I ain't about that. But I'm about smart, safety, logical things in life. And this is not smart, logical thinking. Even this guy's like, man, I don't think Jeffrey. I don't think Jeffrey here is gonna get this. I'm a little worried about Jeffrey. Look at, he's worried. He's like, oh man, I don't think he's got it. All right, Jeffrey, what do you got for us? Look, he's got a plumber's crack. I can already tell his big old booty cheek sticking out of there. Better wear a big ass t-shirt. Get it, Jeffrey.
World star.
That wasn't a good whiskey draw. All that for that. Oh, come on now. That wasn't that good. Whiskey throttle. Here we go. Here, let's see what this guy's got. Little bit. Okay, this guy looks like, at least like maybe he knows what he's doing. Until
you'll hit that truck.
Slides. He's got slides on. Oh, this is not ending good. This is not ending good with slides. He says, "You sure you'll he's talking about hitting the truck. Let's see if he actually does hit the truck."
Pull the clutch in. Pull the clutch in. Oh God, he's gonna get hurt. He's gonna hit that car. Oh my God.
I don't even know what he was doing.
I don't know.
All right, not what I was looking for. Still not that good. Still not that good. Let's go to best whiskey throttle. Okay, here we go. Whiskey throttle. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's close to it. But they just hold on for too long. I've seen way better ones. Where you see, like, let go of it. Why are we still holding on? What are we doing? Yeah, physics. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, those are the good ones. I mean, of course, there's better ones out there. But yeah, it's just crazy how people. But anyway, when I drove the GT4S, and I talked about this the other day, like to my mom too. But it's that one road we took. Actually, real quickly, I'll show you guys this. I'll show you the road there, Aussie chick. I'll show you the road here real quickly. We got to take. So, Porsche dealership. Will you go sit down? We got to take. Yeah, David. It's David O'Dodd. It's David O'Dodd. So the Porsche dealership. It's boom, and then bam. So let me just take you. Can I take you on this road? Oh, I just want street. Can I get street view? I want street view. How do I get the street view? Dang it, I wish I could show you this. Anyway, so here's this S I'm talking about. Right here. So we come down. You can go really fast. You boom. right here. So as soon as we got over the overpass, I hit it, Aussie chick. And as soon as we're going right there, which was a turn for the right, obviously for me, we were talking, and I finally want to test this S-turn right here. I'm like, oh, I'm about to have some fun. This is a little stretch that I know the road real well. As soon as we go to the overpass, because it's kind of like it's an overpass, it's a bridge, it's kind of like a hump in the road. You don't want to go fast over it. As soon as we got over that, and there was no one around. Like, oh, I punch it. So I don't know what we got up to in that turn, and as soon as we got to that turn, boom, I turn. Obviously, turn the wheel, right? And as soon as I turn that wheel, because I'm going around, we do a little one of these little fishtails a little bit out to the left. But of course, if I don't know what I'm doing, I could have held the gas down, and then I'm gonna whiskey throttle, but I'm gonna fishtail out to the left, because the body of the car kind of swung out this way. And if I hit the gas, then I'm gonna flip back to the other way, and then we're in the ditch, probably, or whatever. But as soon as we start around the corner like that, and I let off the gas just a little bit to straighten up, then bam, I hammer it. We're flying down here. Now we're really fast into this turn. I hit this turn perfectly. I mean, I know pro drivers hitting it faster probably than me and taking the corner better than me for sure. Boy, I made his butthole pucker up. We were talking. We were in a full conversation at this point. We were trying to talk, and I'm like in the zone. And I know this S turn, and I want to. This is the reason I'd want this car. I'd want it on the track. I don't want to go 0 to 60, 0 to 100. And although that's fun, I want to hit these turns as fast as you can, and you can hit. But I remember hitting this corner right here. Woof! Slid out. He was like this. He was, whoa! Whoa! He thought we were about to lose it. Oh, it was so fun. But it let me know, I'm like, wow, I'm a good driver. Because most people don't know how to handle that. They're not going to know. They'll barely let off the gas. And you let off a little bit. You don't have to fully let off. But just in that moment, of course, me driving Gran Turismo all the time helps me with that, with those games. Because it's so realistic having those simulated, modulated, like those games that you can play now. Yeah, this was the road we got to take, though. Super fucking awesome. Got it out here, jetted it down. Got up probably to about 100, 120 here. This turn, took it slow because of the hump there, and this is where I had some fun. Woo. Of course, then I got to get back on, because boom, we come in here and we get on the interstate. And so that's the track you get to take, which is kind of a cool track. It's boom, down David Dodd, out to Stagecoach Road. I actually went to it's called the Learning Center. It was like a childhood daycare that I went to all the time back in the day. Pass it, get on the interstate, and so your track is whoop, 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 and then boop. One of the best experiences and drives of my life. It was so fucking fun. But yeah, hitting that and then knowing how to hit that turn. Oh yeah, I'm a pretty good driver. Pretty good. Like I said, dog. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Yeah, I want you to buy a fancy car. Yeah, right. That's awesome. Looks fun. Oh yeah, the oversteering. Yeah, it's one of those things. I've never really been. I just watched the F1. It's kind of like, it's just one of those things where you just know. He's like, hey, I can watch and I know this is what I need to do, so to speak. Like even when I drive, like when you drive, like I notice they're always, of course, even like those F1, and they don't have a full steering wheel. They're right here. They're not 10 and 2 in it. You need to be right here when you drive. Even the same thing for my X5M competition. It might be an SUV. 600 plus horsepower, pounds of torque. You ain't driving 2 and 10. 2 and 10, I think a lot of people maybe even do that. I don't know how these guys are steering when you see them in their Mustangs or whatever, and they're off into the ditch. It's right here. You need to be right here. And you also, so you don't really oversteer a lot when you do that. And yeah, that's what a lot of people do. They overcorrect. I'm so good at that. It's so weird. Because it was an X5M competition recently, and it was wet out. And I got a little sideways in the X5M competition, even though it's all-wheel drive, boom. And anyway, there's been a couple times. There was one time in particular, and I know it was on the way to the AKNR. Remember when it started raining? On the way there, it started raining, and I got on it, but a little too much. This was on the interstate, too, and it fishtailed a little bit. It did make my heart skip a beat, because like, oh my God, I just about totaled this, Voltron. But it's crazy how if you are a good driver, you don't go, oh, you just go, oh, you're very gentle with it, whichever direction you need to make sure you go to, because it'll always be after the situation's over, and I'm like, damn, I handled that. Like getting back to the cigarillo in a Chrysler 300. Oh, watch out! I got this. we good, you know. But yeah, it's that oversteering, overcorrecting that people do and freak out in those situations. And every time after, I'm like, damn, how did I handle that? So that's why I'm always like, oh, I should have been an F1 driver. Like, oh, I should have been an Indy driver. Like, oh, I should be an F1 driver. Like, am I just how quickly I can control that and I don't freak out? I'm just like, yep, whatever. This is how it has to happen. You know, you're good. That's cool. I love that. I love it. That's getting back to like people in the snow. People just can't drive in the snow. I can. You just got to have that ability to not freak the fuck out. And a lot of people do that. Either it's two things, like you were saying, oversteering or the whiskey throttle. You just can't get off the gas. It's like, let off the gas and don't oversteer when you start to turn in fishtail. Just off the gas, correct the steering wheel, get it back centered. People are like, holding the gas down. Yes, oh yeah, caress that wheel. Oh yeah. And I noticed that too, because when I went karting, I held, it's so weird how when I went karting, how tight I held that steering wheel. And my buddy was like, yeah, it's funny at first you do that when you go kart, like when you like, but you realize you don't have to, you know, cause I'm like, when I drive my car, I barely am holding the steering wheel. Like I'm holding like a golf club. You know, you play golf, you know how that is, saucy chick. You don't want a really firm grip. You don't want a really loose grip. You want you just kind of want it in there, right? You know, you know golf, and I've had level. You know what I'm talking about. It's just like golf and holding the club. You don't want to hold too tight. You don't want to barely hold it. It's the same kind of thing. I always wanted a V8 supercar driver down under. Oh yeah, down under. Now I have two V8s in the garage. I have two V8s in the garage, right? That is freaking money. And just dream cars too, because when they first announced they're going to do the 392 in Jeep Wranglers, I'm like, 392, 500 horsepower in a Jeep Wrangler, and how it sounds. Like, oh my gosh, like here we go, let's just listen to them again. And I've got the rev test coming up, which I just did yesterday. I would say the rev test, the 392 Wrangler, it just gets deeper and louder. The BMW sounds more like a sports car, like a foreign sports car, like a European car, where the Jeep Wrangler sounds like a muscle car. It's a little louder, it's a little deeper, it's a little angrier sounding. Piston party, yeah, right? All right, I'm out of here. Well, look at the squeeze-a-rooney. Squeeze-a-rooney, squeeze-a-rooney, squeeze-a-rooney. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Squeeze-a-rooney, squeeze-a-rooney. Tiny Java. Oh man, I love it. I love it. I love it. Where's my love it though? This is beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. God, this is hard for me to leave this right here. This is hard for me to leave this now. I'm going to let it go, though. Aussie chick, love you, boo. Fred, thank you for still sticking around. Fred, if you're still around, you know we love some cars. Chef Boy, everyone else that was here earlier today, there's your alert from earlier, and just so it's back on the bottom of the list board for the BNAI. Otherwise, Lost Boys, Lost Girls, see you back here on Monday. Fred, oh, we know Fred. Fred, I was going to reach out to you because, Fred, I still have 2 spots for the AKNR in NOLA. So I was going to reach out to former AKNRs, and of course we know we have the track edition. It's already paid for, but K. Clausen can't come now. I still haven't heard back from Mafia and Trevor. So I actually have 3 spots because I haven't heard. Trevor's is kind of like he was going to come, then he couldn't come. So I was going to holler back at you and say, hey, I've got a spot open, and see if you wanted to come. Look, here comes 22 like a magnet. Here comes 22. Here comes 22. Love this. All right, team, I'm out. I'd sit here and talk now because it makes me want to trade. It makes me go, man, I knew this was going to squeeze. I should have got in about 500 shares at 17 and just risked like 1640. Oh, all right, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys back on Winning Monday. I'll throw some music on for now. Love you guys. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. You guys are the Shizzle, Trizzle, Crizzles. Great week. What a great week, huh? What a great week. What a great week. See you guys on Monday. streams, bringing in different traders from across the globe that these guys know what they're doing. They're trading. They've been trading for a while, and they have their own trading style. And I want you guys to hear from them, and not only me. Of course, I've got my own way. I blab enough if you watch my live stream, which you can find at primetradinginvestments.com. But I am free here and there on YouTube. But when I'm not, I want you to hear from some of these other traders that you can learn from and maybe reach out to them and learn as well. So let's do the honor of bringing on a brother of mine. I've really pretty much have known him since probably about 2017, 2018. And he goes by J Trades. And so let's get Jay on right about meow. What's up, brother? How we doing?
What's up, Boston? Get my video up. Can y'all see me? We good?
Can you see me? Bro, you out there with my boy Thanos. Hanging out, man. Yeah, man. Hanging out, looking good, looking great. Well, you know what? Let me ask you this. Did you have to burn down or tear down or just maybe go back and revitalize your Iron Man studio that you always had? You know, you had my little Jeeps in there. You know, you had that.
No, man. Boss. I still got everything in there, man. I still got everything set up. You already know.
I love it. Love it. Love it. Love
and
it.
anything with AK, man, you already know I'm always gonna treasure that. I was gonna, keep that, man, because beyond all the chat, all the members who's watching, man, from everybody, man, AK, I want to tell you, thank you, man. Thank you for being a brother. Thank you for being a real friend. Thanks for always having my back through the ups and the downs, and the rough times that we went through, man. Thanks for being one of the ones to always stick there by my side. I'm truly grateful to have you in my life, man. So salute to you, boss.
Oh yeah, no, hey, that's what true Avengers are for. We're gonna have each other's in the dark moments and the bad moments, and I want that. I want people, and I'm just going back to the real GOAT, Michael Jordan. Being a team player. I want everyone to be on a team, and everyone's got a role.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you for always being a good friend too. We're no offense, but you are the foot. I'm the shin, so I get kicked a lot. You get stepped on a lot. So just being a state below me in Louisiana, always had that that I felt like we were brothers, being just a state away. So. And unfortunately, if another damn hurricane ever hits you, you're always more than welcome to come up to Arkansas and come stay at my house.
Man, you already know what time it is, boss. As long as you got the food ready, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I know, right? 'Cause we got to get together one day and do some cooking after all the food we always talked about. But now I usually started the food talk, of course, but I get that all the dang time. There's Corey. What's up, Hoops to Trade?
Corey, I see you in the building, boss. See you, Corey. Corey, I hope you're having a blessed one, man. Appreciate you.
So, it's been I hadn't seen you in about 2, 3, 4 months. How have things been? Where you been? What you been doing?
Man, so far so good. For everybody, let everybody know, man. Lucky, I see you, man. That's my guy there always. We do have number 4 on the way, boss. I got a baby girl on the way. She's gonna be due in between November, December. Her name is Jaslyn, and man, I can't wait, man. Have you number 4, boss.
Oh, that's awesome. That's beautiful right there. I'd have to call her short. I have to call her Jazz. I like Jaslyn. I'll have to call her.
Yeah,
Jazz.
I'm
thinking of Transformers and the Autobot. I'm like, what's up, Jazz? I'd be like, you're gonna be one of my cool girls. You're gonna be the cool daughter for sure.
Exactly, man.
She's gonna have that like swag, throwing that hair around. All the guys and you're gonna be like, no, all the guys stay off. You better watch out, Well, that's good. Good. So probably busy with that and the kids and the fam then, huh?
Yeah, that's man.
Awesome. That's good, bro.
So let me see what I can do. So let me see if I can share my screen real quick. Let me see if it's gonna let me do it.
Should ask me if you want to.
Yeah, let me. I'm trying to go to this thing where you let me. Where's my thing? I got to share my dang screen. I hate when this thing. All right, here we go. So let me go ahead and request to share the screen. Okay. So I can show everybody something I've been working on that may help you guys out a little bit too. Let me see. Is it let me do it? All right, here we go.
Yeah, click it again.
Yeah. Which one? Yeah, let me see which one I need to go to real quick. Because I know I got multiple screens up. Okay, here we go. All right, so y'all can see everything?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so let me see if I can drag this over. This is something I designed, guys. If you guys need to use it, this is something I worked on and it worked out. It's been working out pretty cool, boss. And I'm gonna show you what I've designed so far. Tell me if you can see the picture. Let me drag it over. Let me see if it's gonna let me do it. Can you see it? It says profit management.
Yep.
Okay, so this this is what I created. This helps with your confidence level as traders, especially for people with small accounts up to big accounts. So what you do is you pretty much you fit yourself into a comfort zone on what you're good at financially. Right here, these are for beginners. So if you are able to put yourself in a position to make $50 a day, then everything else is going to follow through. So if you're a trader that's making, because you already know you got 5 days out of the trading week. If you're making $50 a day, your reward should be $250 weekly, 500 bi-weekly, 1,000 monthly, and 1,200. I'm sorry, yeah, 1,200. I'm sorry, 12,000 yearly. Once you start to advance and you get better at that, you're like, man, I'm making $50 a day, man. My account is growing, man. Now I'm able to make a little bit more money. Okay, let me go to level two. Level two will now then take you to making $100 a day. So you already know $100 a day, that's 500 a week. That's $1,000 bi-weekly. That's $2,000 monthly, and that is $25,000 yearly. So these levels, guys, all it does is it helps build up your confidence levels as traders. What are your daily goals, what you're trying to make each day. So it's not primarily focused on a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly basis. All you do is focus on the daily goal, because once you focus on that daily goal and you succeed in that daily goal, guys, everything else is going to pay out behind it, from your weekly to your bi-weekly to your monthly to your yearly. So if you get from an advanced level now going into 500, now you're making $2,500 a week, $5,000 bi-weekly, $10,000 monthly, and $126,000 yearly. And the level goes all the way up to 7, which puts you in the pro area. From making $2,000 a day or making $4,000 a day, and these are your payouts. So the reason why I created this because it helps you work on your level, and it helps you grow, and it helps you, create that confidence as a trader. Because if you're used to making $50 a day, your account is growing, your confidence is building. Okay, now you're able to go up to making $100 a day. All you're doing is just trying to stay consistent and just keeping that mindset and not trying to go above your means. You're not trying to, go above and beyond. You're trying to stay in a comfortable spot where you can just slowly just let the market, your account grow. And that's basically what I've done. So I've been testing this, from level 1. Now I am up to, with the small account challenge, guys, now I'm up to level 3. I'm up to level 3. Yesterday I closed in. We're close to making $300 on a day. So right now I'm at this level making $250 a day, which will roughly give me $1,200 a week, 25 bi-weekly, $5,000 monthly, and also $63,000 yearly. And that's all I did, guys, was take a $100 account. Now my account is up to $1,700, and it's all due to consistency. Not rushing the market, not forcing the market, because as me, AK, and everybody else says, the market does not give a damn about your feelings. It don't matter what you want. You have to respect the movement of the market. If the market is telling you that it's going on an uptrend that is bullish, then go with the momentum. Don't go against it. All you're going to do is hurt yourself, because trying to short especially on an uptrend, all you're doing is catching yourself in a bear trap just for buyers to trap you and then go right back up to the upside, versus if you would just pay close attention to the momentum and just stay with it and just go with the route that the market is going, even on a downtrend situation. And that's one thing that AK, me, and a lot of other traders break down is, man, it's not about forcing a play. It's not about rushing. You got to sit back and understand the setups, and not just that. What type of economic data we have coming out? What type of earnings we have coming out? Anything that can affect the market. Hell, even the president speaking that can affect the market. But the main thing that we do is we do our research. We don't just trade off of today's situation. We take the previous days and to see, okay, can we see a pattern? Just like I just posted in his lobby not too long ago. Let's go on my chart real quick. All I did, guys, on SPY, all I did was just take Tuesday's setup, going into Wednesday, going into Thursday, which gave me what? A downtrend setup. So why go against the grain if the market itself is telling me what it's doing? The market is telling me, okay, we're bearish at this time. So all I did was just play all the way down, and I did alert in my chat room that, guys, we may be pulling down. Going down to a strong demand zone where buyers could now finally step in after the PCE data comes out. Why? Because I already knew that we had strong data coming. You got to keep in mind that these important data that can affect the market in a good way, that can affect it in a bad way. It don't matter whether it's a jobless claims, PCI data, PPI data, PCE data, anything of that nature. But I understood the setup. So I already had everything set up from Tuesday going into now. So right here, look at my drawing. You can see right here, clearly on the downtrend setup, that the market is telling me we're on a downtrend, we're building lower highs until we got right here around Tuesday. And I did alert everybody. I said, guys, keep on watching as we get into these low areas, because buyers may be sitting around waiting on that PCE data to come in, as they pushed the market back up to the upside. And lo and behold, after that PC data came out, we got that nice push back up and ran up towards 661.50. I mean, now we're getting to pull back down. We're getting to pull right back down to this trend line. So all I'm doing, guys, is respecting the pattern that's right in front of me. I'm not trying to force anything. All I'm doing is playing what the market is telling me to do. That's it. So and why did I have my lines around these areas? Based off the past. Yesterday pre-market, we got rejected between 662, 661.50, and got a nice little pullback. What did we run up to? 661.50, 662, and got a nice pullback. And if you look at it right across the board, look right here where you got a strong pullback yesterday. 661.50, nice pullback. 661.50, nice pullback. Rinse and repeat. All you have to do, guys, just pay close attention to details and just trade that. That's it. That's it, man. But again, AK, man, thank you for just, man, giving me the tools that I needed to become the trader that I am. Now I'm able to help family members, man. I'm able to take care of a lot of people, give back to a lot of people, give back to my fellow traders, man. Corey, for everybody else, Lucky, man, where I can take that knowledge and share with other people, man. But
Front row. Everyone still here? Jay? Did I lose internet? Did we lose Jay? Guys, am I still going live? Just make sure I'm still going live. Okay, cool. I'm here. Yeah. I'm just making sure. Can you hear me? Was it Jay that we lost there, I'm guessing? Yeah, I'm thinking we lost Jay. We lost Jay. He cut out there for a minute. I heard his audio kind of cut out there for a minute. I was wondering if we lost Jay. I'm going to text him. I think we lost you. Sometimes I'm like, that poor guy in Louisiana. Like Jay, I feel like sometimes he's like he's in a hurricane, you know, because that seems like, I swear it happens to him a lot with his internet. All right, there we go. We'll see if we get Jay back on. We'll see. I'll edit this. If anything, I'll keep it streaming and rolling. Cool. Good. We're good. Good. Yes. Just no. Yeah. Just no, Jay. Cool. Just making sure. We'll see if he pops back on. I got the Zoom right in front of me, but love that guy. You know, again, that's all I'm ever trying to do for any of you guys is show you levels, where to trade. It's all I was ever trying to do, you know, whether it was here, it was over at TC. Like, hey, here's the lines you should put in. Like, this is where you should be taking trades. This is what you need to be paying attention to, you know. And then trying to get some of that stuff that you were doing that probably was a little too much or wasn't going to help you. And so you just probably need to stop that. And then he is back.
Yeah, man. Boss, I apologize. This new internet provider, man, is killing me, man. It's driving me nuts. Hey. Yeah, the internet just went down and went right back up.
I mean, bro, how do you even have internet? Where are you at right now? How do you even have internet?
I'm in Louisiana.
Bro, I'm kidding. I'm making fun of your background because you're in outer space.
Oh, don't do that. But nah, yeah, boss. It's the internet, man. It does that. Ever since I switched internet providers, it's been giving me hell, man.
It's all good. No, but no, I appreciate.
I do apologize, guys. I apologize. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. But I hopefully got everybody got the things that I broke down about the little chart patterns, about the provider. I mean the management on how to help you as a trader. And being consistent, and as far as just, building your account up and building your confidence up as a trader. But as I was saying before the internet went out, again, AK, I want to tell you thank you. Corey, all of y'all join, man. I want to just say, man, you guys are great. You guys are GOATs. And I want you guys to be the best traders that you can be. And I mean, the doors is just opening, and God has a lot more opportunities and a lot more in store for you guys, for all my traders, all my fellow traders. And just get ready to rock and roll, because even with 2026, guys, we're going to be knocking these walls down. And I'm going to see a lot of people quitting their 9-to-5s and working from home and just enjoying life, man. But you guys deserve it. I wish you guys nothing but the best and many blessings, man. Yeah, so salute to y'all.
I love it. Love it. So you still just sticking with the SPY for the most part? You trading? You ever doing like Tesla or any of the other places?
No. Well, no. Actually, I actually been doing scalping. I've been doing a lot of, and I'll go back to my chart again. And I do apologize for getting kicked off this stupid internet. Let me go back to it. Let me go back to my screen again. Yeah. This has been my main money maker. Let me go to it. All right. Let me go to share my screen one more time. Screen one. All right. Okay, so the main thing I've been trading, AK, that's been my moneymaker, boss, is CRWV. Like this has been my moneymaker because the reason why, the spreads. I love the spreads. You have like 20 to 30 cent spreads on these bad boys. So going in with 5 to 10 contracts, you already know how that goes. Well, with 500 to 1,000 shares, every 10 cents is 50. Every 10 cents on 1,000 is $100. So all I do is get in and out of these plays, and I'm scalping in, scalping out, and that's all I've been doing is to build my account. So my main scalping, if I don't trade SPY, has been CRWV. That's been my main baby.
Nice, love it. Love being going back over
And
to something.
right here, based off my 12-hour chart, this is what I use too as well, guys. Like I use a 12-hour chart to let the ladder market to tell me what it's going to do, so I know whether to go whether to go long or short. So right here, based off of my 12-hour chart, we broke out of this downtrend. We ran up as high as 134 that we could not break out, which is giving me a sign because we have upper shadow, upper shadow, upper shadow for a possible nice reversal, which we just got. Went from buyers to straight sellers. You can do the same exact thing with SPY. Why did SPY bounce? If we go to SPY real quick, I have it set up to here. Let me go to my 180. What I have it saved? 180, 180, 180. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Is this the right one? All right, let me open it up. Right about, and look right here, guys. All it did was just play off of my trend line. That's all it did. All we did was get rejected from this trend line here, pulled all the way back down to this green trend line here. And you notice every time we hit that green trend line, buy you step in. Around that green trend line, buy you step in. You can see this repeated. It's like it's a rinse and repeat. So all I did was understood the chart patterns. All I understood was the uptrend, the strong resistance level for the possible reversal. So that's how I can easily spot a lot of patterns, a lot of setups, and knowing how to put myself in the right position and in the right direction versus the wrong direction. So based off of this one 12-hour chart, we can see we have a long upper shadow, and all we doing right now is pulling back down to what? This green trend line. Now if this green trend line crack, we know that we have more room to fall back down to the 655s, down into the 654s, where we'll come back down to these old breakout levels, which is right here. Put a line right across these little old areas where we have room to fall back down to. But you can clearly see the direction, and you can clearly see the transition from an uptrend now to a downtrend position. And even Thursday, and I alerted it in my Discord, I told everybody what to be on lookout for before we got the nice pullback down. I said, guys, we could be possibly setting up for a head and shoulders pattern. And AK, you can see that right here for yourself. You see a left shoulder, you see a head, and you see a right shoulder, and then what happened? Boom, there go your nice pullback on down. And that's right here. Look at this. From that head and shoulder setup, led into a downtrend, and you got that continuation setup. All because I understood the setups and I understood the pattern setups as it was speaking to me. That this level right here, based off the past, was going to be an area going across this way. This is what we needed to get on top of because we needed to take resistance, turn into support if we wanted to reverse the play to go back into the upside. So all I did was put my line right across the board from the past right here. We broke out a little bit in pre-market, got rejected, came right back down, which created that right shoulder, and you dump right back down to the downside. And I will let me bring up my Discord too, where I did alert this as well. What I did mention to everybody that we was going to get a pullback down. Let me go to my Discord. Where is it at? And also, guys, right here on my Discord, I even break things down to a science. Let me bring it up. All right, Discord. All right, right here, guys. I break things down even in my Discord. I tell everybody what to possibly look out for. I put my arrows, I draw everything out. So for people that may not see it, I draw out the patterns for people to get an understanding on the rotation to understand the directions of the market. Right here, at this time, SPY is in a current downtrend at the beginning of what? Tuesday, lower highs. Lower highs, lower highs, that created a what? A downtrend setup. Also, I mentioned right here, SPY. I said, now who alerted the possible head and shoulders pattern since yesterday? And right here, I drew it out. And you can clearly see that I have a head and shoulders pattern and also a downtrend setup that was insinuating, guys, we may be pulling back down even further. So I'm not going to go against the grain if the market is telling me what it's doing. So if we cannot get above these old key levels from here between Monday and Tuesday, then I'm not going to go against the grain, knowing that 9 times out of 10 sellers are going to be sitting here. We're going to have way more sellers than buyers that could cause another pullback. And sure enough, we hit a head and shoulders. We couldn't get back. We couldn't get above this level from the past, and we got that nice rejection on down. So, I mean, guys, it's easy to spot these things. It's just taking your time and understand how to read this stuff. That's it. And that's how I make trading easy for me. Understanding the patterns, understanding the setups, the possibilities where we can go, whether it's on the upside or the downside. But again, I want to thank AK And for a lot of guys, man, Primo and Hardware and a lot of these guys that came into my life as a trader who showed me to not make market and to not make stock trading complicated. Man, take your time, understand the setups, understand your price points, and play off of it. Wait on confirmation. That's the main thing a lot of people always overlook is confirmation. They just see a small little count, they want to jump in, but not knowing the true direction where it's going. We may pop up, but how you know it's not a bull trap? How you know you're not going up into a bull trap and then coming right back on down? You have to wait on confirmation. You have to understand the overall direction. All I did, guys, was take Tuesday's setup, the level that we couldn't get back up on Wednesday, and right here, you can see right here that started a higher low build. We had a high here from Monday and Tuesday to Wednesday, lower high. Wednesday to Thursday, lower high, which created a what? Downtrend setup, guys. That's it. And we pulled all the way back down towards the areas of 654, 655. We got that bounce right back on up. Try to create this uptrend after the PC data came out, and we started to what? Go for a possible reversal back up. So all I'm doing at this time right now, guys, for Friday, and you got to keep in mind, Friday is a way different ball game than Monday through Thursday. So the volatility changes because you got to think about traders who may have made money Monday through Thursday that's locking things up that may not want to gamble on a Friday, because Friday can change your account real quick in a good way or in a bad way, especially if you already traded good Monday through Thursday and then you so happen to go on a wrong trade on Friday that'll wipe out everything you just worked your ass off for. So all I'm doing is understanding and paying close attention to details. Right here, we tried to break out of the downtrend setup momentarily. We couldn't hold. Now, what are we doing? We back in this downtrend setup. So either we're going to get back above that 658, 659 level for that push back up, or we're going to continue right back on down. So right now, you can clearly see that we went from buyers to now what? Sellers. So all I'm doing is understanding the patterns, understanding the setups, and respecting it. That's all I'm doing. Now, all I'm doing now is we pushing back up to the upside. Okay, now we back to the pre-market area right here. I mean, this little level here. Can we break it, or will we get rejected and come right back on down? All I do is just take my time to understand the patterns, to understand the setups, and I play off of that. And again, and if it wasn't for me having good mentors as far as AK-47 and a lot of other guys, I wouldn't be the trader who I am, passing on this knowledge to you guys, because I never want you guys to make the same mistakes I made in my past, thinking I knew everything. Being stupid, quitting a 9 to 5, thinking I knew everything about the market, throwing all my money to the market, and things going my way. I can admit that I struggled. I went through ups and downs, man. I made dumb choices, and instead of taking my time, I rushed the process. I rushed everything. I tried to rush success, and it blew up in my face. And I had to live and learn. I had to learn from my mistakes to do better, to be a better trader. Now passing that information and that wisdom on to you guys, because I never want you guys to go through what I went through or anybody else go through, because some people can't bounce back from it. Some people, man, they'll get depressed, can't find a way out, blaming the world for everything, and then and they can't get back to where it was at. But through the grace of God, having a good brother of mine, AK-47, having good traders behind my back, Lucky, Josh, and the rest of you guys for always having my back, pushing me to be the best trader that I can be. And I want to tell you guys thank you as well, man. You guys helped save my life in so many ways too, because when I gave up, y'all gave me a reason to keep going, which is why I'm here, and I'm rocking with you guys to the day the wheels fall off, and y'all got me for life. AK, you got me for life, boss. So
right.
Thank you.
I was hoping so. You ain't quitting on me, brother. No, I love it.
What service were you using? Hey John, what you mean by what service? Internet service or which service? I used to have AT&T. I'm with Optima. I'm with Optima. So yeah, I mean, but it is what it is. It ain't stopping me from trading. So I'm still banking bank. And I also posted right here, guys. I took let me go to my Discord one more time on how I changed the $100 account to $1,700, and I also posted my P&Ls. So let me go down to it a little bit. I posted it yesterday. Was that it right here? Yeah, right here. So guys, all I did was take a $100 account, slowly scalp my way up, even though, my other mentor jumped on me saying, man, you should be making more than that. But I was just being safe, and I know I should be going a little bit more aggressive. But due to consistency, making the trades, locking in my trades, guys, I turned a $100 account to now $1,700, almost up to $2,000. If I can do it, guys, you guys can do it. It's always a possibility through impossibilities, man. So always know that where there's a will, there's a way. If I can turn $100 to damn near $2,000, you can do the same exact thing, guys. Yep. So shout out to y'all.
Oh shit, I remember Lucky 13 been around for a minute when he showed that name, and I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, Lucky, that's my guy, man. I love Lucky.
I saw his picture, and I was like, I seen that picture forever ago. I know that face. I remember that face. That's good. Glad to see you. Like I said, still doing you and keeping up with what you've been doing and pushing and.
Yeah,
that's it.
and I'll be honest, AK, I went through hard times, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. You know, when we went through that TradeCaster situation, I ain't gonna lie, man. I felt hurt because how many years I put into TradeCaster and knowing how we got treated at the end due to, business decisions and, we wasn't thought of. I was down and out, but that's why I said, man, I thank God for you. I thank God for a lot of other traders who picked me back up and said, man, look, Jay, just because one door closes, other doors will open.
Oh, yeah.
Man, just keep going. And again, I thank you guys for saving my life, not just saving my life, but helping me save other people's lives as well, man. So, AK, man, thank you. Love you, bro. You already know what it is, man. Appreciate you.
Yep. Let's see, mic boss. Let's see, what's wrong with my mic? What's wrong with my mic? My mic's not working? Huh, what's going on here? I don't know why I said my mic's not working. Is my mic not working? Says mic boss.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
I'm just making sure I didn't know if traders, CR traders, making sure my mic could hear.
AK, there go my other guy, man. There go my other GOAT, Hardware, man. He's in the building. He's another GOAT, man. He's another great guy, man. Hardware, shout out to you too, boss. But yeah, AK, he's another GOAT. He's another one.
That's good, yeah. Now I'm glad, man. I know you, like I said, and I stopped seeing you there for a minute, so I'm like, oh, come on now. So I'm glad you stuck with it, man, and I'm always here for you. Of course, everyone else out there. You're loved. Genuinely, people love you so much. I just want, like, I kind of feel like a lot of people come to me and talk, like, I don't know why. I feel like I've got ears and everyone's they just want to talk to me about stuff. But I can't tell you how much people have talked about you and how much they respect you and love your stream. They love your energy, how humble and nice and sweet you are. The family man that you are. There's not a lot of family men out there. I'm a family guy, but I'm more with the dogs, but no, people love that. They respect that. So no, I'm like I said, you got to keep pushing because you got to know when doors close, more will open if you have the patience and the perseverance and push yourself. The 3 Ps I always talk about. I mean, it was nuts how within a month, I'm gonna trade the pool. Now I'm streaming live with those guys and they're flying me out to Orlando for the money show in October and. No one's ever treated me like that. No one's like, hey, we'll fly you out there and we're going to get you some gear and you're going to be our main face. I'm like, what? And so, bro, you just keep pushing.
And it's crazy, man. And look at all these blessed opportunities that's been, presented to us, boss. After one door closed, look at all these open opportunities now, boss. Look what happened after us, still being good people that we are. And, God was looking out over us this whole time, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. And
boss.
Yeah, and definitely you this year. Thank gosh for tropical storms, because I'm telling you, like every year I feel bad for you when I see another one heading to Louisiana. I'm like, oh man, my poor boy.
No, it's not been too bad. It's actually been pretty decent, boss. Pretty decent.
Definitely much more so for sure for you down there. But man,
yes, sir.
I'm glad you came on today. Like I said, just getting you on and getting people to understand what you're doing. And next time around, and this time, like the first time, I want you to show traders what you're doing, which I'm glad you did exactly what I wanted. And next time, I'll have some questions for you about certain things. Either what you're doing exactly, how you're trading, but then how you see certain things in the stock market. And we'll have a little more fun with it next time. This time I just want kind of like the introduction. Here's my man. Trades, and then post it on YouTube, post it on Instagram, and so anyway, how's everything else been going? Family doing good, right? Kids are doing
man,
well,
family doing good, boss. Like I said, man, we got a little one on the way. She'll be doing, like I said, between November, December, man. So that's another blessing. And she been kicking like crazy. She ready to come out, boss. That's gonna be your other niece.
Hey, my baby's kids, you just bring them right on over, bro. I'll be cooking and grilling. I'll be that one uncle.
Go with that again.
Like,
there you go with that.
Yeah, I'm like, there goes Uncle AK. He grilling again.
I'm actually past that because you remember baby's kids only had 3. I'm at 4.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah. We just gonna start calling you Sesame Street. Love it, bro. Did you?
Don't do that.
Oh, hey.
All right, so look.
Next thing you know, you might have 7 or 8. Are you capping it 4?
No. Hell no.
We capping it? No. You capping it at 4?
Yeah, I'm done. Boss, okay. It's a wrap. So and then right here, boss, I don't know if you see it. So this was a generator I used. So so one side is for me and the other side is for my her mom. Gotcha. So this side is my side if she was to get more of me, and this other side is her mom. So this is what we trying to just see how she's gonna look when she come out.
Hey, I love it, man. Absolutely love it. So let me ask you this, because I kind of do with the dogs. Do you have a favorite kid so far? And then do you think she's gonna be your favorite because she's the newest?
She gonna have me spoiled. She gonna have me wrapped around her fingers. I already know, boss.
Wrapped around her fingers. I figured she was gonna be your little baby. I love it, love it. No, that's cute, man. I love it. We will wow. Oh yeah, I remember that other cousin. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that as I was with Deck, but you two are better. Oh yeah, Lucky. I remember you, Lucky though. I remember your profile picture. I remember it for 100%. Yeah, Joey's good. He's good at market analysis for sure, my man. That's what he's been concentrating on, over the last 2 years now, and that's what I would try to tell you. What she was saying, the same thing. If you, like Kevin does when I'm going live with TTP, if you watch that when I'm going live with that amazing, I call him KA47 or KA74 or whatever, but he calls it the market. He says essentially, and it is, the market gives you analysis. The market prints out, essentially data every day, and you just have to read it and then understand it. Like that head and shoulders, the pattern that essentially Jay was going over, and what happens. And every time, I say every time, but most head and shoulders, you're going to see what form? A downtrend. Like that'd be like, I really want to create a test for traders, and that would be a question. In most cases, and let's say 80% of the time in a head and shoulders, what gets created? A downtrend. This, that, it's like multiple choice, but it's a downtrend almost all the time in those head and shoulder patterns. And
because then when people don't realize, all the market does is rotate. I mean, all it does is rotate up and rotate down in a specific price range until we either break out of that level or crack that level. But the majority of the time, all it does is rotate.
Yeah, 100%. No, you're on it. 100%, my man. 100%. I'll move this on. Now there's two of us on here. Make this a little bit bigger there. So now there's two heads there. You're in the bottom left-hand corner. I'm in the top right-hand corner.
I'm there we go.
I feel like what's it? Oh my God, what's the show? Brady's Bunch. Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, brother? Hey, brother. How you doing? Oh, how you doing down there, brother?
But yeah, I mean, I'll definitely come back on, boss, to break down my trades and how I trade, like what contracts that I'm looking at, and how do I go based off of it. Lately, all I've been doing, to be honest, is just really scalping. And I pick, and like I said, the main thing that I look on my contracts is pretty much volatility. So I look for volume and I look for open interest. And then within that, I try to figure out, okay, what directions are we going based off of that stock that I can use, as far as my contracts. And that's really all I do.
Yeah, love it, bro. Keeping it simple too. That's the thing. It's just keeping it simple and rinse
and
repeat.
That's it.
Rinse and repeat it, brother. Well, any other valuable information you want to share with us today? Anything else you can think of you want to go over?
I did break down. I did break down the little market. The P&L management. So as I broke that down to show people on how you can, and I'll bring it back up again. And another thing too, boss. Why I do have you? This is another thing too, guys, that I always go over. Let me go to my lessons real quick. Where's that? Where you at? This is another little thing that I normally go over. There we go. Lessons. So I got the Breaking Bad method. This was something else I said I was going to talk to people about, where we go over things to work out to was stopping you from becoming a great trader. Basically, be right here, Breaking Bad method. What are the things that stop you from becoming a trader? What are your weaknesses? Is it the wrong mindset, not having a detailed plan, unstable work ethics, losing trade syndrome, losing money per trade, lack of track, and the main thing that a lot of us as traders have is not having enough patience. So that's another thing that I break down. And also I go over Ely. Ely is this as well. So let me go over Ely right here. So Ely, all it is, guys, is understanding your environments, is understanding your levels, understanding your entries, and understanding your exits. So as far as the first E is understanding your environment. What is the environment? The environment, the market structure, the context of the market. In other words, what state are we in? Are we in an uptrend? Are we in a downtrend? Are we in a reversal? So these are where your states come in, guys, because the market goes through 4 separate states every single time, guys. You have to identify yourself. What state are you in at this time? Is the market in a trending state? Is it in a ranging state, which is a channel? Are you in a breakout state? Are you in a reversal state? And once you start to identify on the direction of the market, this is what I talk about directions. If you're on an uptrend, why go against the grain? Go with the momentum. If you're on the downtrend, don't try to go in for a long if it's literally telling you that we have way more sellers than buyers. If you're on a U-shaped pattern breakout, one thing I do for U-shaped breakouts, guys, I don't buy right at the breakout. I'm gonna tell you what I don't do that. So this is basically what I do. Let me draw for example. Let me come on, Windows. All right, for example, if we have a U-shaped breakout pattern, guys, I don't play the breakout. I normally wait for a breakout, a pullback, and then I'll put in my entry right here for possible bounce back up, because we're turning resistance now into support where we can play this level. So instead of trapping bulls, Now we can trap bears because this level is no longer resistance. Now I can use this to the best of my ability for the movement back up. So that's another way how I play the U-shaped pattern breakout. So, but it's all about you guys. I mean, everybody's different. Everybody trades different, but it's all up to you on how you trade, and you just make the best of it, man. That's it. And you got to ask yourself, what type of trader are you?
I think you forgot one state. Mentally unstable. I think
Facts.
we only saw that in 2020. That year was just absolutely bonkers. But yeah, you got it down, man. That's definitely. I love what you're teaching, my man. I feel like it's just again, back from what I teach and preach, and I just feel like it's another one of me out there. So I'm glad to know that there's another one of me teaching.
And another thing that I do too, AK, like when I see something like this choppiness, and it's like it's hard to read.
Yeah.
All I do is this is when I use my 12-hour charts, because I'm like, okay, what is the overall direction that this bad boy doing to get me out of confusion?
Right.
So all I do is this. This is when I go into my 12-hour chart, to avoid all the choppiness, to let me know, okay, what the market is doing overall. So I go here and I figure it out. I go from my 180, my 180 12-hour chart. I mean, look how clean this is. To tell me on what is the market doing? What is resistance at? Where is support at? What levels do we need to crack to go to even lower prices? Right here, called out yesterday that all we did was do a gap fill from these indicators, the 9MA, 20MA, possibly down to the 50 SMA. All you do is went from these two indicators all the way back on down, which caused a what? It caused a pullback, which was a good playable area to catch. Now, guys, you have to keep in mind, look at my trend line. Look where we at right now. Have we cracked it yet? No. So all we're doing is keeping on watch. Okay, can we get that successful crack on a Friday? If we could get a successful crack on a Friday, fall out of this range, then that means that coming Monday, Tuesday, we could see a continuation sell-off. But right here, all we did was go up on the top of this range, back down to the bottom of the range. So this level is going to be around 658. So all I'm doing is watching the 658 level to see, okay, can buyers hold, possibly push our way back on up? Will we crack this key level and get a nice, successful move back on down? So right here, all I'm doing is waiting on confirmation to let me know, okay, how we're going to set up at the end of this week, going into the next week. Because you got to remember, guys, Monday sets the tone, Friday sets the standards. So Monday's tones was up here, and look what Friday standards is. That's showing weakness. That's showing that for the rest of the week, guys, this has been bearish. No bullishness at this moment. It's been straight bearishness. We went from an uptrend now to a downtrend. Now I'm watching this key level. Okay, right here, this key level, what's going to happen? Will we get that? Will we get buyers to hold this 658 and this green trend line and look for a bounce like we got in the past? I mean, look back here. Every time we hit this green trend line, buy, step in. Green trend line, buy, step in. Green trend line, buy, step in. Vice versa. We go up to this red trend line, sell a step in. Red trend line, sell a step in. And, in the course of it, in the mid areas, we may get some little pullbacks, within these trend lines here. But I look at the overall top and the overall bottom. Because think about it, guys. Look, from since, what month was this? We started this trend since, this was in May. So we've been in the same range since May, guys. We are in September going into October in the same exact range. So what I want to know now, going from September to October, can we hold this range for a possible move back on up for October, November, December, or will we crack this range and start a new channel going back down this way for October, November, December? And that's all I do, guys. Instead of looking at just a 15-minute, 5-minute, I find everything that I can look at. I'll try to go off of this. I'll try to go off of this will be my last one, okay? And I'll go off of my 5-year chart too. What is the 5-year chart telling me? Let me go to 5-year. 5-year is telling me we are still on an uptrend heading towards a strong resistance level where we could start to see a nice little pullback down. So all I'm doing is, again, trying to figure out putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Okay, what is the market actually doing? So far, 5 years showing that we bounced off of our trend line is running all the way up towards this red trend line. So that's all I'm doing. And I just try to find, again, put the pieces of the puzzle to put me on the right side. And that's how I've been winning, guys. So instead of just looking at one chart, I'm looking at different charts to kind of give me an idea on what the market is doing. It just takes time. Take your time to figure it out. Instead of sitting around, hopping on something else, on YouTube, watching random YouTube videos and on World Star and all this other crap, man, take the time to sit back and analyze the charts that's already presented in front of you. The market has already told you what it's doing in the past. Okay, start drawing your lines. If we do bounce back on up, could we break out this resistance level and build up new highs? Because we know that buyer's goal is to move up. We know seller's goal is to come down. So another thing too, AK, I don't know if you ever done this before, that I show people. Flip your chart upside down. If you look at it we're going to take the same price point. What was that, 652? All right, flip your chart upside down. Flip it upside down. Look at it from a put standpoint. Bam, it's going to do the opposite. So that area where we got rejected at on your calls, that's the same area that acted as support on your puts. So that means your calls got rejected, but your puts wind up bouncing right at the same price point, 652, which is showing you puts are going up while calls are going down. Because you can see the difference. Look at the puts. Look at the put setup, right? You're getting a bounce. Now look at the call setup. That's getting a rejection. All it's doing is doing the opposite of one another. Now go back. See that? Doing the opposite. That's another way. Flip your chart upside down, seeing it from a put standpoint, seeing it from a call standpoint. Who has more control? Buyers or sellers? That easy. So that's all I do, boss.
Love it, dude. Yeah, keeping it simple, just keeping it simple. A lot of people do not at first for whatever reason. They just want to do a lot, and it's just going back and putting different time frames in and going through and putting your lines in. And then
I use the same time frames.
Yeah. Go and find it. Yeah, but it's the same ones, right? Over and over and over.
That is it. Over and over and over. That's it, boss. Rinse and repeat, like you always talked about.
Right. Yeah. Yep. And then just put those lines in, and you can trade them. And that's the thing. That's the hard part in the end, is once you figure it out. Then you got to go to trading those lines. But if you honestly, like we always teach and preach, you're putting the lines in correct. You're going small, and you're going to see how often those lines are working.
Speaking of lines, guys, after we broke out of this downtrend setup, where did we bounce? Then we not bounce off of that downtrend. Now that we broke above it, now utilizing it for support to go right back on up. Now look where we at. You see?
Make or break time coming
right
up
soon. But just keeping it simple, man. But guys, don't make stock trading complicated, man. It's not as hard as you guys think, man. And another thing too, don't have too many stocks to watch. Don't do that, man. Stick to the ones, and that's what I've done too. Stick to stocks that you know you profited from. And because every stock has a different personality. Oh, and another thing, I don't know if you knew this, AK, but I've been telling people this, especially in the blue chip field. The main one that moves by $5 increments is Tesla. Tesla likes to move by $5 increments, whether it's for 340, 345, 350, 355. Majority of the time, everything else likes to move by $2 increments. NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, and so forth, they like to move by $2 increments on a normal basis if nothing is involved. No extra news, no earnings or anything of that basis. So that's another thing to look at.
Sweet. Got to remember these things. These are key things you got to remember, because that's like you talked about. It's just doing the same thing day in, day out. The market repeats itself.
Rinse and repeat.
It's all it is doing the same thing every single day. You got to think of it as like a normal job you've had.
And okay, look, am I lying? When did we get rejected on Tesla?
Yeah, right.
435, $5.
Right.
Then back down to 340. 430, $5.
Right.
Back down. Yeah, you can clearly see it. We came all the way back down to what? 420.
Yep.
So $5 increments.
Yep.
$5 increments. It's that simple.
One thing with stock trading, you got to notice these patterns, and the faster you can notice them, the easier it is to trade. But yeah,
and then guys, look right here, guys. Look right here, and then look at my numbers. Moving by fives. Look, we bounced up right here in pre-market. Where? 415. Next level. Look where you bounced at. 420.
Right.
Then you went up. 425. Then you went up. 430. Up to 435, and then you came right back on down. Y'all notice they moved by $5 increments? You notice that?
Right. Perfect, Bubba boy.
See?
Perfect. See? Easy. Notice the trends. If Jay can do it and I can do it, you can do it, team. I promise. We ain't no mathematicians over here. I promise you that.
We had to learn from our mistakes. We had to learn from our mistakes.
Yep. And how many times I've heard that from traders over the past few weeks, from like me doing the trade the pool stuff. Last week I had Matt on. He was the first one I did last week with Matt. I mean, it's just essentially, you're hearing. That's why I want to do these, because you're going to hear it from Matt. You're going to hear it from me. You're going to hear it from you. You're going to hear it from Caesar. You're going to hear.
And then guys, and also think about it. Remember what I said about everything else besides Tesla move by $2 increments? Look, SPY, for example. What did we reject it? 662.
Right.
Then where else we got rejected? 660. Then what we come down to? 658.
Right.
$2 increments.
Yep. Notice the trends. It's pretty easy once you notice them. Like I said, it's simple and it's fun. Then you get all nerded out like me. And
because once your confidence level start to grow, man, you start to have fun with it.
Yeah.
Like you start to have fun with it instead of hesitating. And then because we all been there, guys, where we procrastinated. We had the mindset in our head on what we wanted to do, but we didn't do it. Oh man, I'm about to pull the trigger. You hesitate.
Yeah.
Now you're missing the move. Now you didn't get into the entry where you wanted to originally get in at. Now you're putting yourself in a case of FOMO. Now you're chasing. Now as you're chasing, you're trying to go in, and now it's going against you. Now you're cursing. Why the market, every time when I want to do it, the market want to go the opposite way. The market don't like me. Man, this market watch is watching me. It's simple. It's simple setups, man. Understand your price levels. Even in the past, what was what was the pre-market highs? What was the pre-market lows? What was yesterday's highs? What was yesterday's lows, guys? Because those areas gonna mean something. Because why did they turn? So in order for the market to react off those price points, it had to have some type of importance to the buyers and the sellers. Because why would they buy at this price point? Why would they sell and short at this price point? All you're doing, guys, got to realize the market is 90% psychology, 10% strategy. That's it.
Yep. Yeah. I should. You all over it.
That's it, boss.
Well, put your information out there where people can find you. I know King Lion, he asked for your Discord, so any information you want to put out there, any of your links, put those over on YouTube. 100%. Put all your information out there for traders.
I got y'all.
Because then this will be, like I said, this will be out on YouTube forever. So then they'll go back through and see the comments. That way, at some point, some other trader will see it or something. But yeah, put your information out there for sure. Discord, your Instagram, your YouTube, anywhere people can find you. Put the links out there. Well, bro, until next week, thank you again for coming over today, my man. Thank you for coming on over.
Man, no problem at all, AK, man. I enjoyed it. And like I said, man, you're my brother for life, man. And again, thank you for always having my back. Thank you for bringing the best out of me. You, Hardware, and a lot of these guys, man. Lucky all of y'all, man. Thank y'all for bringing the best out of me when I was at my lowest. And, man, I'm forever in you guys' debts, man. And y'all got a brother for life, man. Y'all know what time it is.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I appreciate you for sure, man. I love you to death. And so, again, we'll get this going again sometime and get you back sometime in October. And then what I want to do, like I said, is kind of like a round table at the end of every month. So I'll may get you on before that, may get like a new trader every Friday. But regardless, I'll want you again on that round table on Halloween, unless you're busy with the kids in the morning, which you might be. But yeah, I'll want you on the round tables at the end of every month. That'll be the last Friday of every month, and then I'll try to get you on once a month on a Friday for sure, so people can learn from you.
Oh yeah, okay, boss. Yeah, let me know, man. I'm down. You know this, man. I'm here, man. I'm Team AK all the way. You know what time it is, boss.
Yeah. All right, brother. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you so much again for coming over.
Man, you too, boss. Y'all have a blessed weekend, guys.
Thank you, brother. Have a good one, brother.
All right.
Love you so much.
Yes, you too, man. All right, man. Love you too.
Give him some love. Give this man some love right there. My man. He's going to put probably the links in chat here in a minute. I can't tell you. Again, I can't thank that guy enough for being around, for helping other traders in chat. That's what we're about. We're definitely about making profit for sure and being a successful trader. But one thing we love doing, probably more so than anything, is charting and then helping other traders in their trading journey. That's one thing I love about that guy. So anyone in chat, please, guys, let's give some love to Jay Trades for sure. Show some love. Say, thanks, Jay. Type it out. Wherever you're at in chat, if you're still listening, give Jay some love for coming on over. The bounce play actually worked on, I put in the 5-minute time frame, worked pretty nicely there on NVDA at 175.50. Did have that quick lower shadow, but my play did work out. I just was busy with Jay. Beautiful bounce play there. We did get this little W double bottom right there on 520. Led to a gorgeous halt up and then fell again at $7. Which was another great short. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish or 5, 7, essentially 6 times for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times that you could have loaded up at 7 and shorted that son of a gun. Any tickers you want me to break down? I'm going to take a break. It's been a long week of talking and yapping it up for me. I don't see anything right now to take a trade. I'll kind of break down some plays and stop yapping and talking for a minute to see if there is anything. If there's anything you guys want, let me know. If you need me to break down a play for you, I'm here, obviously, to help you guys out. We'll go over to NUAI. That ends up being a decent runner here today as well. Nothing too crazy, though. In small caps, it doesn't seem. Nothing I see there. And Joey, would you say hesitation to J trades? Yep. Definitely hesitation can kick your ass. King Lion there, so tapping in. Let's learn together. Yes, for sure. But like I said, that's why I'm doing these. I'm want to get traders on every Friday, get a different trader on every Friday. Last week, Matt, these are guys too I've known for a while and have high regards for us. Speak highly of them, have respect for them. I think you would learn from them, and I want to get these traders on. I'm going to get other traders you may have never heard of on. I'm going to reach out to even like Day Trade Professor. I'm going to reach out to Umar Ashraf. I'll reach out to all the traders that I know and see if they'll get on some Friday. I was back in 2022. I remember I got Ashlyn Nolan on. Umar was trying to, I just stopped doing them, but his schedule was busy, but he was like, man, I'm down to do one. So that was really cool. That Umar, and I'll see if he still will. That'd be really cool if I can get Umar on. He's got a lot of followers that would come over. I know Day Trade Professor does too, but just like that, I'll get other traders that I know that I respect that are really good and they're really fun and very informative other than traders than just that I know. I'll get traders in chat as well on like CR Trader. Hopefully he'll be down to talk one day for 30 minutes and pull up some slides. He did a presentation at my AKNR. He's a very successful, very good trader, of course. Learned from me. So it's in a lot of the stuff that they're going to be here. You're going to be hearing a lot, and some that have not learned from me. They're in their own path. They did their own thing. You're going to hear a lot of the same stuff, you know. I want that to happen. I want you to hear it from me, then Matt, then Jay, then Caesar, then whoever, and that person, and this. The next thing you know, you've heard it from 8 different people that they keep saying, listen, this is what you should do. And like, damn, I've heard this from like every person he has on. I've heard this like every time now. There's a reason for that. There certainly is. But again, thanks for Jay to coming on. And I'll post this on YouTube. Go actually on worker. Boss, go Sounds like crap. Good
Oh, yeah.
adventures in Echo. I'm just kidding. But yes, thanks
Listen,
for having you in chat. And look, there's no Homer Simpson GIF up. I was thinking I'd just have this nonstop. It was just going to be a GIF of you.
Put my camera.
Yeah, right. All right, so now that we're already, of course, I got this recorded, rocking and rolling here. I want to get into it. And I know the main thing, and that's the main thing I want a lot of traders to get into, is that, like I call relation confirmation, but just talking and hearing from someone else and then relating to that essentially. So let's get into it. Like of course, like Matt, like Alex, like Jay last week, and now. Oh, and by the way, real quickly, which is awesome, you spawned everyone else. Now 419 Tech says yep, he's good to go. So now 419 Tech's coming tomorrow. So Miss Boss, it looks like you're going on Thursday now.
There you go. Yeah, I'm interested in her liquidity trap stuff. It's something I've been looking into. You always try to educate yourself with as much as you can and focus on one thing for a while and then move on to the next thing after you get that first one mastered. So
and I love that. That's exactly what I've been telling a lot of traders. Exactly, that's the best thing to do. So that's awesome. That's the one you've been moving into. So let's honestly overall, and I'll make this a little bit easier right there. Get this little guy.
Not that I'm a master of anything.
Well, as long as we can get close to being one. All right, so let's get into it.
Right.
Just like the traders from last week is the main thing. Tell us the struggles early on. Where'd you start? How'd you start? What year was it? Tell me that. Well, like most traders, they want to know that the time frame. When'd you start? How long you been doing it for? Just tell us everything up till now. Give us your best background of Tim.
I will try to make a long story as short as possible. First time I heard about day trading, let's see, I'm 45 now. So it was probably like early 2000s, I guess, when the .com bubble was going on. And I was working for my dad at the time. He had a trucking company. And I was 24, so 20 some years ago. And I remember late 90s him buying into Qualcomm, and he had a broker that he would call and give money to. And
the good old days.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, my dad could barely turn on a computer near the end, but I mean, back then, the internet was an infant,
right?
Wasn't even a baby yet. So, and he had made some money off of that. And I'm like, man, that's really cool. But, back then I started working when I was like 13 years old, working for a guy doing construction, roofing and siding. I'd pedal into town on my bike and make like $4 an hour under the table cash, And so I've always been a hard worker. But then I quit that when I was right out of high school because I thought I wanted to go to school for engineering. For mechanical engineering, and I had a job at a company that made test equipment for aircraft in their drafting department. So I was a little more familiar with computers, but not an expert by any means. But I remember hearing engineers there and stuff talking about investing and trading, and was going to college and realized that I'm just not very good at math. And you gotta be pretty good at math for engineering.
I was gonna say that's a little something you maybe kind of decent at if you're gonna do some engineering.
Yeah, so I took a break from college, and I thought, I'm just gonna take a semester off. I had moved out of my mom and dad's, and was probably a little more focused on partying than going to school. I had a job where I was making a little money, and a buddy of mine back in Ohio. I grew up in Northeast Ohio. We had an apartment together, and there was, I'd say, a few years there that were life was like an alcoholic haze. But I remember guys at the place I worked at talking about they're investing their money, and I started a 401k, and then I woke up one day and I was like, "What am I doing? I don't want to be stuck in an office for the rest of my life." So I was telling my dad that, and he convinced me to go work for him. And that was, man, truck driving isn't an easy job. I will say that. It was a flatbed company, and you work hard. Anyway, I remember him doing some investing, and I was like, man, I don't have no money to invest. I'm barely paying bills. So he was like, oh, penny stocks. And I'm like, what in the world are penny stocks? Now, this is like right before my daughter was born in 2001. And I was 24, but I had no money to even think about starting to invest, and it's not like it is now. I mean, you know, there was no platforms
Right,
like
exactly.
this.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy.
it's like the Wild Wild West. Well, I say Wild Wild West, but it's like a ghost town. You're looking at it's like we're all riding horseback back then. We have saddles on where we don't ever groom ourselves. We got beards. We all stink. We're all drinking really hot whiskey.
You had to go to the library and go through the Dewey Decimal System.
Oh yeah, or that exactly. I remember you pull out the drawer. Okay, tick 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 tick. Okay, I'm looking for this book here.
Yeah, Anyway, so I ended up quitting working for my dad. He pulled me into the office for a little bit so I could learn more of the business end of it, which was hugely beneficial to me. I didn't realize till later when I started my own business. But I went to work for a construction company. I traveled all over the United States doing road work. And then I worked in Missouri and met my fiance. And by this time, my son was already born. This was 2008, 2006, I met her. And then 2008, I was telling her, look, I'd really love to start my own business doing this same kind of work. So I moved out here to Missouri, started that. She was behind me 1,000%, moved out here, promised my kids when I left that I would go back and see them like if I was a block down the street, which was every other weekend. So since 2008, I've been going back and forth from Missouri to Ohio pretty much every other weekend. It's harder now that they're older, but a lot of miles.
Yeah.
So she was behind me 100%. Completely changed our financial lives, was very successful, and had the winters off, but I didn't really know what to do. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Just don't run off and start playing NBA Jam or anything. Okay. I'll keep talking. Part of the reason I didn't want to do this interview is because you might have a hard time shutting me up. Anyway, so where was I? Moved out to Missouri, had this construction company, and we were pretty successful. We didn't know what to do with the money. We didn't work in the winters because you obviously can't do road work in the wintertime. So we would travel in the winter, or we'd just lay around and be lazy. And then we built a house. In 2012, we built our own log home. And when I say we built it, like I vividly remember this dream that I had building a log home turned more kind of into a nightmare. And my fiance and I literally stacking the logs for the garage by ourselves. But it turned out that was one of the best investments I could make at the time because I didn't know a lot about the market. I knew about day trading, but I never had the time to fully get into it.
And that's what I tell a lot of traders. You got to put the screen time in. But sorry, I didn't press the unmute button when I ran out. The internet connection we kept going low. Team, my direct access isn't unfortunately in my office, and Xfinity anyway, it's just in the other room. Trying to reconnect.
I just kept
had
talking.
No idea why. But yeah, back to your point, Tim. To traders I even have sessions with right now, I probably say that at least once, if not twice a week, until you get, and you can't help it a lot of early on, but until you can get that screen time in and you're in here day in, day out, you're going over tickets day in, day out, it's going to be a struggle early on. It's going to be a long.
That is one of the things that I was going to talk about, was because the screen time, I think, is one of the most important things. But I never had time for that. So we had that construction company, and we were we were busy, we were slamming. Then we started to slow down a little bit. 2018, I was playing music on the side just for fun locally. And that was like 2015, I started doing that. And that grew into, I'll get into that in a second. But 2016, my dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. 2017 is when he ended up passing away. But before he passed away, he had seen a video of me somehow playing a show up in Iowa. And he was like, hey, that looks like something you really like to do. And my dad was always business. And he was like, that's obviously something you like to do. I think maybe you should pursue that a little harder. And that was a couple months before he passed away. Well, in 2018, we had the opportunity to sell the company for various reasons. So we did that. And road work is a pretty dangerous job. We're very fortunate to never have any problems. So let's see. He passed away, and before he passed away, my plan was to go in the studio and cut a little EP with like 4 or 5 songs just to give to him as a Christmas present. And he passed away before we could get it done.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
So after he passed away, I had written a song. Anyway, I don't really want to mix trading with music, but I was playing at a show up in Nebraska outside of Omaha. And a girl was there, and I played that song, and she started bawling, reminded her of something. Anyway, so I went ahead and recorded the album, and it had just a little bit of, it got a little momentum behind it. And next thing you know, I was going all over. So I've always been traveling, had some really, really cool things happen with music, I've met some big names that I know everybody in here would know. I'm not going to name drop, but met some amazing songwriters and have become friends with a lot of musicians that are doing the same thing. It's kind of like the trading community. It's kind of a small group. And so here I was again. So now I'm 20 plus years into traveling for a living. And then COVID hit. So when COVID hit, I was literally ready to go to the Carolinas on a run down there. I had a bunch of shows lined up. And the night before I was leaving South Carolina, completely shut down. So it's like, well, 2 weeks to slow the curve.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I watched the market. I heard the airline stocks had just tanked. And I'm like, they're not going to let the airline stocks go out of business. So what did I do? I got on my phone and opened up a Robinhood account, and I threw some money at all the airlines. I split it up: United Airlines, American, Spirit, all those. And I was like, they got to go up. So then the next thing I know that happened is I'm getting a bunch of ads from your buddy.
Sean Deckman.
No.
Oh, so Timothy Sykes.
Yes. Now, not a fan of the guy, but I will give the guy credit on one thing. He's really good at marketing.
That's what I was calling me. I call him. Yeah, he's a marketeer. I mean, that's exactly what he is. He's really good.
So, like a lot of people in here, that's kind of how I got started. Let me pull something up real quick. We don't need to share screens, but so I'm like, well, day trading, that's something I've always wanted to look into. And that's when I got into it. And I had this account. I made some money on the airlines. I was happy. And then I'm like, well, let me just try a little bit of this day trading that I've wanted to do for a long time, but never could take the time to learn. So then, like most people, I just said, well, let me just throw money at it. Paper trade, what's that? So on Robinhood, John Barella's favorite app, I'm just going and losing and getting stuck and I mean, rug pull, just the typical story,
getting in and chasing the top, I'm sure too. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Everything that I don't do. But what happened was, by me not paper trading, is I learned a ton of horrible habits. And it was bad. So I kind of not completely blew up that account, but almost did. And didn't want to give up yet. Now I'm like a year in. So a year ago, actually this week, 2 years ago, I think is when I started. So a year ago, I'm like, man, something has got to change because I'm either gonna, and by then I still couldn't play music like I was to support, paying bills.
Right.
So, and half the places I played at were still shut down because of COVID. So take it more seriously. Okay, I'm going to stop with real money. I'm going to just paper trade for a few months. Never even heard of you or Sean Deckmar or anything at this point. This is a year ago.
Good for you that I'm glad you got into it. Honestly, without us having, because I know we preach it. So that's awesome that you found it before we even, you could put it into your head.
Yes. I was just losing and losing and losing. So I don't think my fiance was probably too happy with me at that point, So I told her, I said, look, I'm going to stop with real money until I figure this out. And then I'm like, man, I just keep losing. And all these plays, and I was doing the other typical thing of following people on Twitter and all these master Furus, Saved by the Bell characters. I'm going to try to keep this clean, which now I have absolutely no respect for because I see what their game is.
Exactly. Yes.
So then I'm like, wait a minute, I'm losing. I'm scared to try to short because the losses are unlimited. And that was, again, in ignorance. You don't know what you don't know, right? So I decided to, on paper, take 2 months. This was after I paper traded. Take 2 months and just paper trade on the short side. I'm like, if I'm buying up here and I keep losing, let me just take that same entry on the short side.
Exactly.
Paper.
Yeah, that's what
And next thing you know, you could take a paper account from $25,000 up to $1 million in a matter of weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
You don't have the same emotions. So then it was June or July of last year, end of June last year, we went on a motorcycle trip out west with one of my buddies. He's tied in with the UFC. He's got a business that does nutrition and stuff. And they do charity work. And he's like, hey, let's take this trip out west. We want to use one of your songs on a B-roll promo video. So I'm like, sure. So we rode motorcycles. We went down to Springfield, Missouri and picked up Route 66. And we rode Route 66 pretty much the whole way.
Out west, yeah.
And then the girls flew into Albuquerque. We picked them up and we rode all the way to Vegas.
Oh, they didn't want to ride with you?
Not across Texas and all
yeah,
that.
Right.
So, no, it was all good. And him and I had some business stuff to talk about. So that was all good. They flew into Albuquerque, we rode Grand Canyon and stuff. We're out in Vegas. Now, the whole time, this is still before I heard about Tradecaster, I had my laptop with me. And he had work to do in the morning. And I'm like, well, I'm going to trade. And that was when I was like, wait a minute. The less I'm trading, I'm actually making more money.
Right, yeah.
So did that whole trip. He had to continue on to California and meet up with a fighter out at his camp in California. And I had to come back. Well, for some dumb reason, because I tend to do stupid things, I decided I'm going to shoot right back. I left out there on Tuesday morning, and I left Vegas at like 3:30 in the morning and made it up into Durango, Colorado. I went down through Arizona, up through Flagstaff, and took 2-lane roads
right
all the way to Durango, Colorado, which it was a great trip. I was just by myself on a motorcycle and hit a hellacious storm in Durango. That's a whole, I'm rambling. Anyway, long story short, finally got home Thursday night. I was trying to make it home from Vegas in 2 days, but I got home Thursday and I was dog tired. Friday morning, this was middle of July last year. Friday morning, I thought, I'm going to get on a computer. And I made money while I was on vacation, which was amazing. And Friday morning, I learned a very valuable lesson. I was tired as could be. I literally just traveled 3,000 miles by myself on a motorcycle, and I was tired. And I went to trade, and I had a pretty bad loss. And it's because I was just not mentally there.
Right. Yep.
And I was almost ready to give up. I took the next week and a half and 2 weeks and tried to recover those losses, still making same dumb mistakes, hadn't shorted, and was on Twitter. And that's when I saw Dex. Somehow I saw him, and he's like, free YouTube day. So I went on his YouTube day, and he was talking about doing this boot camp. He's like, free 7-day pass. And that's when I signed up, was end of July last year. And I already had, like, it's weird because you know what you're supposed to do, but because you develop these bad habits, you're still doing the same stupid freaking mistakes.
Yeah.
It's so aggravating. And one of the first things I heard Sean say was, if you're doing that, just stop doing that.
Right. Yeah.
If you're making this mistake, if you're buying at the top and you're constantly losing, why not short it? And I'm like, well, that's what I've been doing on paper. So that's really when I first started short. Now, here I'm, 8 months later, I'm like 95% short bias,
Right.
which I know isn't the best way to be. I need to have no bias, but it's working. I mean, I literally went from losing all the time to, let me see. I'll put it in. Let me see here real quick. Hold on. Pictures. How do I add? I'll put it in the chat. This is the last 30 days. I'm at 86%.
Right. There you go. Yeah.
That's. I mean, it's just finding that groove.
Right. Yeah.
So
main thing, that's why I always went back to paper trading and tracking your trades early on. And I don't know if you ever tracked them that much, but you have to figure out what you're good and what not good at. And that's why I always tracked them, because I figured out myself the hard way. Hey, here's what I need to stop doing because I am not doing this. Every time I do it, it's wrong. Yeah. It sucks. So let's either do the opposite of that or just throw it to the trash and not do it at all. And that's when I was like, again, started nitpicking at what I was good at and what I wasn't at, and started throwing all the stuff to the side that I wasn't good at. Finally figuring out, oh, here it is. This is what I'm good at. There it is,
Right. And before I found Deck, like that boot camp that he did, I've said it before to him in chat, like literally changed my life, because I had not, go back to when I started my own business, I had not had a boss since 2008.
Right. Yeah.
And the freedom, I mean, it's not about the money. It's literally about the freedom to me. Like, I see people, and I'll post in Profits chat or whatever if I have a good day. The consistency is what I'm looking for. I've been focused on that a lot since the beginning of the year, and patience. But it's the consistency that I'm after. I mean, there's always somebody making more money than you. You cannot get caught up in what other people are doing. I have a thing on the wall here that says, what other people think of your trading is none of your business.
Well, I've always been like that in my life. My wife, unfortunately, kind of worries about this. In which, and no offense, Miss Boss, or any other women in chat, women do care about what other people think a little bit more than men do. I've luckily always been that way, where even like in high school, whatever it was, I don't care. I worry about me and my family and intermediate. You want to say what you want to say about me? Cool. I don't really care. Like, I'm not going to let, I think a lot of it comes back to my dad was a morning show host. So he had, even back to when I remember walking in, him and my mom were in a fight. They were looking at these letters. My dad used to get death threats. I mean, he's a local disc jockey, essentially, radio, but people were like, I can't. I'm like, just turn the channel. What, you know what I mean? So I've always had to deal with people are going to hate. Loving Martin Luther King Jr. as I grew up, and just seeing how I'm like, I'm going to let all that nonsense and tone it out. Worry about me. Worry about right here. This lane right here is the main lane I need to worry about. And you take care of your lane. It's just like you said, success is going to pile up, and it's going to pile up. It's going to pile up even more. Right. You can't let I made $27,000 a day or whatever, all that stuff clutter. Let that clutter go.
When you're new and you see people on Twitter, traders on Twitter, flashing Rolexes and private jets in the background, Lambos, and it's like, wow. And they're putting, you could do this too. You know, you get caught up in it. It's very, very easy to do. But, you know, you're the only one that is in charge of your account.
Yep.
You know, so why should I care? Why should I worry about showing off profits, or for that matter, showing off losses? I'm not a teacher, you know. I'm definitely not a financial advisor. So I don't know. I have goals. My goal for trading is, first and foremost, I want to get my fiance out of her job. Wasn't willing to do that until I could be consistent. And over the last 3 months is when I've really reached that consistency that I'm looking for. But you know what makes that consistency is not having a daily goal. Not even.
Yes, I preach that all the time. And I'm like, yes, go keep going though. But yes.
I mean, I'm very, very fortunate because we did some financial moves when we sold the business and everything. We don't have a lot of bills.
Right.
If I make $200 a day, that's $50,000 a year. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. Anything else is just a bonus.
Right.
I would rather get her out of her job so we can go back to traveling. I don't want to be, I mean, Northeast Ohio, one of the reasons I moved away was to start that business, but I hated snow. I hated it. We were up in the snow belt up there. It was nothing when I was a kid to get 3 feet of snow on a long weekend, you know? And I move out here to Missouri and it's cold in the wintertime.
Yeah.
I want to be in Florida in the winter or somewhere warm, Bahamas or something.
Oh, there we go. Now we're talking.
We can't do that.
Yeah.
We can't do that with her at her job.
Right.
So that is my main goal. And she has always supported me with every crazy idea I've had.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people just go, oh, I think I'm going to go play music for a living. You know what I mean?
Or the one time you were a Chip and Dale dancer once, right, too?
Yeah. We owned when we had the roadwork business, we also had a CrossFit gym that we had for a couple years.
Right.
And I mean, I've never, ever been afraid to try new things. You only go around once. So
yeah, right.
Well
100%.
take a stab
a couple things I do want to hone on. What were those little bad habits that you knew you had to fix early on that I know other traders are probably going to hear, but what were those bad habits? Oh man, that's happened to me. What were those a couple of those bad habits that you're like, traders, stay away from these? You know, this
just
is what I was doing early on.
Following other people. Following other people was one of my biggest ones. I started when I started taking it more seriously. I read a lot of books. I have a list of them somewhere here. Hold on. Like one of the good books that I don't think a lot of people know about is A Complete Guide to Volume Price Analysis. That just puts into perspective more about how much volume affects that.
Right.
And
yeah, if you want to post those in chat, if you want to, like I say, if you want to do any copy and pasting or whatever, if you want to do any of that for read this book,
I can do that.
Yeah, you can definitely do that for traders in chat. Say, hey, because I know a lot of traders. There are still readers out there, and we get those questions once. Well, hey, is there a book you read? And I'm like, I'm just unfortunately not a reader. I'm like, you can see, I'm always moving. I can't hardly stay still. So I was like, I can't read stuff unless it's short. But some that can and want it, please list it, because there are some that still want it, and I get that question a lot. I'm like, I just don't read. I'm sorry.
Screenshot it. Yeah, but one that actually 419 Tech I'd heard about the book, but I hadn't read it yet. It was Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, and that has really, really helped. I got it right up on the shelf up here.
Yeah, you must just show it off. Show that bad boy off.
Looks like this, trying to not get a glare.
Perfect notes. Yeah, there you go. Right there's perfect. Yeah, there you go.
That book, and it's thick too. But that is one to actually get. Since I drive so much, I do a lot of audiobooks. Right. But that one there, I listen to it, and then I'm like, I need to get the actual book.
You got Sean Wags. So you got people in chat. So definitely do some paste and let people know what those books are. Yeah, they definitely got some.
Absolutely. Trading in the Zone is more about the mental aspect of it, which really helped. I think I've listened to that book like 3 times driving. It's a 10-hour ride one way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's awesome to have those audiobooks.
Yeah. One Good Trade is another one. Market Wizards, Intelligent Investor. One that isn't necessarily about trading that has helped me is The Richest Man in Babylon. It's an old book. Atomic Habits is another good one that has helped me. Recently, I just listened to the Subtle Art of Not Giving Up, which is good. And then like Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins.
Right. Yeah. Of course, anything getting into that. Yeah. Just because mental. All we do is
yes,
this is mental.
Because that's what I was getting ready to talk about. This whole game, not game, but this whole trading is 95% mental. I was just telling my fiance last night, it is the hardest, easiest thing I've ever done.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Like once you get dialed in, it's kind of easy.
Yeah.
You know what to look for, but that all comes back to screen time.
Right.
And that theory, or whatever you want to say, that Outliers book of the 10,000 hour rule, where you just, and I don't sleep very well. Like Sunday night, I went to bed at 10 o'clock. I woke up at 12:30, wide awake. It's an insomnia thing. So what else are you going to do? You might as well educate yourself. Education's free, like Deck always says, and you never stop learning. So, yeah, and I was up till 10 o'clock last night. So, but that's me. I get 3 or 4 hours of sleep.
Right.
Seems like. Friday nights are different because we go out sometimes. But yeah, so the other thing was things that helped me. If you have not, especially in the penny stock world, if you have not seen the documentary China Hustle, please go watch it. That explains what all these crap companies that we trade are really like. I've watched that a couple times. And then the one I just watched on Sunday morning, I just watched the new one on HBO, Gaming Wall Street. And it's
I've heard about that, but I haven't seen it.
I think it just came out. I'm not sure when it came out, but that was interesting. I didn't participate in any of that craziness because I like shorting pump and dumps when I know that's what they are. Low floaters with news, I try to be patient. Patience is something I'm always working on. I'm always going to have to work on because I'm not a patient person. You can ask my fiance. She'll tell you. Like we go on vacation, we're getting ready to go on a cruise. And I need stuff to do, like that goes back to earlier when I was working at that place with all them engineers and looking around. It was like the movie Office Space. You see all them guys in there and I'm like, is this what my life is going to be? I can't do this. So one of my goals for this year is to spend actually less time in front of the computer, and working on that, I found them actually more profitable, which is crazy. You're waiting. I'm over PDT. No need to get into account size or anything like that, but I'm over PDT, but I still try to trade like I'm under PDT.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I do a lot of the same effect. I mean, a lot of the days too. I mean, definitely.
Right. Well, you're one of the most patient and disciplined people I've seen.
I don't know. I get this, and I'm like, my wife makes me seem the complete opposite. But I'm like, she's gives me
when it comes to trading.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I think. I mean, I struggled so bad when I started. They say that what is it, 80%, 85% of traders fail. And I think that my personal opinion is because they run out of money.
That's what I tell most of them. That's why they either give up. They either give up or they blow their account up and they're done. They can't do it anymore.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, those were kind of my struggles in just the following other people. That was one of the big ones. I have a friend that lives down in Columbia. I'm like 40 minutes outside of Columbia in a small town. And he's pretty successful, and he was into commercial real estate. Like I think in like 5 years, he had sold like $30 million worth of commercial real estate. So he had some money to live off of and to learn how. Now he's a swing trader, which I'm not any good at that either. So he told me when I was first starting, he was like, you have got to block the noise. And I didn't really know what he meant, but Now I do, because I made all those mistakes, and I'm a little hard headed, so I have to learn those mistakes on my own, unfortunately. But I mean, not the other thing that has really, really helped me is I don't focus on the money. Focusing on the money gets you more emotional, in my opinion.
That's why I, again, took away the daily, or not never worried about the daily goals. I took away the P&L off my screen. Like I'll pull it up right now. I don't have my P&L on there. Just, that just helps you stick in your target and become a more disciplined trader.
Yeah, it makes you focus more on the trade itself.
Right, 100%.
And I think you learn better that way too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and it's not like the money's great. When you're profitable, the money's great. I just want to be able to pay bills and go to whatever restaurant I want to eat at and not worry about how much it's going to cost.
Right. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know, and that goes back to, seeing people that are flashing Rolexes all the time and Bentleys and stuff.
That's the same with you. Yeah, that's not going to be me. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Great for them.
Yeah.
Great for them. That's not my account, so why should I care?
Or that's not your style. That's not you. That's why become your own trader. Be you. I mean, going back to just the simple stuff in life, like you want to be your own person in life, be your own trader in life. That's when you're going to be most successful in anything you do.
Exactly.
Now, before I forget, I know Overtrader asked, how did you dial in on the consistency? Was it just by practicing the same trades over and over?
That's exactly what it was. And I mean, going through Dex videos, one of the videos that has helped me the most is your trendline crack video.
Yeah, trendline crack.
I mean, I will share that video to anybody and everybody about when it comes to shorting, because that thing helped me out. In Dex video library, when I get my fiance out of her job, she'll be sitting right here, and she's already watched some videos and learning and everything. And she definitely has an interest, because she comes home from lunch at 1 o'clock our time. So 2 o'clock Eastern. So she comes home, and that's right when deck is starting up by the time she gets home, for the afternoon. And she was here that day that Deck was talking about, what's the word I'm looking for? The personalities of stocks.
Right.
And I forget how Deck said it, something about, if your dad had red hair and your mom had red hair.
Oh yeah. He says that.
And he started talking about it, the upper wicks and stuff. And that was the only day I'd see Deck lose it to where he had to walk away. That was freaking funny. But she was here that day, and she was just laughing. But she's going to do way better at this than me. She's got an accounting background, and she's very detail oriented, and she's way more patient than me.
Yeah.
So I know that she will be successful at it, and we'll just take our time with it. But I got to be at the point where I know that I'm doing enough every day to pay all of our bills, because we've been together 15 years now. She's still my fiance. You can talk to her about that. So she's way more patient than me. Obviously, she'd have to be to put up with me. So
I'm just checking for other questions. But back to your trend line cracks.
What type of alerts do I look for?
Exactly. If you want to answer any of the questions, I know Jat C was one of the last questions, but any of the ones you want to answer, go right on ahead.
I only look for Alex Vaughn alerts. That's all I look for, is Alex's alerts. Just kidding, Alex. No, it's funny, Alex. I mean, that's why I wasn't like, what do y'all want me to talk about? Because Alex and J Trades and Matt, they all, like, everything that they're looking for is the same stuff I'm looking for. I mean, Alex is like a doppelganger trader for me, I mean, we're always looking for the same thing and listening. When I do get in on a trade, I try to get focused on that. I always have Deck and you up on a big screen down here. I project you all from YouTube up to there. And I got to mute you if I'm in a trade, and I always have it off in the chat and stuff when that's going on. Alex is funny.
I know. So what Overtrader did ask, is that pretty much your focus? I know you probably focus more on trend line cracks. So what do you focus on essentially? So obviously how long to hold the trade as an entire different animal. Overtrader was asking, I guess, back to those trend line cracks. What else do you kind of look for besides the trend line cracks?
Shorting. On Sundays, I go through like what the top gainers were the week before, because sometimes when I'm looking for a short on a play, sometimes they'll have that 3-day run up, but everybody's forgot about them. 3 days has gone by. Well, sometimes them are the best shorts of the day.
Right.
So Sunday mornings, Sunday afternoons, whenever I go through, I have watch lists. I had Weevil. I'm in Lightspeed now. I'm trying to transition over to using Thinkorswim for charting purposes. Uh-oh, I lost you here. Hold on. I'm still learning Thinkorswim, so I rely on Weevil a lot, and I need to get better with Thinkorswim, obviously. But one of the things I like about Weevil is let me move you here so I can see this.
If you want to share your screen, you can too. I don't know if you want to share your screen. I didn't think you had anything to show. I don't think you have anything to show. I don't know if you had anything to show off.
Not really. But one of the things Webull has on the left-hand side, you can click this little globe-looking thing that says markets. And in the middle of that page, they have stocks that have hit or near, either hit or they're near 52-week highs.
Gotcha.
Or you can do it to the lows or whatever. So I always look at that. I manually write down for the on a piece of paper what the kind of grab you here. What the previous day's gainers were. I keep that in the notebook. So I might go back a couple days and look and see where those stocks are at. Like AVGR. If you look at the daily chart, not AVGR, sorry. Oh, I just pulled up the wrong thing. Dang it. Like TRQ. TRQ is an example. Now I lost you. Let me find you here. I'm horrible with computers, by the way. But like TRQ, if you look at that daily chart, it's like 83 on the RSI. That's another thing I look at all the time. In different time frames. I know you're not really supposed to, but on the daily for sure. But I mean, even in different time frames, I use different time frames all the time, especially for that 8 and 20 move that Matt preaches and Alex.
Right.
I'm always going back and forth in between different times. But I don't know if you have TRQ pulled up. I do. But it's like a doji on the daily now. So tomorrow comes. This is a play that everybody's forgotten about. Ran a few days ago, gapped up and ran, and that might be a good short. Am I going to jump right into it? No. I'm not going to jump right into it, but that's where the patience comes back into play, and patience is something that I've always struggled with my whole life. I had some anger issues when I was a young teenager,
I'm right there with you. Don't worry. There's still a hole in my wall at my parents' house that's covered up by. Maybe mom fixed that finally, but wait, I covered up with a picture forever ago, and they finally found out. It was in the garage too. She was like, came home like, oh, it was an old school picture of Grandpa.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was like, I thought it'd be cooler. Y'all didn't have it in the house, and then finally one day she's like, I figured out why you put that picture there, young man.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, boy, that's me. That was me last year when I kept losing.
Right. That's all of us. We want to pick up the monitor or whatever we have, laptop, and just.
Gosh. But then because your emotions are so into it, you're like, well, I can get it back. And then you revenge trade. That was something I really struggled with.
Right.
Revenge trading. Oh my God.
And then you overtraded. I guarantee that's when you built up all those trades and overtraded.
Absolutely. And then you're just digging yourself with a hole, and you can't use a freaking shovel to dig yourself out of a hole. And that's what I was doing. But, just the focusing on yourself. One thing that Arslan had put in the room one day, and I don't know how many people caught it, is that Kinfo that tracks your
Right.
trades.
Yes, Kinfo. Yep.
That has helped me out a lot because you can't cheat on that. You know, if you're writing them on paper,
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
you could say, "Oh, that trade didn't go good. I'm not putting it in my journal."
Go back to back when I used to golf. Like, yeah, I got a par there. I got a par.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm not a golfer. I don't need another addiction. That's my thing. I get freaking addicted when it comes to stuff like this. I mean, for the last 2 years, it's every day, 12 to 16 hours a day. I get obsessed, you know, like Dex said when he was young, but it was like that with anything. I'd go all out with a construction company, with playing music. I mean, just being disciplined and having that drive and not quitting.
Right.
I have a sign on the wall that says hold on a second. It's only when you stop trying that you truly fail.
Right. There you go. Right.
You know, so just not giving up. I'm not
100%.
quitting now.
Yep.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I look at this
quitting
every day.
now.
I'll see if I can stretch this out. I don't know if I can. Well, y'all be able to see partial of it. Right up there in the corner, you can kind of see the best basketball player. And yes, the GOAT. Anyway, it's Michael Jordan. It's the wings where he has his arms stretched out all the way. Anyway, not what I just look up at, of course, him and go, yes. Well, you know, just because that killer instinct that he had. But there's a quote on it. It says, "No bird soars too high if he soars with his own wings." And it comes back to me being my own trader. And I was like, I know it always comes back to me and not having to look elsewhere. I'm like, hey, if I can look up at him and he did what he did on his own, I know I can look at my own self essentially in the mirror and use my own wings to become my own successful trader.
Yeah. And you know what? That documentary, what was it called? What the hell?
The one that was in 2020?
Yeah.
I forgot
That
what
documentary.
I really don't. I forgot what that was called.
The Last Dance.
The Last
That
Dance, that's right, The Last
documentary,
Dance. Yeah, The Last Dance.
Just getting like into his mental, that's crazy. Him and Kobe both, you know.
And then the one that had it for a little bit of time in golf was Tiger. I mean, Tiger, if you can get that zoned in on something, and you just can count. I mean, Jack Nicklaus. I mean, there are of course all the greats. I mean, but if you can get that honed in on something and have it's wow. It's wow.
Yeah, but take that same mentality and apply it to whatever you're doing.
Yep.
Yes. So
as best as you can, because no, we're not. You know, it's hard to be or you know what I mean. But if you can, as best you can though, have that same mentality, like you said, you get into something, be addicted to it. Like if you want to be the best stock or a stock trader, want to be the best stock. No, are you going to be but be the best stock trader you can become. And I'm telling you, you're going to be way more successful than, again, like you're saying, following other traders, just trading left, right, almost like you're trading blindly. You find your own wings essentially and start soaring. It's again, that's why I say not the moon, not we're heading to the moon, but the sky's the limit. We can get into the sky and we can soar around and we can be super successful.
Yes. So I need to work. What I need to work on is becoming. Instead of 90% short, I really need to get back on working on becoming long bias. It seems like we're having a little bit of a shift now where shorts aren't working quite as much, but I still have that underlying fear of rug pulls and knives.
Right.
You know,
those are definitely always going to happen. We know that. Yes,
even when there is good news, it just. I mean, what was that one that ran this morning? I made a little money off of DPRO.
D-Pro,
I mean,
right? Yeah, D-Pro.
I don't know. I feel like when you short something, like you can see where it's going to go down.
Right. That's why I was all over D-Pro this morning and shorting it 100%.
Right. And when you're going long, and I'm just scared of them rug pulls, them knives.
Yeah.
Because you don't know when they're coming. And that's where stop losses come in. Trailing stop losses. If I am long on something, and most of the time when I'm short on something, I have a trailing stop loss. That 2% trailing stop loss or whatever, those have saved me a number of times. Now it's more on light speed. Now it's more just a mental one. But it took me a long time to just get to where I'm I'm firm with my mental stop losses.
Right, and that takes a while. It comes about the discipline word. With patience, you're still working on, but if you have your form, it's what I was telling you back in the day when you had trading cards or whatever, and or if you go back to football video games and you have ratings essentially in 10's the high as it gets, 1's as low as it gets. You're trying to build up the discipline rating. You're trying to build up your patience rating. We're always trying to build those up, and that's why I'm like, the closer you can get to 10 in all those, it may not be like 10. You like back in the day, your power may be 10, your strengths, whatever it may be, but as long as you get close to all those of 10, your patience, your discipline, all those key words we always talk about, the better trader you'll become. So you can tell you've got the discipline, and you're just like a lot of us working on me. I'm always working on patience. I'm super patient. I'm always still working on those elongated moves. So like you said, working to always become a better trader, essentially.
Yeah. And I need to just reverse my thinking and go more on the long side. I don't know.
Honestly, like you said, and I'll say this myself, because of when I get in sessions or even going live at lunch, you get into a 85 to 90% win rate. You find something that's super successful. Longs have not really been there overall. So your brain, we are human. You're going to think to do one thing and one thing only, right? And so there's no point to really, like we always say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, I'm sure that's, I'll say in the South, but I'm sure that's anywhere.
That's the other thing. It's hard for me to get back into that long mentality because, this month I was 86%. I think since the beginning of the year, I'm like 83%.
Right.
But pretty much I've been successful. I did all this, a year and a half of losing going long. I switch over to being more short bias since September, and I've made back all my losses from that first year and a half and more. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But with the way the market shifts and changes,
you're going to have to definitely. There'll be a time when it's the opposite of it was in January, where like everything was short, doing options, but a lot of that was going short. It'll be the opposite, where it's hardly time to go short and it's time to go long, essentially, and there's not many shorts to be had.
Yeah, absolutely. So just having no bias is better for sure.
Right. Now, one thing I do want to, so if you get, which I would say traders, I know we've been going for about an hour here. Traders, you have any questions for Tim? Start shooting them in real quickly. But Tim, if you which I would ask the last three guys this real quickly, why maybe some questions gather up. If you could get yourself when you first started a year or two ago, just give a brief rundown. And for all these newer traders that may need that brief kind of shaking and rundown, you're getting a hold of them and say, hey, what would you have told yourself, 2 years ago, Tim, a year ago, Tim, what to stop doing, what to start doing? What are those main 3, 4, 5 things that you would say, hey, here's what we need to do to be successful early on?
If I'm losing, even now, and if I even just you can give yourself paper cuts until your account is gone.
Right.
Faster than you realize it's even happening. Stop with real money. Paper trade. I was paper trading yesterday on, what was that one that started with an N yesterday? What was that?
NRSN or NS? Yeah, NRSN.
Yes. I paper traded that. I didn't touch it. Didn't touch it because I'm like, this is a crazy play. I don't know where it's going. But let me just try. If I was going to do this and just paper trade.
That's exactly what I did when I first started shorting, because I never shorted. Trendline cracks, my shelf, all that cracks I talk about, I went to practicing first. I didn't go in with real money.
Yes. But spending the screen time, there's nothing that is going to compare to the actual screen time, in my opinion. For me, and everything I'm saying here is just for me personally.
Right.
This is the way that I have found my style. Right. And you hear all the cliches. Oh, you got to find your style. You got to find what works for you. But the only way you learn that is screen time. But don't sacrifice thousands and thousands of dollars for that screen time. People talk about market tuition. Oh, that's the price you got to pay. Yeah, there's different emotions, but get your fundamentals down.
100%.
The best players in sports, NBA, NFL, Tom Brady, he's still not who's coming back, right?
Yeah, right.
He's not coming back at the age of 40. How old is he? 43
plus,
or whatever
it is, yeah.
Without constantly working on those fundamentals.
Right.
That's one of the things Kobe always was so good at. My same friend that works with MMA people, he had worked with Kobe's camp a little bit. And they were waiting when Kobe was doing that documentary. Like my buddy had gotten there, and Kobe was the only one in the building.
Yeah,
And he was
well known to be the first one there.
All work.
Yeah.
If you want to be good at something, in my opinion, you have to be obsessed with it when you're learning. And then along the way, pound those fundamentals. But don't sacrifice money that you've worked for. Do it on paper.
Right, 100%.
Yeah, you're not going to get the same emotions. And if you are in a play with real money and you are nervous or you're scared, you got too much size on that play. Don't make sure your risk and reward is right. That's the other thing I look for on Sunday mornings when I'm looking at plays. I'm not going to go in on a play that looks like on the short side, looks like it's getting ready to crack a trend line or something for a 10-cent move when there's one that's similar to it that I can get $1.
Right, exactly.
So it's just, like I said earlier, it's the hardest, easy job to do. Because once you have it, and that's the thing, guys that are in here, that are in their 20s, that are struggling or whatever, with the impatience, Beck always says, like, doctors go to school for how long or whatever. Take a year and a half and learn, because once you have it down, you are good for the rest of your life.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like, that's the thing with playing music. When COVID shut us down and I couldn't travel, I played shows in front of 1,000 people before, and all of a sudden, all that's gone. It's just gone. I didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
I realized then I had to have something that could not be taken away from me. A lot of people don't ever have the time to learn until they're retired.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to do that. You're going to see a lot less of me once I get her out of her job, because we want to travel. And I've already proved to myself that I can travel and trade. You can make money at this on a laptop in a hotel in a half an hour,
right?
Make a few $100,
yeah, and
go about your day,
right? Yeah,
and go travel, go see stuff. In the end, I don't think it's going to matter what you have when you look back when you're on your deathbed, whatever. You look back on your life, it's not going to be, well, I got $3 million in the bank. It's going to be, man, I got to do so much cool stuff.
Right. Yeah.
I got to take my kids out to Hawaii. I got to instill some stuff in them. That's the stuff that I think is going to be important.
A couple of quick questions I did have before they keep scrolling up more. What do you use for paper trading?
My Webull account, my paper trading.
Gotcha. And then it says Sean Worrell asked, how do you risk? I don't know if essentially, I guess, what do you do for your risk management? What's kind of your risk management strategy for your stop loss? I'm guessing.
Kind of like what J Trades just said in there. I mean, pretty much the same thing that everybody preaches. I mean, if I could see something's going to break a level that is down $1 from where I'm at, but it's up near the high of the day.
Right.
I'm going to take a stab at it. Like Alex said about scaling into the trades, I think that has saved me, and trading around that core position sometimes. That's what I did yesterday on a play. I had where I'd gotten in, it bumped up, so I added to that short. And when I'm talking about scaling, I might start with 250 shares to go for 1,000 share position.
Right.
Or if I'm confident on that it's going to start dropping, then I'll scale in and then just add on that, like you preached.
Right.
I mean,
yep.
everything that I do can be found either in Deck's video library or your YouTube page.
Yeah.
So,
all right, any last questions, team? Seriously, thank you so much, Tim, for coming over here. If there's anything else that you want to let the traders know, over the last couple of minutes here, but seriously, thank you so much for giving us an hour of your day. And see, this wasn't so bad after all in the end.
No, I got to leave here in a little bit and go to the bank and get this. My account got hacked. Thanks, John. Yeah, it was like $4,500. It it was the same bank, but it was 3 accounts.
Two things. Do you trade pre-market? That's a quick one. Do you trade pre-market?
I do, but it has to be a really good setup. I've been burned in pre-market before. I used to have a little whiteboard that I wrote on and kept by my desk, and I literally for a month had on there, do not trade pre-market.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a lot more manipulated sometimes depending on the play.
Right, yeah.
Small position size.
And they said setup. So I know just quickly, which I know it's pretty much what we trade. And you just say trend line cracks, 820 cross. What main setups you're looking for day in, day out? Just name them right off the bat. What do you trade daily? What are the setups?
Trend line cracks, but it's got to be plays with volume too.
Right. There's stuff that goes with those. That's why I don't know a lot of traders. There's other little stipulations that go with those.
Yeah. I mean, all the plays have to have volume, otherwise you're just wasting your day.
Right.
And there's plays going by that you're missing.
100%.
And there's always other plays. It might not be the one that everybody's talking about, but on the short side especially, everybody runs to that shiny object.
Right.
You know? Look what happened with D-Pro today. As soon as the other one took off, D-Pro's volume just went down.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of looking for that. I'm looking for that volume to go down a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was in the second session. Noticed that with D-Pro, that's what I was going over, and that's what I wanted because all the mob went over to LLL to help my short out even more so. And so now I'm like, yes, sweet. Here comes volume. You know, there was a volume burst of selling and shorting, but then after that, I know it's dying off. That means it's just going to bleed. So I don't have to watch it. I know there's not going to be much volume. That means it's not going to move much, and I can watch LLL or something else while kind of still being in my play and watching it here and there.
Right, and then just looking for when that play shows some weakness. I love those, like Alex said, and I won't alert something. Some of the stuff I try, I don't even think about alerting. You know what I mean? Those lunchtime pump and dumps, like Alex said, CRXT launch. You just said, you know,
right?
I mean, I'm not gonna. I take some risks sometimes, but those you have to do small sizes. Like when you're going from paper trading to using real money, go small sizes. That was my biggest problem too, because you're always trying to make back money that you lost in one trade.
Right. Yeah.
That's the way I was.
Yeah.
And then it just compounds. And compounds.
Oh, it does. Yeah. Just like wins can help compound, those small paper cuts and losses can compound the other way. Absolutely. And so for you though, Big Brady, while we're actually talking about that transition, mental health transition from, and that I know that's already going to be the main thing you're about to bring back up, but the transition from paper to real. Advice for that, and especially for the middle side, that's the first thing I'd say. Go smaller share sizes, but go ahead. What else would you say besides going smaller share sizes?
I mean, that's what helped me was just sizing down. And I know that sounds crazy, but that goes back to the not focusing on the money.
Focusing on your trade.
You know? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And like you said, I mean, I thought there for a while I was the only one that took my P&L off of the page to focus more on what the trade itself is doing. And when you get in a trade, especially when you're new, don't have the trade going and then constantly look at chat for what other people are doing.
Right.
Don't start with the real money until you're ready to just focus on the trade and not what other people are doing.
Right. And understand that it's going to take months, maybe years on until you can go, oh, I could be in 2 trades. It took me, team, I'm telling you, it was probably 3 years of me. I was like, I'm in 2 trades at once. Are you kidding me? You know, like, it's going to take a while. So don't worry about being in 2 trades at once.
Absolutely.
Worry about one trade at a time.
It's also like that John Wick thing that I put in there that said, know when to be patient and when to be aggressive.
Right.
You have to get to the point. I mean, one of my big wins the other day, like it was just like click, click.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I feel like I finally got to the point where win or lose, I'm not feeling anything emotionally. Because the trade did what I expected
Right,
it.
and that's what I tell most traders too. I don't say enough in chat, but I say it on my sessions a lot. When you can get to this job as like your normal, like when you went and had a show, were you like, oh, what string do I? No, you knew exactly what you were doing. The whole show went off. You were home the next day, or that, you know, it was like it never even happened because you're that good at it, right?
I tried.
Okay, well, I get my point though. Your normal your normal job though, you're not thinking. You're just click, like you said. You're click, click, click. You know, like it's especially the boring jobs that I know a lot of people want to get away from because that's all it is. You go to your cubicle, you're doing this all day. You know exactly what you're doing. It's so boring because you know what to do. When you get to trading, it's almost, I say it's boring, but it gets that easy. We're just like click, click, click. That's when you know it's clicking and you are a successful trader because you don't. There's not that much emotion in it. You know exactly what you're doing and when to do it. And real quickly before I forget, you brought it up. You're a newer trader. You know, you've been trading for like 2 years. I've been trading for 5 years, right? Traders before me that are this, so now they've been trading for 7 to 10. Point being, back to the going smaller share size and getting rid of your P&L. You brought it up. I brought it up. They're the ones that taught me to bring it up. So you get my point. They're essentially generations, which I feel like generations here of traders that have all taught this and found it successful. So if we're finding it successful, do the same thing. Go smaller share size to start off with mentally and get rid of that P&L because it's going to help you focus in and hone in on the trade and stick to your plan you created, which you have to start doing. And the earlier you start doing that, the better trader you'll definitely be.
Try to learn from everybody else's mistakes.
100%. I think that's it for the most part, man. You did amazing. Like seriously, thank you so much, man, for coming on here and doing this.
Not a problem.
And when you get done, before you do leave, definitely do some copying and pasting of those books. Whether if you want to just make it simple, but do a little copying and pasting so that way I know before we forget because I know they're asking about those earlier. But yes, thank you, Tim. I know J Trade Super Buddy Sean. You know everyone in here in chat super beneficial. So thank you, for coming over, Tim, and giving your time 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
And Sean says that the China documentary because I've seen that before in the past. I always forget the name of it though.
Yeah, the China Hustle.
The China Hustle. I almost said hustle. I thought it was called the China Hustle. Yeah, the China Hustle.
Yeah, let me see if this is what I just did here. Wait a minute, that ain't it. Okay. Here, I'll put this in chat.
Thank you.
Those are just some of the books.
Team. Save that picture, copy and paste it, whatever you want to do. Actually, I do the whole thing which we taught about traders. You know, you can right click and open a new tab, but whatever you want to do there, copy and paste that screenshot, it open a new tab, save that picture. But you can look at the love. Look at the love for you, baby. I told you, baby boy, they love you in chat. That's the reason why I made you a gold member because you're very successful and you're really good at a very fast rate.
It was more. What else am I going to talk about that hasn't already been said? So
the struggle, hey, like it's the saying's called, the struggle is real. The struggle is the main thing. Going over what you went through, how you got over it, where you've gotten to, that we all faced that early on, and that you did it, I did it. All these traders, if we can do it, you can do it too. Like you said, it's the easiest, hardest thing. It's always said, I always say, it's easier said than done. It is easier said than done at first, but once you, like I said, you get to know what you're doing, like you just said, it's matters of click, and it's very simple.
Yeah, and it's and like the cliche, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Excuse me.
Right.
And just go slow. Go slow. The market will be open tomorrow. There will always be another trade.
Yep.
If you miss one, forget about it. Who cares?
Yep, 100%.
And just try to be aggressive when you should be, and be patient all the time. And I never understood that patience thing at the beginning because it was always like, well, I was patient, but I missed it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was too patient. So there's a balance there. There's a fine line, thin veil, whatever you want to say.
Right.
So,
well, again, man. Well, and again, if there's anything else different, you can maybe add when we do interview round week 2. Regardless, thank you for round 1, which is this part is mainly kind of like we talk about. It's really the start of it and kind of going over setups, but mainly just letting people what I talk about, relation confirmation. You just getting on here so traders can relate to you and confirm that, hey, oh yeah, I'm going through the same thing. Okay, cool. I know I can do this. That's just a huge thing.
I got you.
I appreciate it.
If things go according to plan, it might be hard to catch me though, because I have this trip that I want to do. I want to go. It's probably next spring, but I want to go from mid-Missouri into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, down, see family in Ohio, go all the way up to Maine, and then down the East Coast.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
I have family all over, Stop and see Active Trader down in Florida. But I mean, that's the goal, is to travel. So.
Well, again, bub, seriously, can't thank you enough for coming on today. Of course, we'll see you in chat. Thank you for all your seriously, your beneficial, useful information today has been awesome. Of course, and for those readers out there that need books, stuff like that. So thank you so much again for coming on. I'll see you tomorrow whenever in chat. I'll hit you up. Go Hogs, but go SEC and go Tigers too. How to get that in? I saw you wearing red today. So, but
they got a new.
Grand Canyon. Hey, that's where I proposed
Grand
the
Canyon
wife right
Brewing
there,
and
baby.
Distillery. Yeah, Grand Canyon Brewing and Distillery.
All right, so now I have to do it for all the ladies in chat. So what's the big date? When's the date? You know, we got.
You got to ask her. I've been saying I gave her ring on a stage at the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville in 2015, 14 or 15. So we were both married before. So
gotcha. And that's why, again, back to stock trading. Be the tortoise in the race. That's because me and my wife, we've been together 14 years now, but we were together for 8 until we got, you get my point. We were together for a while until we got married. So it's one of those things, hey, if you're going to be together forever, what is the rush to get to all
why ruin a good thing?
Yeah. Have a good one, boss. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Talk to you soon, bub.
Yep, no problem.
All right, bye.
See you.
Loved it. There's the man. 2 of Charting Like a Pro, Charting Like Me, AK-47 over at Prime Trading Investments and TradeCaster.com, where I've been doing this for almost a decade now and going over charts day in, day out, from small cap to large caps, not only for myself in trading, but when I'm streaming live and how many people come over and ask me to break down charts in one-on-ones and breaking down other charts. I mean, I can't imagine. I wish there was a tracker of how many charts I've broken down over the years, but it's a lot. And so let's go ahead and see what I'm looking for when I'm giving out those morning alerts every day. Kind of overall put your mindset in my mind, right? What am I looking at, so that way you can kind of get a little grasp of it as well. I can't give away all the secrets, but I'll give away most of them. It's pretty easy stuff. First off, you're always probably seeing it if you're watching those weekly previews, which I just put that out yesterday. I'm starting out with that 15-day, 15-minute time frame. I love it. Why? Because you're in the middle of some goober still wanting to chart out a 1-minute time. I mean, I can't even imagine trying to go back and past chart history here and, multiple days. I mean, I understand the day of, but trying to find big key levels 5 days back, 3 days back, 10 days back, you get my point. You're going to have people in the 3-minute time frame. You're going to have people in the 5-minute time frame, right? So I have intervals of 1, 3, 5 that go into 15. Then also, what are also there? It's a derivative of 30-minute time frame, an hourly time frame, a 4-hour time frame where all the big dogs are using. So I got the small dogs, I got the big dogs, and I'm right in the middle. So I see what everyone's seeing. And that's what you always got to think about. What are other traders using? What are other traders, essentially looking at, right? So I love the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. So that's the first thing you want to look at. And so I'm going to give part 1 of this, and there's part 2 of this. So I wanted to kind of wait a little bit, essentially after NVIDIA earnings came out, to see big movement and say, hey, if we've never were in this area before, where do we go and what do we do? And so the first thing we're going to be looking at, kind of like this week and like even the weekly preview, okay, now we're in a channel. I see where we're at. What do we do? What am I looking for? And so what I'm looking at overall, the fact that we came down so far on on Thursday, moving into on yesterday on Tuesday, what am I looking at for the week? I don't think we'll get any lower than those highs right there, at least for the week. And so what I'm doing for the week, I'm going, there's no way we get lower than that triple top, right? And so I know I can probably overall just zoom in for Monday, the day of, like say right now if it's pre-market and I'm looking where to go and it's really tight in pre-market, I love those days more so than days that you move around. When you move a lot in pre-market, a lot of the time when you go up like this, when you go up, you'll come down. And a lot of the time when you shoot down, you'll shoot back up. And so watch for that in pre-market a lot of the time. When you shoot up, a lot of the time you'll go back down. And so watch for that a lot of the time in pre-market. All right? And so secondly, when I'm looking at this is pre-market. It's really tight like it is now. I'm like, man, guys, if we get over Friday's high of day, this 530, 530, 20 area, we're probably going to have a nice good move up. And so then I'm trying to zoom in here and find the next key reversal areas over that. And so the next one up, in my opinion, is right around right here, 530, 50. Makes sense. And what do you got to remember too in QQQ and the SPY and Apple and AMD and Google? Let's see here. What are some other ones? Tesla some days, but those are your main ones, especially QQQ, SPY, Apple, Google, AMD. Some days AMD moves a little bigger. Group, stop. So what you see a lot, they move in 25s. They'll respect the 25 and 50 cent increments the most. Yes, every once in a while you'll get these $1 plus moves, but generally it's 25 and 50 cents is where you're going to see these land on. So essentially, right, whole round numbers. So as you can see here, 534. The high of day right there, 531.50 area, right? Same thing right there, 531.50 area. The low of day right there came to around 24.75, So you're going to see what was a low of day right there. That was probably right around it was 30, but still close to the 25 mark, what was the exact low? The low says there was 27.32, right? So they're going to run really close to that 25 cent increment, 25, 50, 75, $1. They'll respect those areas a lot. And so the other thing I'm looking for too, real quickly before I start giving levels up, besides the fact of, hey, don't forget that it's 25 cent, 50 cent, 75 cents. We're going to expect those areas a whole round number with these large cap plays, especially Apple, AMD, SPY, SMCI, or not, I should say SPY, QQQ. Is how much have you moved for me? When you go back through the last 15 days, do you see a lot of days over $2, $3? And that's the thing. You can go through and go, okay, low here, 29, high, right around 31.50. Okay, $2.50. Low, 29-ish or so. High, 31, okay, $2.50. Low, 21.30. High, not even, okay, so $2, right? So a lot of $2.50 days, and then you'll get some, okay, 27.75 up to, okay, maybe about a $3, maybe you'll get $3, so most days are $2-ish, $3 days. You'll have every once in a while bigger days where you might go, $5. Maybe you'll have that one day where you go more than that. But generally speaking, you're going to have 85% of the days on the SPY, as you can see here, and I can go back even further, and we'll go to the 1 year, 1 day to make it more apparent. Look at the range. So the range right here, it's the R word, R, or the R letter, R, 330. There's your $8 day, 370, 240, 240, 220, 3. There's your $5 day, 330, 290, 3, 350, 260, 2, 330, 4. Couple bigger ranging days. You're probably back with earnings, right? So obviously, but let's just go back to when there's not a lot of earnings. Look, when there's not a lot of earnings right through here. Some earn, but to get my point, most days, range, 350, 350, 5, there's your 585, back to 330, 40, 350, 290. There's 4, right? But then there's a big 6, 240, 220, 380, a 290, 260, right? So you got to imagine most days, yeah, you're 1 in maybe 5 days, maybe every once in a while, but most days you can see there. So you know right out of the gate, okay, if I'm moving most days $2 to $3, maybe a little bit more than 3, that needs to be your norm. Like when I give my alerts, that's going to be my normal high or normal low of day. I'm going to move about $2 to $3, maybe a little bit more than 3 at times. For my ultimate high, that's why you'll see me give maybe more than $4, maybe $5, maybe $6 some days, because here and there we could do that. But only when that chart says that. So whether you're going through AMD, right, and you go through an Apple or whatever they might be, go through and go, okay, how much do you move each day? Is it a $1.52 mover? Is it a 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, whatever $50 mover? Is it a $2, $3, $4 move, whatever mover? Notice how much you move each day. That's where I'm giving those levels. So if I'm noticing, like here with Meta, you're moving, like I already know, you move most days $5 to $7. It's $5 to $7 on a normal day. Your bigger days are close to 10. Well, then I know when I give my normal high or normal low of day, or like you guys, you need to go through. Essentially what I'm saying is, if you're going through the SPY and you know it's a $2 to $3 mover, you need to go up $2 to $3 and mark out levels. You need to go down $2 to $3 and mark out levels. If you want to go a little bit more than that, just for the safe side, you can. It's going to be a minute to those plays move more than that majority of the time. Maybe you'll have that one day where Meta, it's a normal, like which I think we had on Friday. Meta typically is a, $5 to $7 mover, but out of the opening gate, we go straight up more tthan that. And so your normal high of day is maybe say, we'll just call it 474. Well, when this starts flying on up, maybe you go, okay, man, we may be at 474 before the end of the day now. That could be a done deal. That's when then you'll have the time to go through, and then you can go mark out other levels. But if you want to do it, go on through. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're a $5 to $7 mover, what you're going to do in pre-market right here on, moving forward, is you're going to go up $5 to $7. And like I'd say on Monday, or I should say on Monday, I keep saying that. On Tuesday, yesterday, go back to my morning alerts. That's why 82.50 was my normal high of day. We would not get higher than that. You do the math, okay, it's about a $5 to $7 mover. That's about right. That's $5 on the dot, right? That's why I put it there. I didn't think we'd get any higher than that. That's why I'm kind of, then of course, low of day, right? You get my point. I'm going, okay, let me go down about $5 to $7 on what makes sense. Okay, then above that, then I'll go back in charting. And now here's the key. Let's quickly lead into part B real quickly before I start breaking down levels. Part B, when you get above 82.50 and you're past the last 2 weeks trend, because again, 15-day, 15-minute time frame, that 15-day trend, the last 15 days, 2 weeks, that's enough of a study to find out what's this average. Is it a $3 mover? Like I said, is it a $2 mover? Is it a $5 mover? Is it a $7 mover? And by the way, the metas, real quickly before I get to part 2, metas, SMCI, NVDA, NFLXs of the world, those run in a $1.50 to $2.50 increment. So let's just say over 82.50, this probably runs most likely to 83.50, then to 85, then to 86.50, 87.50, 88.75, then to 90. When they really get moving, it really becomes $2. So you'll see 490, 492.50, 495. And just case in point, let's go back to QQQ. Look what its high was right there. How I said these respect 25, 50 cent increments. 61.50. 534, right? This isn't just magic out of it's a little over, so Joe, but essentially 173, right? That's what you're looking for in these moves. Oh, so close to 193. We'll essentially call that 192.75 though. But again, that's what these plays are going to move. 25, 50 cents. These bigger movers are going to move 150 usually minimum, at least $1, if not 150 to 250 at a time. And so again, 490, 492.50, 495, 497.50, 498.75, 500. And then 502.50, 503.50 maybe possibly, then 505, 507.50, 508.75, 510, right? And so over this 482.50 mark, what I love to do, getting into part 2 of this lesson, is you're going into the 4-hour time frame. What do you do if you go up? Okay, man, we're at, or we get finally above 531.50 and we're at all-time highs. What do we do? Well, over 531.50, you're going to go, okay, cool. Probably going to go to 532.50. 535, and if we really explode, probably just going straight to 532.50, 535, 537.50, 538.75, then to 540, 542.50, maybe even 531. But it's either 150 or the 250. It's going to be the 150 or the 250. It might hit a whole round number and stop out of nowhere. 457 it hits or something like that. But when these move, it's more than 25 or 50 cents. They're moving a minimum of $1, if not $1.50, if not $2.50 when they move and through their areas. And so over 482.50, what I'd be looking for here, over 482.50, you're trying to find the last area, and you can see, wow, right through that area is going to be strong. Look how many lower shadows and so much support we have through there. So over that mark, the next true area up where I see a lower shadow matches with some more lower shadows is what? 84.50 area up to about 85 where you see some more there. So that's your next area up. Over that, you're probably moving to 88.75. I can see some resistance, right? And then you can come back through there and then that bounce right there. So essentially 87.50 to 88.75, yo ass better be taking some profit. Over that to 90. Over 90. 91.50, 92.50 area, right? There's nothing that's super pronounced ever all the time. You might find an area like this right here at 503, and that's a round number, and it's not one of the 50-cent marks. It's just a round number. But I can see a lot of, but it's not perfect. There's some areas that go through 503, and so that's why you'll be damned if you're lucky to find something like this at this 531.50 mark, where it's like over and over and over, you're hitting it like almost right on the dot. And those are the ones you're looking at and loving the most when you find an area that you continue to touch over and over and over. Let's just go back to the SPY, and I love this right here to go back through. Now let's just go through charting. Now you know what kind of levels I'm looking for, what time frames I'm looking for, how to understand how much you move for me lately type stuff for your $3 mover, $5 mover, what increments they move in. Find areas like this in the SPY. See, you can barely see it now, but look at this. See this lower shadow where we went to what? We went a bounce, lower shadow went to all-time highs. Bounced, same almost exact price, lower shadow. Look what we do here. Group, stop. Back up to all-time highs. Let's keep fast forwarding. Fast forward. And I got to zoom out just a little bit here. Bounce again. Same almost exact area, that 27, 50, 70, 80 mark, just below 420 or 528 is my point. And then went to new all-time highs. Then look when we crack it the following day, so the movement we get from it is the other key thing. Yes, find a lot of key touches in the same area, so 3 here, but look what we did from it. All-time high, all-time high, all-time high. Crack that area and dump a Ruski, baby. You kidding? That's what you're looking for. Not only the touches over and over and over, but what do you do when you move back through those touches? So you know what at this point it's support, but what do you do when you crack back through it? And if it's that good of a crack, then look at the next day. Let's just fast forward. Watch this. Failing at it, up into it, failing to look, cannot get over it. Finally, look at the move through it. Look at the move through it on Friday. Look, and then look, you've got to be kidding me. You're going to come back, and now we didn't quite bounce quite on it. We got close, but you knew that's where traders had. So many traders, I guarantee you, had orders from 27, probably 35-ish, up to around 28 that didn't get filled. Now that's what? Major support again. If we come back down and bounce on this again, right? Of course, I'm doing this right now on, as you can see here, I'm doing this on Memorial Day, by the way. Doing this on Memorial Day, as you can see here. But if we bounce on this on Tuesday, which I don't know that we have yet. Of course, I released this. This is Wednesday. But if we bounce right there, that's major support. Anywhere through this area, and we bounce there again on, I should say, on Tuesday. We bounce there on Tuesday. Or if we crack through it, then imagine how we crack through that area. So I'm always paying attention to that. You know, kind of like back to this area, and we'll go through it back here. When we finally went through this all-time high area, we're getting close to all-time highs because go back to the 4 hour. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting really close to it, and I'll show you what I was talking about right here. And so let's go back to this area where we're failing, kind of like I was just showing you a second ago on Meta from a couple of months, whenever that was, we're filling at 530. Look at this beautiful fill. Now we're not quite, but see, this isn't a perfect, that's almost like a head and shoulders. There's a shoulder, that's kind of the head, that could be a shoulder formed a downtrend. This is more of a flat top, beautiful resistance. So let's just go back to it. And my point would be, okay, like say again, part 2 of this, we're right here in charting. So yeah, you would break this down in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame to start off with, you know, using your levels right through here, you know. And then what you would use, if you need to get above it, because you have levels already. You don't need to go back here and try to find levels. You would just stick in this in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. You don't need to go back and try to use this as well. This is what traders are going to be using. They use the last few days. That's all traders use. That's why I talk about the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Because that's all traders are using. A lot of people are human. Hello, humans are lazy. Time for whatever their attention span. They keep doing this study and it keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. We're well below 10 seconds now as human race. It's nuts. That's terrible. A 10-second attention span. No wonder people can't do this for a living. You have to have attention span of 10 plus minutes easy of just being able to hone in and sit and chill like a stock sniper. The point being, traders are going to be lazy. They don't want to go back and try to find all that and identify it. So that's why I say stay on that 15-day, 15-minute time frame. And so you could have just gone back here. And when you were in this channel, all you need is this. That's all you need. So that morning in pre-market, I'm just using this and that and this level, then coming down to this level. And that's how I'm going to end this lesson back on part 1. Then down to here, right? Finding your key reversal areas. Anyway, where to find above it? Like, dang, AK, okay, well, back here. Dang, AK, well, where do we go if we get above 5? That's then where do you go to the 4 hour? Again, that's where you go to the 4 hour. Then you break down just this right here and go, okay, cool. If I get above 22, 50, 60, 70, I bet I fly to 23.75. I bet I fly to 23.75, and over that I bet I go over 525 to 5. Anyway, let's go top. So, copy. Paste. I am live now. This is alive. Hello? 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 Okay, I won't do this to you guys. But yeah, top right. Click on the 3 dots. That's what the 3 dots are. You can turn them off. Turn them on. I always have to have them turn on. So someone earlier said the same thing. We keep scrolling up. Where's Broseph at? Oh, I don't know. They're going to show him. So Broseph said the same thing earlier. So, Jesse, if you're still alive, bro. Yeah, so top right-hand corner. Click on these little dots. And yeah, you can then see with the moderation if I want to. I don't know about that. But regardless, yeah, timestamps. Boom. That's how you turn them on. That's not just for me. It's for you too. But that's twice now today, which is so funny about that twice today. Top right-hand corner, 3 dots. Click on those timestamps. Turn them on, maybe. Back to the
Hello?
It's after hours. I'm not live right now. This is just earlier charting. I'm just throwing on lessons for you guys. This play is done. You can see the banking and after hours from it. Awesomeness, right? 33 hundo. Bangers. Some bangers. Some bangers. Hopefully you guys had a good day. But Jesse, that's how you turn them on, boss. So Jesse, if you're still around. All right. Boom. So yeah, top right hand corner. I can't live without them just because I don't know when people are alerted, especially even though I watch other streams. So this is just how to chart. This is a lesson. These are true trade, of course, trades from really on Trade the Pool, my Trade the Pool account. But I chart with Thinkorswim, running these levels. So I would say, watch this, BNAI on high watch for pre-market squeeze to 1 hundo on 1 day pre-market. All right, anyway, Jesse, hopefully you're still around. Anyone else? York from earlier. York Lab 3077. Jess, though, hope you've been having a good day. Have a good weekend. Crazy winter storm coming. Back to the lesson. 2570. And let's just go and see exactly how we did that. Right here. Watch this. Right on up to my 2375. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Woo! Baby, I love it. Make my eyes twitch. Right to 2375. Build another beautiful ascending triangle right there. Squeeze from it. And where do we go the next day? Well, through my 25 mark, and we're off to all-time highs, my friends and family. So you see how that worked out? Gorgeous. Where to find that kind of triple top? Beautiful ascending triangle. Where to go next? Just went back to the 4-hour time frame here. Zoomed out. Found where my resistance area was going to be. And I can see here's resistance was right here. And if I look at my crosshairs and just go over from that, and I go, okay, well, the next area up is going to be right here. Right here, 2375. Watch it. Watch it. And then right to it. Right to it on the dot, which is just absolutely gorgeous. I love that. As you can see here, right there before the end of the day. That's how I'm finding it. Let's just go back and just go ahead and chart it. Now, overall, where would I find key levels? You know, what am I looking for? Let's just go, I'm already doing my weekly preview, but let's just go back in time. And we'll just go back here and what I'm looking for. And I'll break down a few different tickers. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. It's in pre-market. And I'm going, okay, over 2150. Watch for move up to this 2175 mark. And then over that to 22. And that means you need to be taking profit into these areas if I'm saying that, right? Because we could fail at any one of these. We never know when the top's going to be. Over 22, watch for move up to around 2235 and over 2235 to 2275. And then over that, 2375. Now back under, I would say 2090-ish area. Watch for a move down to 2050, 2045 area, right? Underneath that to 2030. Now under 2030, it looks like we will easily hit 20. And under 20, watch for a move back down to what was Monday and Friday's low of day area of right around 1970. Under 1970, which I do see a little bit of a sandwich there on that Thursday, watch for then a move down to 19, maybe possibly down to the 1875 rule. Below that, we're definitely going to be hitting 1840-50 area. You can see a little bit of a sandwich here as well. Under 1850-40 area, watch for a move down, possibly most likely through 1820, but I'll give that a little bit of clarity. And then for a move down through 18, in my opinion, we'll probably hit this 1775 mark. Under 1775 mark, watch for a move down to around 1750. We'll include that all in one area. It's going to get a little bumpy through there. Underneath that, though, we should hit 17. Under 17, watch for a move down to 1650, 60 area. Underneath that, watch for a move down to around 16-ish, right? And so I'm just moving through these areas and continuing to go back. Under that 16 mark, watch for move down to that little juncture right around 1570, 65 area. Then for a move down to around 1525. Underneath that down to 15, right? So I'm just continuing to do that, right? Over and over and over and over and over. And then so even again, I know you can go watch my weekly preview about this week, but I want to go give ones from, like I say, that you, of course, you can kind of go get a gesture of what I'm looking at. Let's just say it was right here in pre-market. And we'll go down instead of up. So down right now, I'd say back under 86. Watch for move down to 85.80 and then down to 85.50. Under 85.50 down to 85. Under 85, watch for a move down to this 84.75 mark. Under 84.75, watch for a move down to this 84.25 mark. Under 84.25 through 85 or 84 in my opinion down to 83.75. Under 83.75, watch for a move down to 83.25. Now we're kind of doing that over and over there, huh? Underneath that, down to 83. Under 83, watch for a move down to, and it'll just start to get a little bumpy here. Watch for a move down possibly to 82.75 and then maybe 82.50. Below that there to 82.25. Below 82.25 to 82, and then down to this mark right here of 81.80. 75 area, and then of course right here as we can see 81.50. I don't know what we did that day as far as pull back. Of course, we never did. We just kept going up. So I'm trying to find one where we went down. Let's just do this area right here. So let's just do this area. So just say I would go under 90.30. And I'd love this too, by the way, if and when we cracked it. The reason being, we haven't really fully been below that all week, except for on Monday. And when Monday, we just shot straight through that area. And so really underneath that 90, I'd say, underneath that 90, we'll call it 90.25 mark. Only thing I'd worry about really be 90 being a whole round number, but I bet we'd find the bottoms from a lot of the support from the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday below. So I'd bet, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'd bet 89.75 to 89.50 gets hit first. Then we're down to 89, we'll call it 89, 15, 20 area. Under that down to then 89. Under 89, we could really fall then down to this 80, 88.50 mark, get a good 50-cent pullback, possibly a little bit below even 88.50. Below that, then you're down another 50 cents to 88, even possibly down to 87.85. Let's see how far we go that day. I can't remember. Woo! We go even lower. So this finally gets respected right there at that 87.50 mark. And there's a good short like I talked about underneath 90.30. I know we dumped, but again, underneath that mark, we just continued to free for all. Down through this support area, which would have been the first area I'd have been looking to possibly take profit anywhere close to 89. And really, we didn't start kind of rounding out and down until around the 88.50 mark. And you can see how I say these areas love to respect the fit every 25 cents or, 25, 50, 70, whatever. Because then look where we fell at, right at almost the 75 cent mark. And then again, when you crack that right there, beautiful, beautiful crack. So where's your next area down? You're at least going to fall to where? 88, if not below it, to 87.85, which would be another profit-taking zone. Then below that, if you look, you really will fall down to 87.50 and possibly even 87. Did we go to that mark? And we do. And we finally reverse a little below 87, right around 86.50-ish or so. Right here, off of this area. Which would be the next area below 87, would be right there of 86.50. Below that, possibly 86.25.30 area, and then below that down to around 86. So hopefully that's all making sense and kind of what to be looking for, these reversal areas. Doing the same thing day in, day out. No matter, first I'm coming in and noticing whether it's an Apple, AMD, QQQ, SPY. They're moving $2, $3, $4, $5 a day. So I'm gonna let 2 to 3 on the minimum, 4 or 5 usually on the bigger side. No, Apple usually not. AMD sometimes. Tesla's kind of right there in that same boat. Tesla and AMD are on the higher side. AMD's and SPY as well, and QQQ. Apple's definitely, and Google's the other one. Apple and Google can be one that doesn't move more so than maybe $2, $3, maybe one in a day. And so they're little smaller movers, but they respect and love that. As you can go through most of these days, you may have one bigger day, then there's a bigger day, then not big days for a while, and then finally a bigger day here. So, and we're talking maybe $4 or $5 at most on the bigger day. So, most days are going to be $1 to $2. Well, if that's the case, go up $1 to $2 in levels. Go up $1 to $2, maybe $3 at most. Same thing on the downside. So now you have your support and resistance on, on the top and the bottom, 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Like right now with Google, if I came in tomorrow, or obviously it's like before I did the morning alerts on Tuesday, I don't need any lower than Thursday. There's no way we're getting lower than Thursday's low. I know that. There's just no way we'll get lower than that move on Tuesday. And so I'd say under 76.25, watch for move to 76. Underneath that, watch for move to about right here of around 76 or 75.20 or 75.75. And underneath that, you should get a move down to 75.25. Under 75.25, actually that'll be my normal low of day. Under 75.25, watch for move down to 75-ish. And under 75 to last Thursday's low of day of 74.60 area for your normal low of day. Your ultimate low of day would crack back below that and have one of your bigger days, and would crack back below the support right under 75 of around 74.75 to 74.60-ish area, and then move down to 74. I don't think we'd get much lower than 74, maybe in the high 73s, maybe down to the 70 mark, right through there. I don't think we'd quite get down, and I'll zoom in to show you what I'm seeing, quite get down to this little area right there of 71.50, but that would be, then that would be the next area up. And so on the way up, I would just kind of really focus on the last few days here and go, okay, cool. If we get over the 76.50 mark, watch for move to 76.80-ish or so, last Wednesday's high, a low of day. Over that, watch for move to Friday's high of day, which was 77.25 area. That's also lining up with last Tuesday's low of day, right around that area, 77.25, and also Monday's low of day as well. Over that, watch for move back to the Friday before last, the 17th high of day of 77.50. And over that, watch for move up to almost 78. We'll probably have maybe a little resistance right here. Maybe that Monday's reversal area of 77, 75, 80 area. Then we're to 78. It's over 78 that we get our first decent sized pop up to 78.35. Over 78.35, or we'll again get a decent sized pop. Then watch for, to me, another decent sized pop over 78.35 to around here, around 78, 90, 78, 75, 78, 85, somewhere in that area. Then another good, decent 30, 40, 50 cent pop over that for a move to 179.35. Over that, then watch for a move up to, you got it, right around last Thursday, and then Monday's high of day, right around really close to 170, or 180, I should say. And so that's really what I'm looking for. Finding a lot of touches, finding where resistance fell a lot. Does that match up with anything in the past? Is it in a 15, 25 cent area? If so, know that. Understand that if you're in that play and say you're going long up to 177, take profit from 177 up to 177.25, knowing that area could be a reversal, right? It's not always going to be on the dot, where you see, like, say, a fill right here at 179.90 and then another one almost right on the dot, and then you know, okay, cool, that's the area, 180, take profit. You know, sometimes it's going to be a 15, 20 cent area, not more of a refined 5, 10 cent area. So take that with a grain of salt too when you're trading plays like NVDA, plays that move 250, 150, $5, maybe even a spike. That is, you know, say you have a target, we'll just say of 1100 like I do. If I see 1190 or 1097, 1098, I'm taking profit. I don't need 1100 on the dot. That is close enough in range for me. So hopefully that settles everything, what to be looking for in large caps. Now I'll go over some small cap plays, and it's the same thing day in, day out. And again, you have a play pop up in pre-market, and it's gapping up out of nowhere. The one thing you are going to do is the 1 year, 1 day. Don't worry about the 4 hour. There's no big boys usually trading these plays. And just go back to past chart history here and see if there's anything after a play spikes up or pops up and gaps up. Is there any charting above it? You know, like go back to Lucy here, and I know this one will. Lucy here, like say if we were, which we, you know, on Monday or on Tuesday here, when I give this from the morning alerts, I'm going to say, hey, I've got to go look back in time here and go, cool, wow, over this $1 area, we have some chart to fill. And so I'll go back to see if there's anything even further in time and see if there's really a true gap to fill or there's not. And there is if you go back far enough. There isn't, I should say, if you go back far enough, but a lot of traders may not, and they'll see if they just go back a couple of years here into 2023 and then into 2020, you know, essentially they go back just 2 years, they may not see that, or maybe a year, right? But if you go back far enough, you'll realize there's not a true gap to fill. But I would say it's got a real high likelihood to get up to that 135 area. You can see how pronounced that is. Bounce. I mean, right on my crosshairs. Look at that, right? And then over 135, my next area up, I would say, is just a nice whole round number of 150, even though we don't see it. I'd call it that. And over it, I'd say I moved to 160-ish area. So 150 to 160, I'd probably group together. Over that, watch for move up to 170. Over 170, watch for move up to around the 180-ish mark. We're just moving in 10 cent increments here, so nothing too crazy. And then over that to 190. Over 190 to 2. Over 2 to 210. I mean, I'm literally just seeing areas over and over and over every 10 cents. And another one at 220-ish area, 225. Over 225, my first big pop, I don't think we'll stop there at 235. I think we'd get up to about 250. Over 250, then another decent size went up to, now we're finally running in 25 cent increments like we should, up to 275. Over 275 area, watch for a pop to 3, if not a hair over it, to this 310 area. Over 310 for a pop to 325. Over that, we'll get another good pop to 350. Over 350, I don't know if these little lower if that congestion runs in at 375, 380, and then you definitely see some at 4. Over 4, there's really nothing there. There's a little bit right there at 425, I would see, and then again to 450. You know, and then it's kind of hard to justify. And then from here is great. 5 to 550. You see an upper shadow at 5, then another one at 550. And so that's what you're looking for if you're going back in past chart history. You're finding those key areas of, again, trying to find a lot of touches. Like right there's a good one at 180. You know, this 170 to 180 area. So you can see bounce, 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 bounce. Resistance right through this area. Bounce right there. Resistance right there. Support right there. Bounce and resistance, then right? So you can just put your crosshairs right around from 180-ish area down to around 170-ish and know that 170 to 180-ish is going to be some strong resistance. I love seeing those. That's a strong area of saying, man, you know, that's definitely could be the high of day. Now, would I short it there? No, but it's one of those things you can go ahead and look for ahead of time. Then again, how to chart that overall. You know, sometimes we will get like a Lucy type play 5 minutes fine. Like say if we're running for multiple days here. I think there was one last week that was running for multiple days. I guess AKAN. Not really so much, but what you'd want to really do is essentially you're going to be using, maybe a 5 minute time frame. I don't think we've had one that's really run here recently. FFIE was a no one, but you would just use essentially a 5 minute time frame. You can use 15-minute again if you want to here as well. But usually don't need more than 5 days, and you can just kind of find your charts like right here. It'd say under 110. Watch for move down to around 105-ish area. Under that down to $1, and then of course, after that, I like to use again just kind of going back in time. Go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. So go back after this $1 area. If you do have to go back further under $1, then look for 90 cents, and under 90 cents I see 8. That's how I break it down. Now I'm going to give what to do in market and what I'm looking for in market. So that's going to be part 3 of this. Part 2 is just charting, how to find levels, how to find past chart history levels, what I'm looking for in market, kind of how I'm finding levels. Next one's going to be in market. This is part 2 is kind of leading you up, finding, what I'm looking for overall, in market day in, day out, before I head into market. And so I'm kind of leading you in, from slowly but surely into market conditions. Okay, now it's pre-market. What do we do? And that's when I'll do part 3 is in pre-market and talk about what I'm looking for right now, what you guys should be looking for into the opening bell, at the opening bell. And then I'll, kind of rewind the clock and go back the day before and then break down a day and say, okay, now maybe you just came in an opening bell. Okay, maybe you just came in and it's an hour after the opening bell. And so part 3 will have kind of like 3 parts to it, like, hey, it's pre-market. What do I do? Hey, it's opening bell. I just jumped in. What do I do? And then, hey, I'm kind of showing up a little bit late today. What do I do? And we'll give you your give you that kind of thought process and what I'm doing, breaking down charting as far as in market conditions. This today is just giving you, hopefully, as you really are kind of seeing, for those large cap plays, the first thing you need to be doing, 15-day, 15-minute time frame, finding the channel and identifying the channel. Secondly, how much have you moved for me recently? What kind of mover are you? $2, $3, $5 mover. Then after that, start putting in those levels. If you're a $3 or $4 mover, go up $3, $4. Go down $3, $4. You're like whatever your mover is, go up and down and put levels in that amount for you to trade that day. And don't forget, if you need to go up and away, what intervals to use. Those smaller movers like 25 and 50 cent. 25 and 50 cents up to the whole round number. The bigger movers, love every $1 to $1.50, if not $2.50 in every $5. So pay attention to what you're trading, what intervals it moves, how much of a mover it is. Mark those levels in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Use the 4 hour if you have to go back in further back in time. Find a lot of those support resistance